Hello, YouTubers! I'm Katie2 with my boyfriend, Octus Prime 2471 and running an 9F. And we're back with another live stream. So I said thanks to Kevin for being in yesterday's Black Friday stream. Oof.
And I am Father Richard. I am a priest.
No, that's my boyfriend.
Nope, I am Father Richard.
Honey, you're confusing Kevin.
No, I am not confusing anyone. Tonight we're talking about the coronavirus and the way to stop.
What?
Oh no, we did talk about coronavirus in the last little thing, but today we're
That's demonetization.
And now we're going to talk about the FBI. FBI.
Wait, what?
FBI, open up. That's their motto.
Oh wait, why did this become a political stream?
What?
Why did this become a political stream?
Today we're going to talk about Jesus Christ and the religion involving a lot of things.
Oh shit.
What?
Hey Kevin, what's this? Maybe you could knock some sense into Brandon. Anyway, enough of that little political shebango. Today I'm just gonna work on the script that's been eating my butt lately.
Today we're gonna talk about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a great and an amazing president.
Wait, what?
Unlike, we must understand that Beau Biden is an amazing president. Yes, he's the first. What? Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Hilo.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Kevin, we know! Brandon's not doing it! You and my boyfriend go bananas. Okay. I want
to. There we go. I don't know how that happened.
What the heck?
What?
Theme? I am not talking theme. Oh dear.
That's you.
Seriously. Welcome to another crazy live stream. Sorry, my boyfriend. Doi.
Incorrect. That's the Fat Controller and Sir Topham Hatt. That was
That's my boyfriend for you guys.
Tobias and the Hepra.
I guess my boyfriend doesn't want to share screen trains. Oopie dingle do.
We must also understand that Sir Topham Hatt has advised me to tell the Mr. Percival and the Thin Controller about some certain events that happen on the Sonar Railway. That
Honey, share trains. Please.
Hold on. Let's.
Thank you, Cupcake.
Okay, let's see. Let's look at some. All right, so my share screen is activated, and now we're gonna. Before we get to that, it's time to watch an amazing video that has gotten so much attention on my channel.
What?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna show the video. I'm gonna show the train. See, we got some trains on the go.
Honey, I'm talking about share your trains, game goofy. I guess you don't want to tell the viewers what you got coming up in the new year. Starring Katie too. Oh well.
Okay, basically, long story short, in a nutshell, there's going to be a lot of things that will happen on my trains universe in terms of well, many things in stories and films and origins and etc. and etc. and etc. Richard's going to be a big part of it. It's going to be so much fun. There's going to be a lot of streaming going on that year. There's going to be a lot of guests and star actors, actresses singing, lolling, um, bumming, humming, tumming, like Union Pacific.
And he's gonna, and he's gonna get rid of idiots.
Well, that's another story. That's a story for another day. But in all seriousness, I see we got a triplex going on in the distance, and yeah. So all in all, things are going to look pretty amazing. So until the next video, everyone, take a road to see.
This isn't over.
I'm just kidding. I'm not. I know the street's not over. But
The street is not over yet.
I know it's not over yet. I realize that. We're just started. We're 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the stream.
Exactly.
So, by means of interpretation, feel free to call back at 506.
What? Okay, my boyfriend has died. Okay, enjoy later, everyone.
Fireman, soldier, station master, manager, director of the railway board. Up to 1938, that had been the career path of Sir Topham Hatt, better known as the Fat Controller. I don't think there's ever been a more respected or well-known figure among Britain's railways than that stout gentleman. So it was quite the shock when he arrived unexpectedly on Sodor. Sir Topham? Hello, John. Good to see you too. Sorry to arrive so suddenly. No need to apologize, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here. Ho, ho, ho. No need to lick my boots, old friend. This isn't a royal visit, just a simple inspection. Forgive me for asking, sir, but why you? Surely you have more important things to worry about. If that were true, I wouldn't be here at all. But we'll discuss that later. For now, who might these fine engines be? Are they yours or Nigel's? I'm proud to say they're mine, sir. Allow me to introduce you to Edward, Eric, and Toby. Toby, would you be the engine whom the J70s were modeled after? Yes, sir, I would be. Then this is a true delight. How so, sir? Because I took my son for a ride on the maiden voyage of the first J70 ever built by the LNER. After that, he fell in love with trains. I can see him one day becoming a controller, though I'm hoping he'll be slightly slimmer. Oh, you don't look that bad, sir. Eric! Ho, 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 ho. It's all right, John. It's just a title after all. A pleasure meeting you all. I look forward to seeing you in action throughout this inspection. I suppose we should get down to business, John. Yes, sir. Please, this way. Huh, what a nice man. Aye, very pleasant. I'm suddenly not so anxious about this inspection. What do you think the rest of the lads will say when they hear about this? Confusion and disbelief were the obvious answers, and not just among our own crew. News of the Fat Controller's presence spread like wildfire across the island, and he didn't waste any time getting to work. Over the next several weeks, he was a constant sight about the line, and we did our very best to show him just how useful and productive we were. Likewise of the railway staff, who answered the many questions put to them by the stout director. Throughout the inspection, rumors abounded as to the reason behind it, and very few of them were flattering. After all, as Alice had said, it was widely known that the railway board had the authority to close down entire branches if they were deemed unprofitable, inefficient, or downright dilapidated. It wouldn't be until the very near end that we would find out what category Sodor fell into. Probably the most trying aspect of the inspection was being emphatically reminded by our directors to behave, especially when in the company of our rivals, By George, that was difficult. No matter what, we had to hold our tongues around the middies, and they did likewise. In truth, I'm surprised we held out as long as we did. But, I'm sorry to say, this facade came to an abrupt end during the Fat Controller's visit to Alsborough. He's here! He's actually here! This is so exciting! Indeed. It's almost as thrilling as if His Grace the Duke of Sodor were visiting. So I expect you both to be on your best behavior. What do you think we're going to do, Grandpuff? With you two, I never know. So I'm getting in first. No mischief and no impertinence from you scallywags. Understood? Understood? Yes! Good. Good day, engines. I'm Sir Topham. Yes, sir. We know who you are. Welcome to the Mid-Sodor Railway. My name is Duke. This is Stuart and Falcon. I'm proud to meet you. I must say, I've been looking forward to visiting this little line, as I have a keen fondness for narrow gauge railways. You do, sir? Oh, yes. Engines like yourselves were an invaluable asset during the Great War. Is there any chance we could hear a couple of stories, sir? Falcon. It's all right, Duke. It's a common question. I suppose I could share a few during my... Hold up. Is something wrong, sir? I know that whistle. What the? Am I seeing things? Stanley? Colonel, it is you. Oh, this is wonderful. Back up a moment. You know the director, Stanley? I do. From where? He and I served together during the war. What? You were in the war? Yes. I mentioned that, didn't I? No. Are you sure? It's not the sort of thing an engine tends to forget, Stanley. Huh. That's surprising. I take it then that I didn't mention I was built in America? I'll take that as a no. How can anyone be that absent-minded? I don't know. Sorry about that, lads. This is quite embarrassing. Looks like you've got some explaining to do. All right. I'll start at the beginning. I was built in 1917 at the Baldwin Locomotive Works in Pennsylvania. That same year, I was exported to Europe to take part in the war. Why don't you have an accent then? Because he hadn't been assembled properly. When he arrived, he was not in a serviceable condition. We had to fix him up in one of our workshops, which took over a month. That was where he received his first firing. And the moment I was ready, I set to work delivering supplies about the local towns. Sometimes I had to go to the front. I always hated those runs, as it meant I had to see destroyed homes, and worse. That war brought out the worst in us all. I must say, Colonel, I'm thrilled to see you recovered from... Oh, come on, you blasted truck! What's going on over there? Sounds like Adam's in a right old state. Too right. Stanley, go see what's wrong. Right, Yar. All right there, Adam? Hardly. This miserable tanker somehow rolled out of its siding over there, straight into my path. I tried moving it, but its wretched brakes have jammed on. Well, it looks like the lads are working on it, so it should get sorted soon. Considering I'm running late to pick up my next train, I'm wanting something more immediate than soon. Ask, and ye shall receive. She's all good. Finally. Unfortunately, the workmen had loosened the truck's brakes too much. Given it was full to the brim with tar, and that the tracks sloped slightly downwards, the wagon was quick to get away from the Middies number 3. A simple derailment could have been the worst of it, had James not been leaving the yard at that very moment. Our number 5 was bursting with pride, having been complimented by the Fat Controller for bringing him to Alsborough. As a consequence, he never saw it coming. bust my buffers. James, are you all right? After being belted by a tar wagon? I'm just tip-top, thanks for asking. I'm so sorry. Don't worry. I'll call Mickey and... Wait, what are you sorry for? Did you do this? Well, yes. I was moving that truck and it got away from me. Cool. Typical Mitty. Can't handle a simple task without turning it into a disaster. Oi, I can shunt trucks just fine. If that were true, this wouldn't have happened at all, you maroon-coated moron. Keep up the insults, James, and I might just leave you there. And how do you suppose to get out of the yard then? Bother. Cool. You are an utter prat, Adam. You and the rest of your crew. And to call you a rusty red pile of scrap iron would be an insult to scrap metal everywhere. Good grief. It's worse than I thought. The spill at Alsborough was cleaned up swiftly, and James was delivered to the works likewise, where he was repaired and cleaned. As I said, the gloves came off after that. With renewed ferocity and little restraint, we traded insults back and forth. The Fat Controller witnessed a number of these exchanges, yet remained oddly silent. That was until a rather unfortunate incident at Knapford Harbour. But before I get into that, I need to backtrack a little. About a week or so beforehand, we'd received a new shipment of bogie-mounted coaches that were intended to replace our current branch line and local passenger fleets. And in the short time we'd had them till then, they became extremely popular, as they were roomier, could hold more people, and were far more comfortable. A good number of them were also non-faceless, contrary to a previous occasion in which I said Annie and Clarabelle were the only non-faceless coaches on the standard gauge lines. But I digress. The vast majority of these non-faceless coaches were very pleasant and charming individuals you could spend endless hours chatting with. And then there were the others, the very definition of snobbery and vanity. These prigs could espouse hubris and pettiness in a single sentence, and we argued with them almost as often as we did with the middies. Percy had the misfortune of taking 3 such coaches as part of the afternoon service on the loop. That was how it started. Oh, thank goodness! We finally stopped! Indeed, Hyacinth, the way this one handles us, it's a miracle we haven't fallen to pieces. None of the passengers have complained about my handling, which is further proof pertaining to the existence of miracles. Quite right, Rose. If it becomes too unbearable, you could always consider a career change. To what, exactly? Let me think. Something that suits your exalted position. I know, you could become cattle trucks. Oh, what a horrid engine. Oh, and our torture resumes. Tell me about it. Then they complained about the way I shunted them. The way I shunted them. What are they on about? Steady, Percy. You're getting worked up over nothing. I know. It's just frustrating. Yes, that's it. Those snobs have been getting on my nerves too. You've been thinking up ways to pay them out, haven't you? Of course. And I think today is the day to do it. What have you got in mind? First, where'd you shunt them? The outermost track next to the station. Perfect. It really was meant to be today. Go on, Thomas. Don't keep us in suspense. Right. This is the plan. I'll come up alongside them and act all apologetic on your behalf. They'll eat that up, I'm sure. While I've got them distracted, you come up through the station. On the other side, find yourself a good position. When you have, let off your whistle as loud as you can. And Bob's your uncle. They'll be scared off their chassis, and we'll be laughing until our boiler's split. Ooh, that's wicked. I love it. You want in? Wish that I could, but I have to marshal a goods train that's set to leave in 20 minutes. So I best get a move on. Let me know how it turns out. Good luck. Ha! We don't need luck. We've got skill. Come on, Thomas. Let's put it to good use. Right behind you, Percy. Hello, Hyacinth. Oh, what do you want? I heard about how rough Percy was with you today. Indeed, he nearly shook us to pieces. I've had complaints in the past about his handling, but no matter how many times I tell him, some engines just can't be taught. Too right. Anyway, I'm sorry. Well, I certainly appreciate that, Thomas. Nice to know at least one of you recognizes our value. That if we're to be of any use to our passengers, we need to be handled delicately. You're absolutely right. Nothing but the best for the best. As you can see, it was child's play for Thomas to keep Hyacinth and her sisters occupied. But that would be the extent of his planned success. As instructed, Percy moved into position. He was very excited by the prospect of paying out the coaches. Unfortunately, this meant he approached the station too fast and didn't notice the unattended porter's trolley rolling towards the tracks. Oh, what? Now how in fizzling fireboxes did this happen? And what's this all over my buffer beam? Is that jam? Raspberry by the smell of it. Why is there so much of it at a train station? I think you've got a more immediate concern, Percy. Oh dear. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry. I should think so. Sir. Yes, we all know who I am. Let's skip that bit and get down to the part where you explain yourself. I can't, sir. I thought not. I mean, look at this. Yes, sir. I am, sir. And would you like to hazard a guess as to who owns those trousers? Oh, no. Oh, yes. My best trousers, too. Yes, sir. Please, sir. The passengers will need to be compensated for their spoiled clothes, and my trousers are ruined. I hope this will teach you not to play tricks with the coaches. He knew you were trying to sneak up on the coaches. How? I don't know. I didn't ask, and I certainly didn't tell him. He's a career railwayman. He could probably spot a prank a mile away. You've really done it this time, Thomas. Oh, come on. It wasn't my fault a trolley rolled onto the tracks. True. But if you hadn't been trying to pull one of your juvenile pranks, it mightn't have been so bad. It could have been a whole lot worse, Toby. Not by Mr. Starr, I think. Mr. Starr? Yes. It was bad enough the passengers got caught in the crossfire. But for it to soil the back controller's trousers? You don't think this will have repercussions for our director? I thought Mr. Starr and the back controller were friends. They are. But friendship can only go so far in business. I know that from experience. Oh, blimey. You're right. We've botched things up for him royally. What do you think will happen, Toby? I don't know. But I hear Sir Topham is having a meeting with Mr. Starr and Mr. Zorro on Thursday. Both directors? Any idea why? Well, neither side has endeared itself to the Fat Controller during his inspection. So who knows? Maybe he'll boot them out and take control of the railway himself. The Fat Controller's railway? Worse things could happen. Like we could all get reassigned. Why would that happen? Because we were the engines who fouled up. If I were in his position, I'd want to clear out the old staff before taking over. You think that'll happen, Toby? I don't know, Eric. I really don't know. John, Nigel, so, do you think one or both of us will get the sack? Search me. I was feeling rather good about this inspection until Percy decided to wear Sir Topham's trousers as a blooming scarf. And Adam's little accident at Alsborough did not cast a positive light upon my crew. Well, No point in dawdling. Let's get this over with. Hello, John. Hello, Nigel. Well, hello, sir. No point in dawdling. Let's get this over with. Let's get right down to it. This inspection has certainly been interesting. Sir, hello, John. I cannot apologize strongly for what happened at Bahama, nor I for Arsburg. Yes, those were unfortunate events, but they were mere trifles compared to the overall problem. I don't understand, sir. You asked me, John, why I was carrying out this inspection. It's because, ever since I became director 5 years ago, Sodor has been a recurring issue. Brushes with the law, mismanaged budgets, insubordinations. Your head officers don't seem to think there's a problem, so the board has decided to step in.
We
So,
want you to know
with all due
that this
respect,
channel, Enjoying
our head
Everyday
officers
Life,
think we're
is
in the clear,
merging with
then why
Joyce
would the
Meyer
board
Ministries
care?
channel. So
Because
to
your head
continue,
officers don't see the larger picture. Board has to consider the welfare of all British railways, especially given the current situation in Europe. We have to make sure the system is operating at peak efficiency. Sodor has been underperforming in that regard. Frankly, I chalk it up to Parliament's ridiculous decision to allow the LMS and the LNER to operate on such a small region of track. Are you saying you're going to remove one of us from Sodor? Who? I haven't decided yet. It's not something I want to do, but if you can give me a reason not to, I'm all ears. Both directors did indeed give a number of reasons, citing all manner of facts and figures in the hopes of contradicting Sodor's supposed inefficiencies. The Fact Controller would later write in his memoirs that he did take their replies into consideration, but that he was looking for something more. That something would come from a completely unexpected and unpleasant source. But that is a story for another day. Hello everyone, Victor Tanzik here, and welcome to Greetings and Salutations, a little video I've made as I felt it was the best way to address those who visit my channel. First off, I just want to apologize for maybe the little bungle that happened earlier this week when I re-released a couple of my videos. The reason why I re-released them was to fix the shoddy voice work, which is a point I'll elaborate on in a moment. At the time, I didn't actually realize that YouTube doesn't allow you to re-upload a video, that you have to create a whole new URL for a new video. So to all my subscribers, sorry if you were expecting a brand new video when you were notified and were bummed out as to why that was the case. But like I said, the reason why I re-released those two videos was I wanted to fix the shoddy voice work that was in them, which brings me to the large reason why I released this video. I acknowledge up till this point that my voice work in the series has been pretty average. Like but the funny thing is, when I first released those videos, the voice work sounded all right to me, or at least passable. It was only after people started pointing out just how quickly I was talking that I suddenly also realized just how rapid it was. I mean, to be honest, I can't believe it. I can't believe I was not only blind to that fact, but also just how quickly I was talking. I didn't even realize I could. I don't think it sounds like I even took a breath in between lines, which may well have been the case. So I guess, why did I talk that quickly? Well, I'm sure it hasn't escaped anyone's notice right now that I stutter and that I can get tongue-tied. And I think when I was recording the lines initially, every time I stuttered, I had to redo the line, and I kind of got frustrated for that. And eventually it got to the point where I was like, oh, never mind, I'll just get this over and done with. It was a very poor attitude to have. I fully acknowledge that. It was very unprofessional. But I guess also it should maybe point out to the reason maybe why I had that attitude. Although I don't really think any amount of words I say will qualify as an excuse. But I don't know whether this will surprise anyone or not, but this whole Stories of Sodor thing I've been doing is a project I've been doing as kind of a hobby on and off for the better part of 4 years. So like I said, some of those videos I did make and produce and publish, render a year or so ago, and I just never came back to them. So, and I guess the only reason why I ultimately decided to do this channel was because of, by the time I actually started up the channel, I had close to 10 videos already made, and it finally got to me, like I was saying, okay, if I made all these videos, why don't I just release them? I mean, it seems stupid to have them here. So, but the main reason why I didn't do it for so long was because, well, the nagging voice of doubt was saying, oh, who's going to notice? Who's going to care? And, but I finally thought, oh, never mind. And actually made my New Year's resolution to start this channel. Yeah, I actually lived up to my New Year's resolution. How many people can say that? And I got to admit, the response has been nothing short of extraordinary, which brings me to probably the main reason why I'm releasing this video. I want to say thank you so much to everyone who has liked, shared, and subscribed to my channel. And like I said, it's been nothing short of extraordinary. The feedback has been amazing. And I can't remember whether I already mentioned this, but the feedback regarding my voice work is also another reason why I've released this video, because I want to announce to everyone that I'm actually in the process of redoing the voice work for all my unreleased episodes. So yeah, I'm definitely slowing down the narration and the voices so I don't sound like Speedy Gonzales on crack. So yeah, that's an interesting image, but yeah, so I think my voice work does get better from that point, but like I'm biased towards that regard. But I mean, I originally thought when I made those the original videos that the voice work was all right. So I'll let you people judge. But even so, again, I also want to say thank you to everyone who has subscribed, even in spite of the ordinary voice work. So yeah, I guess that's really all I can say, actually. Yeah, I really can't express my thanks enough. But actually, no, there is one other thing, actually. I do want to give a big shout out to Thomas Fan 247. His channel was the primary inspiration for me making my own. He does exceptional work, and if you like railway series inspired stories with model trains and enacted on a very detailed layout, you absolutely have to go check out his channel. I'll put a link in the description, and hopefully I can work out how to do an annotation for it. Yeah, I'm still kind of fumbling my way through the ins and outs of YouTube video editing. So I guess that's pretty much it, actually. But with one final point, actually, I'd really like to know just how far-flung my series is. So sound off in the comments as to where in the world you're actually watching this from. Because, like I said, I'd be really eager to know just who is watching this video from where. Because even in this modern age, the far-flung reach of the internet still confounds me. But I'll start off right here, actually. I don't know whether this will surprise anyone, but I'm actually Australian, so I'm making this video right here in my house in Australia, in the great state of New South Wales. So yeah, yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. So that's it. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good one. Hello everyone, Victor Tanzik here, and welcome to Greetings and Salutations, which may well become a regular thing on this channel, given the enormous success of the first one. In that spirit, I want to start off with saying thank you very much to everyone who commented on the first Greetings and Salutations, saying whereabouts in the world you were actually watching it from. I mean, it's really, really gratifying and humbling to know just how far-reaching this series apparently is. I mean, I had people commenting literally from all over the world. Like, aside from here in Australia, I also had people commenting from the United States, the United Kingdom, Norway, the Netherlands, Morocco, Germany, Canada. Like I said, it was just really, really amazing and a little bit surprising too, just to know how far-reaching this series is. It's just great to know that so many people from so many places can come together to enjoy a love of Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. I can't help but wonder if the United Nations would work better for the same reason. Hashtag Thomas for Peacemaker. Okay, so I've made this video today to make a couple of announcements. First off, I want to give a shout out to the YouTube channel Rails of the World. The reason for this, aside from the fact he has some really good videos over there, some really good train spotting videos, he's also starting a new series called Tales of the Big Four, and he's actually tapped me to voice one of the characters in his upcoming series, Jay the J15, and he's still looking for voice actors to fill the other roles. So if you're interested, I'll leave a link in the description to the appropriate video, or you can click on the screen right now to take you to that video. And like I said, he's still got a number of roles open, so contact him if you're interested, and I'm sure he'll appreciate it. And Rails, if you're watching, you do terrific work, mate, and keep up the good work. Okay, and the next announcement I want to make is if you read the description of the first Greetings and Salutations video I did, you might have read that I said, quote, I might emphasize might one day redo all the videos up to this point with improved voice work. Again, might. Well, right after I posted that video, I decided that I would, and I have. So I want to say that this upcoming Sunday, I will be uploading the new versions of those videos to this channel. So the videos in question will be Percy, Legality, Fire, Passengers, and Goods. So I just want to point out too, it's not just improved voice work I've done for those videos. I've also made slight changes to the story as well. I also with regards to the exposition, I've trimmed back on that considerably, so it's not so detail-oriented, which I think kind of bogged down the story to the first time around. So, and I've also made slight changes to the cinematography, so it's not just, like I said, it's not just redone voice work. Like I have also added a few extra lines in there too, but I will admit though, overall, in terms of the overall story for those episodes, that hasn't changed too dramatically. So I guess maybe a point to my subscribers is it won't be hugely different, but I think it will be dramatically different in terms of quality, if that makes sense. So just again to my subscribers, if you get notifications saying Victor Tanzik has uploaded X amount of videos, that's why. So yeah, if you're wondering like what's he doing, well, that's what I'm doing. So what does that mean for the old versions, or maybe the first versions of those episodes? First off, I want to make one thing clear. I won't actually be deleting them, and that's for two reasons. One, I obviously don't want to lose the view counts that goes towards it. Like although I don't really know whether if I were to delete those videos, whether that would cause a drop in the total number of views on this channel. But ultimately that's insignificant to me. The primary reason why I don't want to get rid of those versions of the videos is I don't want to lose the comments that were attached to them. Like the sheer weight of positive comments that have been made was extraordinary, and also the feedback and the criticism, all of it valid, mind you. I don't want to lose that too. Like people have actually taken the time to comment on my work, and I think it would just be a giant middle finger if I said, nah, not interested, I'll just get rid of all those. So like I said, I don't want to lose that. I don't want to be rude about it. So but just also to make sure there's no confusion about the new videos sitting alongside the old ones, well, don't worry, they technically won't. So what I will be doing with the old versions of the first 5 episodes is I'll be altering them in such a way that might make them a little bit harder to find. Like let's say if you were to type in stories of Sodor in the YouTube search bar, I want to make it so that those old versions won't pop up right away. So which I guess means that yes, I will be erasing the stories of Sodor title from those videos. Plus also the old versions of those videos, I'll be moving those to a separate playlist, which I'll simply title old videos or something like that. And the new versions of the videos will belong in the Stories of Sodor playlist. And of course, they'll also be arranged in the correct chronological order so that there's no confusion. And plus also, again, jumping back to the old ones, I'll also put annotations and links in those videos linking to the new ones. But also, I guess another reason why I want to leave the old versions up there is, I guess, maybe for posterity's sake, just like to also remind myself, in no false modesty, I do think the new versions are dramatically better quality compared to what they were the first time around. And I guess it's just to remind myself just that I have improved. But also, I guess I'll leave the old versions up so you people can judge for yourself. Like if you want to listen to the old version next to the new version or whatever, and just decide for yourself whether it's has improved or not. But like I said, I'll leave it entirely up to you lot. So I think that's all I wanted to say. I think that is it. So so like I said, all this will be happening on Sunday. So I don't anticipate it'll be a problem. It should all go smoothly on Sunday, but you never know. So so I guess that also leads me into the topic or the question I want to ask you lot this week. Like I said, when I say Sunday, I'm of course talking local time. I don't know how else I could refer to it now that I say that out loud. So I don't know what that means for where you lot are listening to this elsewhere in the world, like different time zones and whatnot. So I guess my question is, what is the date and time at which you are watching this video? So I guess just like the first time I asked this sort of question, I'd be interested to know. So like I said, the release date for the new versions will be on March 5, Sunday, March 5. So, and at the time and date that I'm making this video, or maybe more specifically at this point in the video, it is 6:25 p.m. on March 1st, 2017. So I look forward to reading your comments. Hope you lot enjoy the new versions of the videos that I upload. Thank you for watching, and have a good one. Hello everyone, Victor Tanzig here, and welcome to Greetings and Salutations. Now, I'm uploading this video earlier than the previous two to address a few things. First off, I'm glad that people seem to be liking the new updated versions I've done of my first 5 videos. The comments have been overwhelmingly positive, and I will admit I did overcompensate in some places, like with slowing down the narration, maybe almost to a crawl. But I am very pleased with these additions, and like I said in my last Greetings and Salutations video, the details in these new versions will become canon for my series. But also, as I promised, I haven't deleted the old ones, and I won't. I've just moved them to a separate playlist. So if you want to go have a listen, then by all means. But also in that regard, with the new versions, if you were to listen to the new and the old versions side by side, you may have also noticed that I changed some of the music in the new versions as well. I didn't. The only reason I did that was because I felt the newer pieces added more to the story. Unfortunately, in doing so, I made an egregious error. One of the music bits that I used was titled "Little Old Twin" by Toby's Windmill, and unfortunately, I forgot to credit him with that. If you were to go through the end credits of the first few episodes, you'll see Toby's Windmill isn't actually in it. It wasn't Windmill himself who pointed this out. It was actually one of his associates. So if either he or one of his associates are listening, I do sincerely apologize for that. It wasn't with malicious intent that I knocked you out. It was just a simple oversight. I really can't say anything more. So I have actually sent a message to Toby's Windmill fessing up to this and asking if it's all right if I can use Little Old Twin in the future. At the time of this video, I haven't actually gotten a reply. So if I don't, I won't be using that piece anytime soon. Actually, no, sorry, I won't use that bit of music again. So, and also, as I understand it, according to his About page, some of his music is available for free use, provided credit is given. So I will be using his music in the future, but of course I will credit him. So, but in regards to the episodes that I re-released that do include his music, I have actually now added his name in the credits as an annotation. I know that may seem like the lazy option, but I really kind of don't want to take these videos down just to add in one name and just to re-upload it again. But I will, of course, do that if Windmill insists, just for the sheer fact that, well, it's just professional courtesy. And but again, I can't apologize strongly enough. So for those of you who don't know who Toby's Windmill is, his channel is dedicated to making excellent Thomas the Tank Engine style music. Like, he's also created some original compositions, like the music that I use, Little Old Twin. That was actually a piece he comprised for Enterprising Engine 93's episode Chivalry is Dead. And like I said, it's just a really upbeat and fantastic piece, and pretty much as is all of his work, it is magnificent. So I would strongly advise you to go have a listen to it. I'll put a link in the description, or you can click on the screen. Okay, so like I said, hopefully there won't be too severe a fallout from my neglect, to be frank. But like I said, if it does become an issue, then, well, I'll just bite the bullet and I'll do whatever's necessary to make sure that this doesn't happen in future. But like I said, in future, going forward, Toby's Windmill's name will be included in the credits of my future episodes. Okay, so I think that's got that out the way. Okay, now I want to return a favor that was done to me, a great favor, actually. I want to give a shout out to Will Thomas 199. The reason why I want to do this is because he actually, over on his channel, just released a video that was a shout out to me. Like it was he did a dedicated video praising my work, and man, it was really heartwarming and so gratifying. And it's only fitting I return the favor. So everyone go check out his channel. It's got some really good Trainmaster style Thomas videos in it, and crikey, sorry about that. It's just they're doing some heavy construction work outside my place, and I don't know if you can hear it in the background. But yeah, so sorry, Will. Getting back to what I was saying, he does do some really good work, and you should definitely go listen to him. And particularly when he's playing his keyboard to the tune of Thomas the Tank Engine music, it's just really well done. So if you're watching, Will, thank you very much again for your praise. And as I said in the comment I put on your video, you have a subscription from me, and everyone else who's watching, I strongly advise you to go subscribe to him, because who knows, maybe he'll give you the same treatment that he gave me, which is just outstanding. It's really so rare to see that kind of courtesy extended these days. Okay, so I guess that's it. Actually, no, there's another couple of things. Actually, I also want to address some of the more common questions that are being asked about my series. Most surprisingly, I guess, is the apparent heated rivalry between James and Douglas. I want to assure everyone that there is an explanation for that coming. It will be in an episode that's coming up in a few weeks. But if you want clues as to what it actually entails, I'll give you a hint. Consult the first Thomas the Tank Engine episode where Donald and Douglas were introduced, and also check out the episode where James had a certain run-in with a certain kind of truck. So I don't know whether I gave it away with that much details, but that's pretty much all I'm saying right now. And also another comment that's been frequently asked is Oliver going to show up in my series? Yes, he will. And it'll be kind of a retelling of the story that introduced him in the first place, Escape. But again, that's all I'll say on the matter. Okay, I don't know whether it's obvious here, but I just chopped out a bit of audio to add in something else to mention. The only reason why I didn't put this in a text at the end was because So another thing I also want to bring up is I don't know why, but for some reason the analytics option on my channel just, I don't know, sort of came to life this week. Like every other time when I've clicked on to view the specifics regarding the traffic that comes to my channel, it's always been blank. But this week it decided to show up, and it's produced some extraordinary detail, like about where people are watching it, the age and the gender of all my viewers, and or I don't know, maybe those who have elected to allow that information to become public. It's just really amazing. One thing that did also surprise me is the option. I can't remember specifically what the option was called, but it brings up how do I explain this? It lists the devices that people are actually watching this on, and I don't know why this surprised me, but pretty much the vast majority, well, actually maybe not the vast majority, but quite a large chunk of people are actually watching. And of course, then there is also the PC as well. It's pretty close actually between them, but mobile devices are just skipping ahead of it. So again, I don't know why that surprises me. I guess maybe because I'm kind of like an old-fashioned techie in that I still use my PC for well, most things actually, but yeah, like everyone else under the age of 90, I do have a smartphone, so and I do use it quite regularly as well, but nowhere near to the same extent as my PC. So yeah, so also another reason why I added in this bit here as kind of an afterthought was to pose the question I wanted to ask. So this week's question I want to ask is what is the device you're watching these videos on? Or it can either be this current or all the previous ones, or whatever. Like sound off in the comments below if you're watching this on a PC or mobile or console or whatever. Just, yeah, and if you want, include your operating system. Hoping that this is it now, like that's everything I've addressed. So thank you for watching and have a good one. Hello, everyone. I'd have better luck teaching Donald Trump than you three. Now that was rude. All right there, Gordon? Yes, Edward. That is why I am scowling. I take it your teaching assignments didn't go so well. Let's see. I failed to teach Eric advanced mathematics. I was able to convince my history class about the value of their lessons, so I suppose that was a mild victory. And as for the etiquette class, the less said there, the better. Such unbearable pressure without losing their composure. Some don't, from what I hear. And those who do, we should be very thankful. Otherwise, how many of us would be worse off? They don't get nearly enough credit for the job they do. No, they don't. So will you try again tomorrow? I doubt it. What's the point? Gordon! 4! What did you say? Some trucks plus some trucks is 4. Well, that's still not entirely... whatever. I'll take it. Thank you, Eric. You have made my day. No worries. And thanks for teaching me. You're real good at it. Looks like was there ever a doubt? Not from me, old chap. Not from me. Hello everyone, Victor Tanzik here, and welcome to the Stories of Sodor Questions and Answers. First off, a big thank you to everyone who posted questions over on my Millennium video. The response was truly extraordinary. I had something like 180 comments posted, which was absolutely amazing, and I'm very, very grateful for that. Unfortunately, this did also kind of give me a moment of conundrum. You see, like I said, there was over 180 comments, but 180 questions. You see, some people posted multiple questions within their comments, and I'm not bad-mouthing anyone by saying that. Like, I'm very glad that people want to post multiple questions, like they want answers, so I'm not angry about that. Really great. But like I said, this is sort of a bind. Like I was wondering, like would it be right of me to focus on those who posted multiple questions, or at the expense of those who posted a single question? People ask the question. I referenced similar videos around YouTube, and I got kind of mixed results. So I guess that's my long-winded way of saying, like, kind of like how I'm going to lay the ground rules about this. So I don't know if this will qualify as like maybe the lazy or the mongrels approach, but I'm actually just going to be posting the questions. I won't actually credit the people who asked them for a couple of reasons. One reason is quite a few of the questions were the same, or they were essentially asking the same thing. So I figured it wouldn't be right of me to credit one user with posting one question at the expense of all the others. Like I know some creators like Diesel D199, for instance. He actually credited multiple users for asking the same question, and I did try that, but I kept losing track, like of who had asked that question, who hadn't asked it, and so on and so forth. So I guess I hope no one is put off by my decision to do this. And the way I figure it, some of the more unique questions, you'll observe those as you go. You guys can just take credit for asking those down in the comments, because, like I said, I'm very keen on being fair about this, and I don't think it would be fair of me to focus on one user over another, and so on and so forth. And also in that spirit, I will admit there are some questions that I did skip over, and like not because I didn't like them and not because they weren't too personal. I am very grateful about that, for people not asking too personal questions. But the questions that I won't be answering, the people who were asking them were kind of like essentially asking about potential spoilers in the series, like where is it going, what characters will I and won't I include, and along those lines. So as I'm sure you observed from my previous videos, I'm not big on giving spoilers away, so I won't be doing that, which is also another reason why I won't be creating the usernames for asking questions, because like I don't want anyone to feel left out. Yeah, so I guess that's pretty much all I can say for the ground rules. But also I just want to point out one thing final before I get into the questions. I don't know exactly how long this is going to take. Like at the time that I started making this video, I am setting out with the intent of maybe doing this as one single video, but depending on how long it goes or how much time I get, I might have to break it up into multiple parts. So we'll soon see as this progresses. So without further ado, let's get started. All right, first question. What did you have in mind for your channel when you started it? And do you plan to do more series other than the stories of Sodor? What did I have in mind? Well, I was just going to do it just as a hobby, just like as a thing I did when I was bored, to be honest with you. I had absolutely no idea it would be this successful. Like I certainly didn't expect to get so many subscribers and views. So it's obviously since become something a little bit more serious for me. Like obviously it's not a full-time commitment, but it's something I still get a lot of joy out of doing. And as for the second part of the question, do I plan to do more series other than the stories of Sodor? At the present, no. But who's to say as time goes by? Like maybe I will get bored of doing this and perhaps opt to do something else. But like I said, who knows? Okay, next question. What is your favorite Thomas and Tugs episode? The Flying Kipper and Munitions, respectively. What Thomas merchandise do you collect? Well, really, I don't. I've got a couple of Bachmann, Thomas and Friends model trains, but that's about it. Like, I'm not really a serious Thomas the Tank Engine collector. Like, I still have a keen appreciation for it and a love of it, but not really enough to clutter up my house with its paraphernalia. When I was a kid, however, that was a different matter. I had pretty much almost every conceivable Thomas the Tank Engine item, like from clothes to bed sheets to the old ERTL diecast trains. I had dozens of those. I don't have any of them now because I sold them quite a few years ago. Why? Well, for the simple fact I kind of grew out of it. That was also kind of the reason why I didn't get into the Thomas and Friends wooden railway toys, because that started rolling out around the time I was growing out of it. And actually, I also had the old Tomy trains, battery operated Thomas the Tank Engine toys. Those were great fun. Man, yeah, I had such a lot of Thomas the Tank Engine stuff as a kid. I think it was kind of an obsession. Like maybe these days it would have been cause for therapy, but yeah. So as for the present, the closest thing now I've got to a wide range of Thomas merchandise is, well, everything to do with trains. Like that's Trains with a Z. I'm talking about the program I use. Like I've got I think I got a couple of hundred railway series / TV series models of that on hand, and yeah, that's pretty much it. What inspired you to make your series the way it is? Well, if you're talking about why I decided to combine Thomas the Tank Engine and Tugs, it really happened by accident. Like one day I was just cruising around YouTube and I happened upon this video. It was a scene from the Munitions episode of Tugs, just the audio of that scene being played, but the video itself was of train simulator Thomas models, and it just lined up so well. It just seemed to sync up so perfectly, and unfortunately I haven't actually been able to find that video since. I can't even remember what it was called. I do remember the title had something to the effect of green screen testing in it or something. I don't know, but if anyone does know, please sound off in the comments so I can put a link to it in a future video. So like I said, that really inspired me. Like also I will actually make a confession about something. I wasn't actually a big Tugs fan as a kid. That's not to say I hated it. I just only ever remember watching maybe 1 or 2 episodes.
How's your
I
movie?
don't know why I didn't get into it. So when I saw this video for the first time and with the audio playing out, I was like thinking, what's that? Like, what's that from? And after a bit of probing, I discovered it was from Tugs, and that's what inspired me to watch the whole series. And I found myself loving it. So just like the dynamic, like the rivalry, the banter between characters, and pretty much like the not so condescending narration that went with Tugs as well. That I found all very appealing. So I decided, why don't I just transplant that into a couple of episodes of Thomas the Tank Engine? So again, like I said, I didn't expect it to go anywhere because like part of me thought, oh come on, surely someone's done this before. But given the success of my channel and some of the comments, it's almost like no one has thought of doing it this way before. But like I said, I'm not claiming that I am the first, because I doubt very much that I am. But if you do know other channels that have done similar work to mine, well, by all means, sound off in the comments. I'd be very keen to have a look at them. Why do you use older models and routes when newer content is out? Well, the way I figure it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What YouTubers do you watch? Well, if we're talking just Thomas-related ones, I do love NWR 1991, Wild Nor'Wester, Diesel D199, Enterprising Engine 93, and quite a few others whose names skip me. If we're talking non-Thomas ones, I do rather like Looper, Film Theory, Game Theory, Super Carlin Brothers, and again, just quite a few. Cracked as well. I do love those guys. They're very, very good. Did you think that you'd ever get this type of response when you first started the channel? No, definitely not. I was so convinced that my channel would go unnoticed by everyone that I almost considered at one point just straight up not doing it. But as I've said multiple times, as I'm probably likely to say many more times, thank you all very much for proving me wrong. What first got you into Thomas and Friends? That's probably the toughest question on my list, actually. I really have no idea. My love of Thomas the Tank Engine, I've treated it like the sky. I've always accepted it was there, but I've never really questioned why it was there. Yeah, I really have no idea at what point I began to love it, and I likely never will. And to be honest, I don't really care. Do you like real trains as well? Yes, I do. I really love looking at them. I always get a kick out of watching a goods train go by. If you're asking, like, specifically, what's my knowledge of trains, extremely limited. That's for the simple fact that, well, I'm kind of not really interested in what class of engine I'm looking at. Like, if it looks good, I'll take a closer look at it. I know that sounds pretty shallow, but that's just who I am. Who is supposed to be whose counterpart between this series and the Tugs cast? Thomas is 10 Cents, Edward is Hercules, Toby is OJ, Henry is Big Mac, Eric is Warrior, Gordon is Top Hat, Percy is Sunshine, Whiff is Grumpus, Diesel is Zoran, and Adam is Zach. Yeah, I was reading that last bit of a script. I couldn't remember them all offhand. Those are the more clear-cut comparisons. The rest of them are either composite characters or just their own individual ones. Like, obviously, I couldn't copy and paste every single character trait and every single character from Tugs to my series for obvious reasons. Like, I kind of sometimes get the feeling, am I straying too close to copyright infringement as it is? But yeah. Are you planning to add any series original / exclusive characters to the cast? If you're talking, will I be including my own models? Like, will I be crafting models specifically put in my series? No. For the simple fact, I don't have the necessary skill set to make a trains model. I don't know how hard it is or how easy it is. I've never really thought about doing it, so I'd have to say no. In terms of, like, maybe original and exclusive characters, I think maybe the closest I'll get to is maybe renaming certain characters. Like, as you've, assuming that you've watched my Ghost video, I have introduced Lady into my series, but I've called her Kate. Yeah, if you want a more thorough explanation, go watch the video now. Who's your least favorite engine or engines, and why? My least favorite engine, yeah, it is singular. I only have one least favorite engine. That would have to be Daisy. And the reason why is probably going to sound a little strange, but growing up in my house, there was a very, very, very strong emphasis on the benefits of hard work. And one thing that did always seem to resonate with me, or one that I think resonates with me in hindsight, is just how lazy Daisy seemed to be. How she was always trying to get out of doing work. And yeah, I know that all sounds strange, like, but yeah, that's probably it. How much of a bludger she was. That's what we call them here in Australia, bludgers. Anyone looking to get out of work. What's the best and worst thing or things about trains? The best thing by far is the sheer quality and quantity of models, routes, objects, and other assets available. I can tell you what, I never would have ever thought that you could recreate the island of Sodor and its characters so faithfully in a computer game, but this was absolutely incredible. If you were to ask me what the worst thing was, a year ago, I would have said the inability to change the engine's faces whilst in driver mode, but that was before I switched to Trains A New Era, and now I don't have a single bad thing to say about it. Like, Trains A New Era, it's a far superior product to anything else I've used. It's just so much faster, and thanks to the inclusion of being able to change the engine's faces while in driver, I was able to speed up the production of my episodes by an enormous amount. So that's what I think is the best thing about it. What interests do you have other than Thomas and Tugs? I do enjoy creative writing, actually, specifically doing fantasy writing. I'm not published or anything. I just do it as a side project in between making these videos. I also enjoy walking, doing obstacle courses, and pretty much just being active. Also, I do like video gaming as well. I'm not a serious hardcore online gamer. I've never really been interested in that sort of thing. I'm also not as serious a gamer as I used to be. Maybe it's because I'm getting older. But my favorite video game at the time of this video would have to be The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Although I am super, super excited to see what Shadow of War is going to be like. At the time of this video, they just released the gameplay trailer about a week or so ago, and I think I've watched it about 5 more times since. Would you do a behind-the-scenes video of making episodes? I never actually thought about doing that before this question was posed, but now that I think about it, yes, I would, and I think I will. When I'll do that, who's to say? What movie maker do you use? I use Coral Video Studio X7. It's a really good program. It's very robust, very user-friendly, very intuitive, and very, very powerful. Because Tencent is a character in your series, does that mean Tugs takes place in the same universe as Stories of Sodor? If so, then will Tencent ever mention other Tugs characters? Does it take place in the same universe? Yeah, that's actually a really tough one for me to answer. To be honest, the reason why I put Tencent into my series was because it was just too good of a model to not include. And also, yes, it was a deliberate nod to it being my series being so heavily influenced by Tugs. So does it take place in the same universe? I think that's kind of like rehashing the age-old debate about whether Tugs actually took place in the same universe as Thomas the Tank Engine, given that the creators the original creators collaborated on both series. So I'll leave that up to you. I really can't answer that. As to whether Tencent will ever mention other Tugs characters, for the moment, no. For the simple fact, to my knowledge, there are no other Tugs models for trains, certainly not any to the same quality as Wild Nor'Westers. So if either he or anyone else does put out similar quality models, perhaps I will include them, but that seems to be a very big if. Which episode you've made so far is your favorite? Ghost. What made you choose Edward to be the narrator? I think it was because when I was conceiving this series, I came across something that read Edward was the oldest engine on Sodor. And I thought, well, that's just perfect. Like, not only is he a well-known and well-liked character, but he's also the oldest character. So who better to tell the stories of Sodor than the one who has seen much of the island's history unfold? So, yeah, it was just really a perfect deal. How many episodes will there be, and will you make a second series? There'll be 15 episodes for this season of the Stories of Sodor. And in answer to the second half of the question, yes, there will be a second series. If all goes well, I'm hoping to release that around August. Who are your top 10 favorite Thomas characters? They would be from 10 to number 1. Gordon, James, Toby, Percy, Mavis, Emily, Duck, Edward, Mavis, Diesel, and Henry. I don't know whether they'll surprise anyone with Henry being at the top of my list instead of Edward. Because, this might also surprise a few people, but Edward isn't actually my favorite character. That's not to say I hate him. Like, I don't hate any engine, really. Like, even Daisy, like, she's my least favorite character, but that's not to say I hate her. Why is Henry my favorite? Well, the reason for that will be answered in an upcoming question. How long does a production of each episode take? Well, the first 11 videos of this channel, that was Ghost and everything that came before it, I actually developed all those videos over, I think it was a 4-year period, mainly because I just didn't have the same motivation that I do now. Like, the sheer success of this channel has motivated me to get more stuck into making these episodes, like to stick to a more detailed production schedule. So in answer to the question, it takes me about a week to produce an episode. Although I did get on a real roll once and actually made 2 episodes in the same week. So whether they're any good, whether those 2 episodes are any good, I'll let you guys decide. Do you have plans for a movie adaptation of your series? Possibly. My plan more relates to season 2 of Stories of Sodor, in which I will be planning to do maybe something unique as far as Thomas the Tank Engine stories go. But one thing I can say about myself is that I'm always prepared. So so my idea will work if it's split between a couple of episodes, as is the current format of my series. But tell you what, I'll make a deal. If this channel hits 2,000 subscribers, then I'll proceed to my alternate plan of combining said episodes into a movie length feature. What will it actually be? Well, maybe I'll break my own rule here by potentially not giving away spoilers. But if you've been paying attention to the timeline of my series up to this point, I'm sure you can guess what it will relate to. That's all I'm going to say. Why do you use the SI3D TVS models rather than Wild Nor'Wester's RWS models? Because my primary saturation with Thomas the Tank Engine came from the TV series. In fact, I will actually confess something. For the longest time, I didn't actually know Thomas the Tank Engine was based on a book series. Kind of obvious in hindsight, really. Like, the best works usually are based on books. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever read a Railway series story. Yeah, I don't think I have, actually. I did once have a big book that contained all the stories, but I was still a little kid at the time, and I was mostly just interested in the pictures. So, yeah, I don't think I ever did read a story. So, some Thomas fan I am, eh? How many seasons do you plan to do? As many as I can for as long as I enjoy doing this. Would you consider getting voice actors for the series? No, simply because it's just quicker and easier for me to do it this way. But who knows? Maybe as time goes by, perhaps I will get voice actors. What kind of mic do you use? I use the Audio-Technica ATR 2100 USB. It's a real beauty. It's light, it's compact, it's incredibly sturdy, and offers very good quality recording. Is it true everything in Australia tries to kill you? No. I mean, granted, 8 of the 10 most poisonous snakes in the world do live here in Australia. Then there's also the cassowary. Those things kill, I think, up to 10 people a year. Dingo packs can be pretty dangerous. Even kangaroos can be pretty aggressive when they want to be. But yeah, you should be fine, provided you don't get on the bad side of any wildlife. I mean, granted, also, I think about 90% of this country is covered by desert. But if you don't go to the desert, it's not really an issue. But then if you do live near the bush, you do have to watch out for bushfires, which can be pretty bad. But you can always retreat to the water. All you got to worry about there is the platypus, which has a poisonous barb. Then there's also the blue-ringed octopus, stingrays, and I think about maybe 24 types of sharks as well. And yeah, there's also the rip currents. Those can drag you out to sea pretty quickly. But yeah, I think that's, yeah, other than that, you should be fine if you visit Australia. But if you do plan on visiting Australia, watch out for all that. And of course, also take care of the infamous drop bears. If you're wondering you're probably wondering what the hell is he on about? Is he just teasing us? Well, yeah, I kind of am. But a drop bear is actually a real thing. Well, really in a cultural sense. If you want to know what I'm talking about, just follow the link in the description or click on the screen. I promise you will laugh yourself silly. Okay, I think this might be a good place to leave it for today. I've just noticed the runtime for this video, and I don't think I'm even a quarter of the way through the questions yet. If I were to continue to keep going, this video runs the risk of maybe going for 4 hours, and I think that would qualify as cruel and unusual punishment. And besides, I think you lot are probably sick of listening to me ramble on. So, yeah, like I said, I'll leave it for today. For those of you whose questions I did skip over up to this point, I do apologize. I hope you won't take it personally, and I hope you still nonetheless found this enjoyable and informative. I certainly have had a lot of fun making this video, and I look forward to making the other parts. So as for that, I guess I don't really know how many parts this Q&A session will be split up into. Yeah, it could be 2 parts, it could be more parts, who knows. But don't worry, I'm not going to leave you guys hanging for a week in between the parts. The next one I'll upload tomorrow, and if there's another one after that, I'll upload it the following day. So I guess that's all I have to say today for now. For those of you who submitted your questions, thank you very much. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good one.
G'day, Bruce!
G'day, Bruce. Hello, Bruce. Where's Bruce? Don't know, Bruce. How you been, Bruce? Bit crook, Bruce. Why's that, Bruce? It's bloody hot, Bruce. Too right, Bruce. Hot enough to boil a corgi's bum. That's a strange expression, Bruce. I heard the Prime Minister say that to the Queen last time she was here. Hot enough to boil a corgi's bum, Your Majesty, he said, and she smiled warmly before cracking a titty. She's a good shooter, the Queen, and not at all stuck up. Ah, here comes the boss fella now. Hello, Bruce. Hello, Bruce. Hello, Bruce. All right, mates. I'd like to introduce the chap from Poppyland who will be joining us here this semester at the Science Department at the University of Wollongong. Wendell, this is Bruce. Wendell, this is Bruce. Wendell, this is Bruce. Is your name not Bruce, then? No, it's Wendell. That's going to cause a bit of confusion. Why don't we call you Bruce to keep it simple, eh? I'd really prefer Wendell. Well, we're a democracy like every other great nation on Earth, so we'll put it to a vote. All those in favour of calling Wendell Bruce, say, you ripper. You ripper! All opposed? Nay, the rippers have it. Welcome, new Bruce. But my name is... All right, let's get started, mates. Padre, I now call upon you to open the meeting with a prayer. O Lord, we beseech thee, have mercy on our chassis. Amen. 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 Okay, Bruce, I now call upon you to welcome new Bruce to the faculty. I'd like to say g'day to our new pommy friend, and although we've built at you blokes so many times at cricket, you'll always be welcome here. Australia, 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 we love you, amen. Right now, Bruce teaches chemistry, Bruce teaches biology, and Bruce teaches paleontology, and on weekends delivers rubbish to the local tip. What does new Bruce teach? New Bruce will be teaching physics. His curriculum will include all the greats like Bradman, Warne, Gilchrist, Ponting, Border, Hayden, Clark, Smith and Chappell. Those are cricketers, Bruce. Oh, bugger. Don't stress, Bruce. Happens to all of us. Thanks, Bruce. Any questions? New Bruce, are you a bludger? Are you a bludger, Bruce? No? Good. If there's one thing we can't stand down under, it's bludgers. All right, Bruce, since you're new here, I'll run over the faculty rules. Rule 1, no bludgers. Rule 2, all engines must stop at wombat crossings. Rule 3, no bludgers. Rule 4, no member of the faculty is allowed to consume more than 3 beers per hour. Rule 5, always be on the lookout for bunyips. Rule 6, remember Rule 3. Rule 7, no bludgers. Right, now that about concludes the meeting. I now call upon you, Padre, to close the meeting with a prayer. O Lord, we beseech thee, have mercy on these gum trees. Amen. Amen. Right, if that's all done and dusted, let's nip on down to the pub to watch the footy. Who's playing, Bruce? Australia v New Zealand. You beauty! Battling off against the Kiwis. Let's go. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi!
Oi! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! Aussie, oi! Aussie, oi! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! Come on, Bruce. You'll have a ripper of a time. Sounds splendid, Bruce. Ha ha! I knew you weren't some stuck-up Tommy. Let's go. Why didn't I stay at home? Nice to see people are excited for season 2. There certainly seems to be a lot of interest, especially in Shunted. Have you been reading some of the comments? Yes, I have. It's amazing how many seem to think we get framed. I know. It's almost like they've forgotten about the very first episode we were in together. We'll be Bertie yet. We'll be Bertie yet. That's what I'm talking about. Careful, lads. We don't want to spoil anything here. Edward, the title of this video is Sodor Short Spoilers. So, we're going to be spoiling our own content? Should we have put up a warning or something? We're not going to say anything else about our videos. And as for anything else we might spoil, again, I refer you to the title. Besides, these days, there's only one surefire way to avoid spoilers. And what's that? By staying off the internet. Guys! What? Gah! Percy, don't do that! You'll give my driver a heart attack. You see? Sorry, lads. I'm just a little excited. About what? I just saw The Last Jedi. Wow. Hold up there, Percy. I know what I just said about spoilers, but if you start gabbing on about that thing when it's only just come out, we'll get roasted in the comments. I don't care. I'm dead inside. Wait, what?
What?
All right, here we go. It starts with... But the moment they jump out of hyperspace... Kylo Ren turns his lightsaber. Luke then... And that's how it ends. So, what do you lads think? I don't think. You didn't say anything. Just a bunch of random words in between that really annoying music. Of course I did. I wasn't actually going to spoil The Last Jedi. I'm not that silly. Huh. You had me going there for a second, Percy. Me too. Good show. Thanks. But now that it's out, the spoilers will be rampant, and they'll probably pass into spoiler legend. Like how Bruce Willis was dead all along in The Sixth Sense. Wait, what? Really? You didn't know? How couldn't you? That movie's 18 years old. That doesn't mean I've seen it, Percy. Come off it, Edward. That spoiler is as well known as them being on Earth all along in the Planet of the Apes. What? Seriously? And I suppose you didn't know that Vader was Luke's father. What? Oh, surely you know how Titanic ends, don't you? No. Why don't you tell me? Maybe you should get on out of here, Percy. Too right, Thomas. I'll leave the same way I arrived. Which was how, exactly? Magic. Hashtag abracadabra. Well, I'll be. Did you really not know any of those spoilers, Edward? No, I did. I was just messing around with Percy. Huh, good on you, mate. That time, you had me going. 126 years old, and I've still got it. And I hope you never lose it. Me too, old chap. Me too. To be successful, you need to keep your workers happy and to listen to them when they have grievances. But it seems the owner of the Marston Heights coal mine, Franklin Merv, was oblivious to this tidbit of common sense. And on September 21st, 1938, his workers went on strike. Naturally, this was bad news for the island, especially since Mr. Merv was a notoriously stubborn man. Every meeting he held with union officials went nowhere. As a consequence, the strike dragged on for weeks, with some of the more irate workers taking matters into their own hands. However, the island was not completely without recourse and turned to the Mid-Sodor Railway to supply it with coal. But, despite the best efforts of its engines, who almost exclusively ran coal trains throughout this time, it just wasn't enough. Reserves began drying up across Sodor. Many trains had to be cancelled because there were no engines who could pull them. The situation reached crisis proportions when Sodor Electric said it would have to employ rolling blackouts as it didn't have enough fuel to keep its turbines running. That was when the island's council finally stepped in and arranged for coal shipments to be imported from the mainland. Kate handled these shipments and made deliveries all across the island. She would later say an upside to the strike was that she got to see so much more of Sodor. And wherever she went, she was greeted warmly, more so by some than others. So what's this book you been meaning to tell me about? It's called The Hobbit. It came out last year, and my driver's been raving about it ever since. Oh yeah, I heard about that one. Said to be pretty good. But what's a hobbit? Apparently, it's a little person who lives in a hole beneath the earth. This one's name is Bilbo Baggins, and he goes on this grand adventure with a group of dwarfs and a wizard to kill a dragon. Kill a dragon? That's a bit much for a so-called children's book, don't you think? A lot of children's books are like that when you think about it. You're certainly right there. My driver once told me about Little Red Riding Hood, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What kind of mother lets her daughter skip through the woods alone? And how can that same daughter not realize a wolf is impersonating her gran? Search me. But at the end of the day, I suppose it's all a bit of fun. I'll tell you what's not fun is me going more than a week without a washdown. I must look terrible. Rubbish. You look lovely. Really? You think so? Hello, Thomas. Hello, Kate. How are we on this bright and beautiful morning? Oh, Scarlowy. Hello. What's the matter, Thomas? You've just saved him from an embarrassing situation. He has not. I've got nothing to be embarrassed about. Then answer this question. Do you really think I look lovely? I hope to hear your answer someday. Until then, have a good one, handsome.
I'm gonna have a look.
Smooth, Thomas. Real smooth. Sorry I didn't get here sooner. I doubt it would have made much difference. Does she know how you feel about her? Probably. Everyone else does. Then the best of luck to you, my friend. Thanks. Anyway, how are things going with you? Well enough, considering the repercussions of the Marston Heights situation. I know what you mean. All this fussing about with the coal is ridiculous. You never realize just how much you depend on something until it's gone. Very true. But I wasn't just talking about the coal. I meant that our little line may soon be experiencing its own strikes. What? Where? Up at Ben Glass for a start. There's talk going around the docks there. And over at the Boxford Ballast Mine, there have been suspicious happenings among the workers. I tell you what, Thomas, if either of those businesses stop trading, then we may as well close up shop altogether. Oh, that's rough, mate. Mr. Starr was right. Strikes are like lightning. You never know where they're going to hit. That was very true, and it came as an absolute shock when the dock workers at Knapford walked away from their jobs. With no one able to unload the ships, the harbour ground to a halt. Needless to say, we were absolutely frantic when this happened, as we lost the bulk of our goods traffic practically overnight. Furthermore, all shipping was redirected to Brendam. But our loss wasn't necessarily to the middies' gain. They were buried under the weight of so much work and struggled to keep up. This left them exhausted and irritable. And rather than risk having his engines go on strike, Mr. Zorro reached out to Mr. Starr for help. Before long, Medes and Nor'easters were once again working together, bustling up and down the branch and shunting trucks about the dockside. Of course, we weren't the only ones who had to work hard to keep the docks in order. 10 Cents had also been called in to help Drolan handle the many ships that were entering and leaving port. At first, they got along as well as the rest of us. But that, I'm sorry to say, would come to an abrupt end. Okay, you're all good. Welcome to Sodor. Valamogal. They certainly get inventive when naming ships. What is that? It probably sounds as made up as it looks. Ahoy! 10 Cents! What are you doing? Getting a suntan. What do you think I'm doing? I'm bringing in whatever this ship is called. First, it is pronounced Valamogulis. Second, you have brought her in to the wrong berth. The wrong berth? What are you on about? Schedule says she's for berth 4. Then why have you brought her in to berth 9? Berth 9? Are you serious? I am always serious when it comes to my work, 10 Cents. Oh, suffering stacks. Sorry. Let's just get her out on the double. A naval tramper's meant to be docking here soon. There. Satisfied? Don't get snippy with me just because you made a mistake. If you had done a better job showing me around the place, I wouldn't have made that mistake. I doubt that very much. But it doesn't matter now. Head on over to the munitions factory and... Hold up. Where do you get off ordering me about? I am the senior-most tug in the harbour. I can delegate. Well, go delegate to some other scrub. I've got work to do elsewhere. Upstart wakewasher. Rusty old tub. What's going on over there? Sounds like 10 Cents and Drolan are having a bit of a row. Aye. It seems 10 Cents made a wee blunder with that ship over there. Why 10 Cents? Drolan could have easily made the mistake. Drolan doesn't make mistakes. Oh, so he's perfect? He's a problem solver, Percy. You mean like what he did to Bulstrode? I heard about that. Didn't the Coast Guard have to get involved? Aye. And that disagreeable hulk was taken away. Problem solved. So, smash them up or throw them aside. That's your solution to all problems, is it, Douglas? I must say, until I met you and Donald, I didn't think it was possible that twins could be so different from each other. Now don't you go mocking Donnie when he's not here to defend himself. I wasn't. Him, I like. And I'll be sure to tell him that next time I see him. Ark! The nerve of that obnoxious green caterpillar. Too right. I can't believe I was actually glad when the Nor'easters showed up to help. Me neither. But I guess we all make mistakes. I am perfectly capable of handling trucks, thank you, Lily. I wasn't saying you weren't. I'm just saying there are things you need to know about handling ones filled with china clay. Let me guess. Don't bump them too hard. It's not brain surgery. Fine. If you're so all-knowing, then don't listen to me. That was the plan. Oh, for goodness sake, Gordon. Get your coal and move along so someone else can top up. I'm an important engine. Important engines need plenty of coal, but I doubt if you'll understand that, Reginald. I'm surprised you do. Cool. You impudent wretch. Goodness me. How much more of this can we take? Then, later on, I heard Eric get into it with Peter. I think the MIDI saltiness is rubbing off on us. Aye, it seems to be testing our patience. Have you had a row with any of them? Not as of yet. And a good thing too, as Colin is meant to be acting as my banker for this train. Where is he anyway? He's not coming, Henry. What? Why not? He's been held up at the docks, so we'll have to carry on without him. Are you joking? I'll burst a valve trying to haul this lot up the hill. Well, there's not a whole lot we can do about it. Passy, any chance you can help out? Sorry, Henry, but I have to run a commuter train in 15 minutes. Bother. I guess I'll have to pull a piston then. No need, Henry. Hi there, Phyllis. How are you this evening? Duck, what are you doing here? You almost sound unhappy to see me, Percy. Of course I'm happy to see you. Just surprised. Me too. When did you get here? Earlier today. And I was quite surprised when I arrived at Knapford to find Edward and Toby were the only ones there. They then told me about your little arrangement with the middies. How's that going, by the way? Very, very taxing. I see. So, why are you here, Duck? It's because of the whole Wendell thing. The GWR's reputation and business relations with your group and the middies took a severe hit. So, I'm kind of here as a goodwill gesture, to help out wherever and whoever needs it. Looks like I arrived just in time in your case, Henry. Aye, I could use a reliable engine to act as a banker. Just give me a push up the hill, and that'll do it. Tops, let's get to it. Right, all coupled up and ready to go. Just a word of caution, Duck. This brake van's getting on in years, so take it easy. No worries. Thanks for the warning. Are you ready back there? Yes, I am. Let's go. Good grief! This train is heavier than I thought. Are you all right back there, Duck? Yeah, I'm fine. This is just really hard. Easy on the brake van, Duck. Yes, I'm... What was that? It sounded like... Oh no, I think the van's breaking up. Yeah, she's breaking up all right. Jump out! Great Scott! What on earth? Duck, what's happening back there? Henry, you won't believe this. I'm curious, Henry. Can you go a single day without getting into an accident? That depends. Can you go a single day without being obnoxious and vile? No. Wait, what? Didn't expect that, did you? Bother. You could be a bit more respectful, Diesel. We are helping you out, after all. Let's not pretend your motives are altruistic, James. You're only here because our director is paying yours. And if your group could handle the work, your director wouldn't have begged ours for assistance. Ow! The sausage speaks. What? Oh, that's it. I've had enough. I refuse to continue working alongside such slanderous scoundrels. I'm with you, Gordon. I'm not putting up with these mugs any longer. You coming, James? Right behind you. Let's see how well you middies manage the docks without us. We'll manage just fine. That's right. Who needs you? We do, you blithering imbeciles. We do, sir. Of course. The whole reason I had Mr. Starr loan his engines to us was so we could keep up with the deluge of shipping that's been pouring in. Oh, right. Sorry, sir. If it helps, sir, I heard the strike at Knapford could be over soon. Could is far from certain, Adam. Even if it were to end tomorrow, we still need to be able to move today's cargo. I'm going to call Mr. Starr and hope he's still willing to work with us. And if he's not, sir, then you two can explain to the others why they'll be working back-to-back shifts until the work is done. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Sometimes I wonder what I did in a previous life to deserve such incompetence. I'm very disappointed with you three. For what possible reason? For storming off like a bunch of children just because you got into a tiff with the middies. What would you have done, Toby? I would have asked them to stop. And if that didn't work, I would have ignored them. That would have been the sensible thing to do. But clearly good sense is something that is lost on you three. Sir, we won't. I don't want to hear it, Gordon. Let's not forget that the middies are paying us for our help. And so long as the strike at Knapford keeps going, we'll need every shilling we can get if we're to keep running. So we're to just suffer the middies' abuse, are we, sir? No, you're not. I'm going to speak to Mr. Zorro about that. I'm also going to tell him that you three will be returning to Brendam first thing tomorrow. But, sir, and any engine who complains will be handling garbage duty for the next month. Any objections? Good. Toby, give me a ride back to the station. Yes, sir. Honestly, I expected better from you three. Expected better? What? Like he's so perfect? Never mind him. What about Mr. Starr? Threatening us with garbage duty if we don't do what he says. I don't know about you two, but I'm sick of how he keeps barking orders at us like that. Oh, I'm with you there, Gordon. But there's not a whole lot we can do about it. Au contraire, James. There is something we can do about it. Where is Edward? He was supposed to be here 10 minutes ago. If he's not here soon, things could get ugly with the passengers. Sorry I'm late, sir. I got held up at the sheds. Held up at the sheds? Is that your way of saying you overslept, Edward? No, sir. I lost track of the time because I was trying to dissuade Gordon, Henry, and James from a very unwise course of action. Oh, don't tell me. We're on strike, Mr. Starr. Of course you are. This is no joke, sir. Do you see anybody laughing, Gordon? What's the problem? Being forced to work alongside engines who mock us despite our help. Not being allowed to voice any objection to such an arrangement. And being threatened with menial work if we do speak up. I'm sorry. Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry for that garbage duty remark I made yesterday. It was unprofessional. You have the right to voice your opinion. Were you expecting a fight, Gordon? We all were, sir. That's not the way I resolve business disputes. As for working with the middies, I was sincere when I said I would talk to Mr. Zorro about it, and I have. He has promised there will be no more insults from his crew. He and his engines are very grateful for the help we're providing. And going forward, I will refrain from using coercion to get you to obey my orders. Thank you very much, sir. We greatly appreciate that. All right. Now that's all settled. Would you three kindly make your way over to Brendam? I'm sure the middies are desperate for your help. And they most certainly were. When Gordon, Henry, and James arrived, they found Brendam in a state of disarray. Cargo lay on the quays, ships and passengers were delayed. Everyone was complaining about the shoddy state of Mr. Zorro's operations. When Gordon, Henry, and James arrived, they were practically greeted as heroes. Working together once again, the docks were quickly put back in order. This time, there wasn't a single antagonistic word between us engines.
Something like this.
All the same, when the strike ended back in Hartford,
I remember
we
when this
nor'easters
came out.
couldn't get back there
Yeah,
for
I
months.
remember this. Oh, this was
And a
around
week
the time
later,
season 21 came
Marston
out.
Heights was
I
also
remember,
back in
I
business.
remember the reaction.
Duck was invaluable in the days that followed the mine's reopening,
Those were the
delivering the
days.
coal wherever it was needed.
What were your
I'm pleased to say that nobody gave him grief over his accident on Gordon's Hill. And I mean nobody. However, I am sorry to say that there were serious and
Interestingly,
unexpected consequences to
when
that
this
accident,
image first
but
came,
that is a story
um,
for another day.
I remember when, by the time Series 21 came to air on Milkshake in the September of that year, 2017, it really tainted I feel it really tainted fans' views of what to expect, because everything we saw from the frenetic, fast-paced action that was introduced in Series 21, as well as the pratfalling nature of the Fat Controller, and the engine movements that were like Chuggington. It was a taste of what to come, because we just watched Series 21, continuing on from the vibe we got from having watched the Arsdale trilogy from Series 20, and all the great episodes like Henry Gets the Express, and others. I feel Series 21 would have been met with a lot more positive reception, and we would have been a lot more calmer about letting the changes being introduced. But because we'd suddenly been made aware Thomas is not going to follow the same continuity that had been established in the Brenner era, and that he'll be on a completely different new path, I think it really did make us fearful for what was to come in the future. Certainly that happened for me, but I can't answer for everybody else. That's just my view.
Yeah, likewise, Jamie, because when I first saw this news for this big Avengers from the beginning, right at the end of July, I was both surprised and shocked nonetheless. But at the same time, I did feel rather curious, cautiously curious, to see what it will be like in the future, because it's kept the same style of the CGI series, even before the Arc Productions and Jam Fields taken over Nitrogen Studios duties after their contract ended following Series 16. And it wasn't long after the NIPCOM events in October with the return of the 2 episodes, from what I've heard. I believe it's the Thomas and the Dragon, and that's one of those episodes.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I think it was what Rebecca. No, it was Rebecca's introduction episode. I think it was one of the Rebecca episodes.
Yeah, one of those.
But I know I remember that. Gosh, it seems so long ago though.
Yeah.
What was that? The BAFTA screening in
Oh
September?
No, that was even before that.
No, that
MIT Junior thing.
Nip Junior.
Oh yeah.
In 2017, that had Ian McHugh, Michaela Winter, and Christopher Keenan.
Yeah. The whole that whole panel is still up on YouTube. I think if people are still interested to watch it, it's a really interesting watch. I think.
Oh yes, I know the one you're on about now. Yes, I remember
And
that.
Actually, I remember the first episode we saw was like some phone recording of their first showing of Thomas and the Dragon, I think. And you know, we had that one diesel pass by the screen. Thomas couldn't hear what
I
going
remember
was
that.
saying. And I remember people were really upset by that.
Interestingly, keep saying that word all the time. When I had my work experience at Milkshake, the following year in 2018, in early 2018, I was made aware. Of course, I'd already established that I knew quite a lot about Thomas, and one of the staff actually showed me a video that they'd been sent by Mattel on Series 22. They were having like episodes sent to them, all the like in stages, and one of them that came through was used as promotional material. Yeah, that was Thomas and the Dragon, and I remember on a lunch break, someone showed me Thomas and the Dragon, and I thought, oh my goodness, I'm watching this before like everybody else. And what I saw, I remember being quite hyped about it because it was so new from what I'd seen, but I couldn't really get a balanced perspective on whether I really liked it or whether I felt there could have been improvements. Afterwards, once Series 22 was fully aired, I felt no, I did not enjoy that episode one iota.
Oh, right. I mean, right after the initial, during the Milkshake studio, it was right after the first initial broadcast on Milkshake was later, that you started to realize that something was wrong.
Yes.
I think it's interesting you say that because with a lot of people, they usually have a very different perspective of something the first time they watch it, and on a repeat watch, weeks, months later, I mean, sometimes people, they stand by their first initial impressions of something. That's why you're not really seeing a lot of people change their minds when it comes to this era, but it does happen sometimes. And I know that I was definitely a bit more optimistic than I think most of my friends were at the time. I was willing to at least give it a chance, but actually, in preparation for this live stream, Daniel, when you told me about this, I suddenly remembered that I had two Google Docs written up on like what I thought of Big World, Big Adventures of the era. I had a review for Steve Team's Rescue that I had been meaning to send to you, but I forgot to, and just my thoughts on the series as a whole, I think.
Everyone's perspectives is understandably different, and there is no right or wrong on anyone can view it as is. Yeah, you know, they can say, if they can, when really they can still get to express themselves. Like you and Jamie here, if you could go and say something like, oh, this episode is good, or something's not right about it yet.
Yeah. Yes.
I agree. Sorry.
No, I was going to say I agree with Luke in the fact I too was quite optimistic about what the reboot had to offer. I think because also we knew that the team that had produced such great content was behind it, and therefore we were hopeful that it wasn't going to be a repeat of what we'd experienced earlier in the decade. So I think that also helped to the optimistic hope that it wasn't going to suck.
Absolutely, I completely agree with that. I think what I was hoping for was something stylized after the Great Race, because I feel like the Great Race hit a good balance between what fans wanted to see and what the corporate side of Mattel wanted to see out of Thomas. And I feel like, though aspects of that film could have been better, I think a lot of people really enjoyed it, and it's definitely a very fun special, and I think that's what I was just really looking for with this era, something
Because it's like
fun.
sort of a musical, isn't it? It's like a first
Yeah.
film is like a musical.
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic. It's quite funny as well.
About me. Great. On my first viewing of that movie in the cinemas, I was nonetheless not impressed. But however, after frequent reviewings in the local cinemas, I somehow started to feel warm. I started to feel warmed up. I started to warm up in the end, and I found out that there may be some heart and effort that's put into it in spite of a couple of the flaws in terms of
Yeah,
and stuff.
I'd rather have me first. Sorry, Chris.
Well, I was only going to say that it's interesting hearing you say about Great Race being able to balance both what fans want and what the executives want. I felt it was quite a very executive-driven special, and I think that it was. And this is something I want to stress: is that I feel quite strongly that introducing 12 brand new characters in a 60-minute special was such a gamble that I don't think they really thought through, well, are we really gonna invent all these personas, different personality traits to each individual character, give them exposure time for the audience to warm up to them, or are we just gonna have them as fodder, because a lot of work went into this by the animators and railway consultants checking up on all the technical accuracies. But I feel hardly you only get to see in that special. You only get to focus on 3-4 characters at most, which is, to be fair, all you can do with a 60-minute Thomas special. I feel had the Great Race had the running time of Big World Big Adventures, i.e. 80 minutes, it would have fared, I think, a lot better in terms of plot development and also giving the characters time and exposure. But I feel they put all their eggs in one basket. That special person.
That's really interesting that you say that, because when it came to the new characters that the Great Race introduced, I always thought that they felt more like background assets and tools that go into like making up I wouldn't call it fodder, but I'd say it's more like making the event seem more believable. And of course I wasn't expecting them to develop all of the characters or even going into each of them, but I felt like I think even with the characters that they did focus on, there probably could have been more. That was one of the shortcomings, I felt.
And this is the poster for the next Junior World premiere October 2017, and that's really spoken of earlier.
That's a good poster. I like the picture. That's really good.
Yeah, same here. Especially with the top above caption, which says C. Thomas and his all new series available from fall 2018. 26 11-minute episodes.
I remember. Oh, I think it might have been this exact image that showed up. I think it was as the first batch of season 21 episodes were airing. I think it was the Harvey episode. Oh, I forget what it's called. Stuck in Gear. I think it was the day that episode aired. I think this came out. And
that's really well remembered, actually. I wouldn't have remembered that.
I remembered it because I woke up at like 6 a.m. to see these episodes airing live because I was that excited. Because it's going off the coattails of season 20. I was really excited for that.
Yeah.
And
well, usually I put them on. Sometimes when we miss them, because me and my wife was on Sky. Usually when I pick the kids up from school, I download them before I pick them up, and then because they miss them in the morning, because they get up at 7 or so, it's because we've got to get them ready for school. But every time we come back, before we pick them up, I download the episode each day, and then I say to Connor, "We've got another new episode. Let me try again. I said to him, we've got a new episode, you want to watch it? They went, yes, please. So that's how I get it ready. He sings a song, you know, he loves the Thomas songs and everything, which is good. He sings along sometimes. But sometimes when there's characters he doesn't know, he asks me, who's that Orin Kane? Oh, that's Nia, she's a new character. But he found out about Nia because he saw the film Big World Big Adventures in the cinema once or twice. So he actually enjoyed it.
What did you think of Nia? I'm interested, you know, from a child's point of view. What did they have a did they find her relatable, or like connect? Did they find it easy to relate to the character? Did they just not go out and buy the? I'm speaking in third person. I don't know why I am, but did your son like Nia, or was he more interested in other characters like Ace or any of the more well-established characters?
Well, each season he gets interested on the new characters, and, you know, but he does love all the other characters. But his most favourite, not Big World Big Adventures related, I'll tell you, he loves the miniature engines, Rexpert and Mike.
Oh, that's really good news. I like to hear that.
He actually told me they're his most favourites, but I told him I love, apart from the Fat Controller's engines, I love the Narrow Gauge engines. You know, Skull and all that.
Yeah.
But no, he does get interested in which characters who. Sometimes there's some characters he likes, sometimes there's characters he doesn't like. For example, he doesn't like Max and Monty from the Solar Construction Company because they're very naughty trucks. But when he first saw Nia on the cinema, he was quite interested of what she was like. And there was one, but on the film, we loved the song. Sometimes you make a bigger sound.
Oh, that's a good song, to be fair. It is a great song.
Me and my son Connor, we love that song. Sometimes when we watch the film, right, so we both sing along, you know, because we both love the song and we sing along to it. Because it's a good song. And it's like emotional. You get guilty and you want to sing to get off your chest. Like Thomas was feeling, you feel guilty and get it out of there. If you can't, then you have to put yourself by trying to find his friend, you know, sort things out. But the song Sometimes You Make a Friend, that is a wonderful song. There was other songs that were good, like what was it? We're Friends, yeah. There was two versions of it. One at the beginning, and then there was the one where Thomas was back on solo with Nia.
The reprise.
And he invited her to stay, because Nia had nowhere else to go, and that's a good thing. But my son Connor, we love the song Sometimes You Make a Friend, because you can feel it in your heart, like it's a good song. And it gets you in your heart, like
it's a very emotional song.
Yeah, because sometimes in the year, he loves the song a lot, and he watched my Day Out with Thomas music videos I make on my channel, and he said to me one day, you know what, Daddy, I wish you did my favourite Thomas song from the Big World Big Adventures film. And I asked him, which one's that? And he said, you know, I'm sorry. I thought, oh, that one. But what he didn't know was that I already did it. I dedicated it to him because he loves that song, so I dedicated it to him. I said to him, this is for you. And I played it on my YouTube channel on the telly, and he loved it. And do you know what? He cried. Bless his heart. He really cried. He gave me a nice big cuddle, and he said that was the best video he's ever seen out of all the others.
Adorable.
That really not hard, and that really made me happy. I was Jesus.
Proud moment.
What he's watching, but I was in tears as well because he was happy and I was happy. I was happy that he loved it, and he's happy because I made it. And he actually said to me that and you know what, he keeps watching sometimes on the telly. He keeps watching my video of the song, and he just watches it non-stop. He's had a long break of watching it, but all I can tell you is that that is going to be our favourite song from the film. Yeah. It's going to be like our favourite favorite Thomas song from each generation. You know, it's my favorite, and then his favorite.
In a way, that's kind of your song now, if you know what I mean. It's like you. It kind of belongs to you and your son, which is really sweet. That's a really heartwarming story.
Yeah. I think I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, but yeah, it's all about our song. Yeah, and we love it. We just listen to it non-stop. That's quite good.
That reminds me, excuse me, Scott. That's what I'm wondering. What do you really think about the film after seeing it for how many times you've seen the Big World Big Adventures movie on its own?
What was that?
What I'm saying was, what do you think about Big World Big Adventures the movie after seeing it in cinemas? What do you think?
Yeah, okay, sorry, yeah, okay. I thought it was okay. I thought it was good. It was really good, yeah. A good way to start with Gordon, Cheese and Tom as usual, but one thing I was quite upset about, no offence to you guys and the viewers who are watching, was no innovation. No innovation. Mark Morgan wasn't on there, but it was really good. The story was absolutely fantastic. But one of my favourite parts of the film
Bye, guy.
was when Ace, the racing car, was silly at the beginning. You know, he was doing something dangerous, like jumping over the bridge on the track and then head to the road, like when he saw Flying Scotsman. Because when Connor saw it, he said, "Oh, it's Flying Scotsman." And I said to him, "Shh, say it quietly, Connor, in the cinema, otherwise we'll be in trouble." He didn't know that. But yeah, so it was, yeah. But I think Big World Big Adventures, I do love it. It's a good film. It's really good, and it's because it will be like on my favourites list, but not the most, not the least, but just in the middle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we enjoy that, and yeah, like I said, my son Connor loves it as well, and that was the first Thomas film, possibly the only Thomas film he saw at the cinema. So we absolutely enjoyed it. We both loved it, and like I said, we both loved the song. Sometimes you make a friend, and excuse my wife in the background. George sabotages everything.
The dream for one more, Keller.
So I was saying, one good memory for me, Connor, is the song, Sometimes You Make Friends. So that's one memory that we'll never forget. So, Big World Big Adventures, I do love the movie.
For me, that's a very good perspective on how much I think. For me, it's one of those kind of what, Daniel, might have to repeat everything you just said because your internet's gone really funny.
I'm not sure if it's because maybe someone isn't wearing headphones and it's like the speakers.
Getting feedback.
Yeah, I think someone's getting feedback somewhere. I'm good.
I think I know why. If you get something in the background, that's my parents' front door. They drop my shop. But I'll mute myself, and then once it's done, I'll mute it.
Okay. Getting back to my thoughts on Big Adventures. What I was saying, I honestly thought it was one of those fun road trip out of this world movies that I really enjoyed watching it after all the years. Pretty much like Snoopy Come Home and Rain Man and Dumb and Dumber, those counts of road trip movies.
Right.
Big Adventures. I found it to be a lot of fun to watch, and with the exception, in spite of a couple of flaws that outside, mostly one of those, like seeing the other racing car characters, wondering in my mind, I couldn't help but feeling it. I was thinking more about Pixar's cars and like, why not? It's people are unfavorably comparing the character of Abe to Lightning McQueen. You know, how free and easy.
Yeah.
That reminds me. Here's the sex life. My thoughts on Ace 2 was an interestingly developed, well-developed character, as well as an addition of the voice like this. I felt that my personality wasn't this intensive to be this douche move, so to speak. Especially when manipulating Thomas to tricking Mia into having a race. When really he wanted to make Thomas lose track of her, and they end up alone on their own during the time in Grand Canyon in the States. Yeah. Shortly before the others run away to start a mine and bump into the trucks, and they come off with the rails. And he's like, whoa, this is fun. But understandably said, this is not like the we shouldn't have used Mia. Yeah, that kind of real and I felt, in short, I felt very mixed on
I think it's always interesting to hear when people say that they don't like a mean-spirited character, because I feel like even if a character isn't like the nicest person in the world, I think they're still interesting to watch. Like, it's interesting to hear that like a lot of people don't like Ace or Samson or even Vinny. It's like, I don't, because like even if like they're mean-spirited, it's always interesting to hear. It's like, oh, they're mean in universe, therefore they're bad. I feel like that isn't always the case, and it's like you can have some like really interesting characters like say Gordon or James who aren't always the nicest, but like they are interesting and like well-rounded characters, you know.
I think it's also because Gordon and James have redeeming features of their own, despite their flaws.
Mm-hmm.
And I think also, I think with Ace's story, he does seem to come across as a bit, well, very brash and quite, well, very, very cocky. And there's not at all many points where you feel he gets his comeuppance or he gets his just desserts. I think that's probably what people don't particularly gel with his character very much, because he reaches his destination, seemingly ruin Thomas's friendship with Nia for his own selfish drives. And it just, I think there's not really a lot of comeuppance that he gets, apart from losing Thomas as a friend, but then he never really appreciated Thomas as a friend to begin with. It was all about Ace and Ace alone. So I think that's why people don't particularly like his character.
Yeah. At least in the end, there was we did find that at least one of the only things I did found Ace amusing was the fact that he was afraid of animals like monkeys and snakes. He thought it's a lot like a snake, but really it was cowboy's rope. That's it. Cowboys and cowbells coming to their rescue.
As for the movie, I thought, again, I tried to stay as optimistic as possible in the build-up, because I know that even before the film came out, the months felt like years, and everyone was relentlessly like, this is going to be bad, this is going to be so bad, I don't even like it, and I haven't seen it yet, this is going to be bad. And then I tried to give it as fair of an opportunity as I could. I watched it, and I was left feeling very unimpressed. I didn't like it. And I'm not gonna like blame people for liking it or disliking it. It's like, it's your own opinion. But me personally, it just didn't really sit well with me. I think that's interesting what you said earlier, Daniel. Like, it doesn't feel like Thomas. Again,
Yeah.
going back to what I said even earlier than that, of like, I probably would have accepted like the film as a whole, like take the same story elements, take the same characters and the songs, but I think like format it in a way similar to The Great Race, and how like not only it looked, the way it sounded, and the way the story progressed. I felt like The Great Race, Big World Big Adventures felt like it was trying to be The Great Race Part 2, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
In trying to be a bit, you know, flashier, a bit more off the wall, a bit more crazy, if you know what I mean. And it just didn't quite sit well with me. I will say I did actually appreciate that there wasn't a narrator. I felt like that helped the story because like in Thomas specials, you'll see that like there is a narrator for like maybe the first act, partway through the second, and then they'll just drop it completely, and maybe he'll come back near the end. Probably not. I felt like this was an interesting experiment with that, and though I understand the narrator is a core like staple for Thomas, it was interesting to see how, you know, with CGI you don't necessarily need one, and I almost wish the series followed that too, because I felt like we didn't need Thomas as the narrator. But we'll get onto that later. There's more of that to come.
I want to add to I want to comment on your point, Luke, that when you said that Big World Big Adventures felt like The Great Race Part 2, and it's interesting you say that, because I was talking to Ethan Selby Davis of Two Face Tart Production, and he commented that The Great Race felt more like an event rather than a yearly special. I thought that was really interesting, because I understood slightly what he meant. So do you mean when you say Big World Big Adventures was like The Great Race Part 2, trying to be a bit more flashier and out there, do you feel it's because Big World Big Adventures was trying to be more worldly, bold and impressive in what it could do, so it was almost treated like an event as well as being part of the annual special for that year?
It feels like it came under both, because of course like the specials at the time were like an obligation, we have to do the specials, but I feel like in 2016 with The Great Race it was something to really get excited over. With The Great Race, again, that was coming off of The Adventure Begins and Lost Treasure, so there was a lot of anticipation around that one in particular. I think when it comes to Big Worlds, people were already lowering their expectations quite a lot. And then when you have, they were obviously trying to like, this is it, guys. This is like Thomas's soft reboot. This is going to be like the new thing that we're going to try and introduce. Come on, it's going to be great. We're going to start with this new film. You can just jump into the series right from here. It's going to be fine. But it also did feel like, you know, the yearly obligation was special as well. So Big World, it felt like it was trying to be The Great Race. Maybe not Great Race Part 2, but definitely like, we're going to be fun like The Great Race. And I felt like it didn't quite work like that.
Well, it's like related to The Great Race, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite closely linked with, especially the international elements, and also just trying to be a bit more fun.
Yeah.
Trying to be, you know, doesn't mean it worked, but it, you know.
That reminds me, guys. Luke, those were interesting those were interesting points you provided on. And that reminds me, I had some observations, mostly on the animation and visuals on the movie and series 22 to 24.
Can I quickly just add in a quick point? With when you said the connection between The Great Race and Big World Big Adventures, I personally feel that with Big World Big Adventures, they missed out on an opportunity to hone back to Hero of the Rails, where Thomas's CGI journey first started, because I feel they could have done a really nice overarching story where you have, so obviously in Hero of the Rails at the end, when Hero goes back to Japan or the faraway land, as they
That's actually a good film, that one.
when Thomas said maybe I could visit you, when I first watched that special, thought, oh my god, are we actually going to see Thomas in Japan? Like, wow, because Thomas had never left Sodor before, unless if you're discounting Series 4. But the when they did the Hero finale bit, I feel obviously Hero came back to Sodor, and I feel if Thomas was to go around the world, maybe there could have been, for Big World Big Adventures, an underlying arc where Thomas feels, oh, I want to visit Hero in his homeland because he always comes to me, but I never go to him. And so then he tries to go to Japan sneakily, like he does in the normal special, you know, try and sneaks onto a boat. But then suddenly the boat gets diverted, maybe due to rough seas. And so Thomas ends up in a completely different country. And then Nia is an engine who he feels he can trust to help him get to Japan. And so the special shows Thomas trying to get to Japan and the journey he makes. And I feel that would have been a really nice overarching story to bring closure to what we were left with at the end of Hero of the Rails. That's just my
that
view.
was actually a good film, that was.
I think.
Hey, we got Jonathan here. Hello,
Hi, Jonathan.
At the
I
moment,
think.
he muted himself, but we'll get back to that. No, honestly, I just realized that there was apparently a deleted scene during the song.
Hello.
Free and Eat. No, hello, Jonathan. How you
Hi.
doing? We're discussing the year of Big World Big Event. We're talking of the movie. Oh, that's good. You're doing good. Jonathan? You doing good?
I know. I can see.
Right. And that reminds me.
Carry on.
Let's take a look into this chart here.
Oh.
Ironic face with what is this called again? With his moon?
It's the sundial.
Yeah.
Sundial thing, yeah. During the
The sun worshippers, yeah.
Yeah.
Sun worshippers. Yes, that's the point. It was during that the part where Thomas Nia stopped at the signal, whereas we meet colors for that one brief moment in the final version of the music video, which ended after a brief conversation between colors and eggs. But during the YouTube upload, original YouTube upload of the said music video, from what I remember, there is the extended bit of that conversation, where colors tells Nathan that he brought up the discussion of the sun worshipper, and he's shown the example by doing this crazy move with this the smokestack or whatever you call it, the showing of the dial worshippers thing, and with some goofy face here, leaving Ace in confusion from what I understand. I could be confused as well, and well,
It was a bit weird because I remember
Very weird.
I specifically remember that the official Thomas YouTube channel, I think it might have been the UK one, they uploaded the Free and Easy song as it was in the movie with this scene in it. That's how it got out. But I remember that was uploaded before the actual Big World Big Adventures premiere. So to me, it seems like they were trying to gauge like an audience reaction, like how would people react if this scene was in the movie? Because I think they were worried it might be considered racist, offensive if they left this in. And it also, I think, also part of the reason they took it out, I think
that could be anyone's guess. But
I think I'm not saying that the team are like racist or they were trying to be offensive, but it could be interpreted that way. I think it also could have been a factor into like it might have messed with the pace of the scene a bit. Because they're in the middle of a song when this happens, and like they stop the whole scene just for this one joke, and it doesn't add anything. and then they're like, okay, let's get back to the song. Like it's never even acknowledged again. So why was this like in at all? You know?
Yeah, I would say its omission was definitely welcomed and definitely made the movie that much quicker to get over with, and also just it was unnecessary filler and didn't really add a lot other than, oh, look at this goofy thing that we can pull in to keep the children's attention. But Luke, I wouldn't say that racist is the right word. I would say culturally insensitive. I think there's a difference.
Fair enough.
And I was surprised that they cut it out, and I would be surprised if they did cut it out because of its perceived cultural insensitivity. As in, I don't know if there would have been many parents who would have complained about that, or children. And so it'd be interesting to know who made the final decision or the call to say to the editors and the producers, please cut that bit out, because
even I was quite surprised that upon the initial cinema viewing, when it's publicly out in cinemas, this part was cut out after a brief conversation, and instead we quickly gone back to the song. But it is understandable, really, because from what I said earlier, though, this scene I found it to be rather confusing, to be honest.
I'm just shocked that it was like written in at all. Like, of course I think they wanted to just give Carlos spotlight, like to give him his scene in the movie, because like in the series, Thomas doesn't have any episodes set in Mexico, and I can get why they're like, well, we'll just have a brief Carlos cameo here. But the fact that it got from like scripting to storyboard and even animation, finalized animation, and everyone's like, yeah, this is good, we'll just keep this in, and it's fine. It's like shocking to me that it's like it got this far.
Luke, if this is shocking to you, this is the same animation team and same production team that allowed Thomas to do the loop round the Grand Canyon off the track and somehow continue to chuck forward whilst turning upside down a steam locomotive with a full heavy train, doing the loop round the Grand Canyon, and somehow landing perfectly back onto the tracks.
Again,
and
like
how that went from production storyboard to the final editing process, and with people thinking, yeah, this is fine. I'd rather be outraged at that rather than the sundial thing. But
I think with that one, it felt like they're like, okay, we need something for like this cool trailer, maybe a toy. Have Thomas do the loop, and that could be a toy or a big moment in the trailer. Like, can I get something to get people to watch this movie? And again, I felt like that didn't add much to that scene.
In the Great Race, that the toy called
Yeah, the Bridgestone. It's the Bridgestone again. Of just like, it doesn't need to be here.
Yeah.
I'm always, when it comes to Big World, Big Adventures and just talking or even thinking about it, I always start thinking like, it's not that bad. But then I think about it more and it's like, oh no, it is that bad. Or it's just like, I get progressively angrier when it comes to just talking about it. It's hard, like when it comes to saying, is this the worst thing in the show? I don't know. Maybe for some people, but it's just like, it is upsetting to think that it's come to this.
For me, I found when I first watched Big World, Big Adventures, I watched it in Birmingham at the cinema with Elliot Killick Ward and Ethan Selby Davis, and I wasn't impressed, and I totally with you on that, Luke. And I found it weirdly enough, and I think this is similar to what Sean O'Connor said, I think, on his social media account. He said that as a children's film, Big World, Big Adventures does quite a good job as a standalone children's film, if you ignored the Railway series, if you ignored the past continuity of the series, as a standalone children's film that you take your 5-year-old or 3-year-old to see, then you would probably be entertained by what you saw. And I have to agree with that. But so for me, it has some entertainment factor, sort of, just about. The loop scene really took the good brownie point marks off for me when I was rating it. But I found it average. I found if I was to rate it, I would give it a 4 out of 10 or 5 out of 10. I think. Four out of 10.
I think it's interesting that you say it should be able to like stand on its own, because I think that should be the case with every Thomas movie. It should just be able to stand on its own as its own thing. But when it comes to like its inclusion in the series, it definitely feels like a soft reboot in the sense of like this is like the new era of Thomas. This is a new sort of continuity, but they're also keeping in the old continuity. And it's like I either just like commit to a fully new reboot or just like keep doing what you're doing, don't even bother at all. And we have both, where they and we have an actual reboot which is coming in, and that's a fairly different discussion which we won't get into here, but
we'll go into it, I guess, at a later time.
Okay.
I think
There was another observation that I've had in mind. Remember that you, me, and Elliot were at one of the premiering hotels at Leicester, Jimmy, the August meeting, and Elliot showed us the examples of animation differences between Series 21 and Big World Bigger Dentist, the movie. Remember that?
Yes, I think I do. Yes.
Yeah. Here is the example. This is Series 21 animation that is also like that in the past series.
That's the Free Engines Gruff, I believe.
No, that's actually PA Problems.
PA Problems. That's
Yeah.
season 20, I think.
Series
21.
21.
This is Series 21, and this is Big World Big.
it's like night and day. It's like night and day.
They look a bit darker, but just a little bit shinier, if you could tell.
Yeah, that is correct, Scott. That is absolutely correct. The shyness on the engine's paint, it did look a little too shiny. As much as I like
Well, they
this,
haven't been that shiny since Series 5.
yeah. As much as I like this style, at the same time though, after having talked with Jamie and Elliot, that's when I started to feel mixed after I watched the initial broadcast of Series 22 episodes.
Yeah.
Didn't
The
it?
animation is really interesting that you bring that up, because there's times where it looks, quite decent, where it looks kind of in line with what we've come to expect from, Thomas in the Brenner era. But then there are things that are kind of distracting in the sense of like the set design. When it comes to original sets, they look quite nice sometimes. When it comes to original sets, like in the Big World era, it's kind of a mixed bag where it's like they can have some really nice looking sets, and other times it's just like we're gonna have Knapford Yards reskinned 5 times for each country, and it really shows, because it's visually distracting if it's too similar to what we know in Sodor.
The recycling of sets is
Never
really
Yes,
interesting. What were you going to say, Scott? I interrupted you.
Oh, I said there's Sydney in the picture because I like
There he is.
All right.
It's different.
If I'm not mistaken, no, it can't be Sydney Sings, could it?
Yeah, it is Sydney.
Yeah, I like that one because that's quite a funny episode. Even that one's kind of like that one. Oh, look at that!
You see the difference? Yeah.
Yeah.
Series
Yeah,
20,
I do. Yeah.
Series, wait, let me stop. This is Series 20, and this is Series 22.
And look at bright stuff on
Yeah,
there.
I noticed they got rid of the shadows, the dark shadows in everything.
shady
That's
bit,
why
yeah.
you're able to see the walls, the station walls in Knackford Station interior. You're able to see the brickwork very clearly, whereas in Art Productions animation, it's obviously a lot more realistic and I don't know what the word is, but having to play to the laws of physics in terms of where the sun is shining, what shadows are cast, and what forces are lit up. Whereas I feel with Big World, Big Adventures, they really have to make sure that every dark patch and every shadow and darker shade of things have to be lightened up, but not too lightened so that it would match the shading of those in the sunlight. So that's what I noticed immediately with the difference in animation.
I think it's the way the characters move as well. And from like the other seasons, you'd often see the characters moving, quite a fair bit slower. Their movement feels to match their the character's body weight and height, and it feels, you can really feel the weight for some of these characters. Not all the time, but it's still more to an extent.
Yeah, because sometimes when you watch the episode, you see them like move left and right and up and down. They started that since the first time that you see them moving is like from Journey Beyond Sodor. They've done that, and ever since they've done that. Like when the engines talk, they move. Like they move left and right, up and down, things like that. It's like It's like you play with a toy. It's like you play with a toy, right? And like you use a hand, you get to move the part without seeing the hand. It's like using that, but they've done it ever since Journey Beyond Sodor. And in my opinion, let me think of a opinion. But when I first saw that the movement of the angels, I thought it was kind of strange. That's never been done before.
Yeah.
But now the more I see it, the more I think it's very good. It was quite funny because it's like the way you see it's like watching a comedy, if you know what I mean. But in my opinion, the way when the angels move when they speak, I think it's really good in my opinion because it's quite good the way they do it. Sometimes they do too much. Sometimes they do a bit too much. Sometimes, but the most funniest bit I've seen angels move when they talk or sing on Big World, Big Adventures, the movies, when and Journey Beyond Sodor, is when the trucks, the troublesome trucks, they go side to side and all that. But on Big World, Big Adventures in Africa, when they lean out one side, that was funny. Me and Connor laughed at that when we first saw it. Well, I've seen the film with Ross a few times, but I saw it with my son. Me and my family saw it together, and Connor sat next to me. We loved it. But when he saw the trucks lean out, he laughed. He thought it was absolutely funny. And he said, I hope they don't fall. I said, no, they won't. Watch this. We're back on the tracks. But it's quite funny, though, when they do it. And, and I like it.
It's interesting to see how it just started to happen. Like in Journey Beyond Sodor, no one was given any warning that this was going to happen. It was never announced, like, we're making this new change to Thomas, and the characters are going to be able to gesture, they're able to, like, move their bodies around. And I think what was really weird about this change was that, A, it was never announced, and B, the character models were never built for this. It was like the character models might move side to side if, in the Nitrogen era, if like that was just something that would happen with body weight. It was never like they could independently move around. So even in Big Adventures, when it started to happen, characters like Nia, you'd see, I think it was their cylinders would clip through the running board sometimes because it just wasn't, they weren't built for that. I think it was always strange how it was never acknowledged. It was never publicly acknowledged by like the team that made Thomas. It was never like said, we're going to do this thing. Is that okay with you guys? And there was never really like publicly workshopped with the fans, I felt. And if it was just a Journey Beyond Sodor thing, I think a lot of people would be willing to look past it. But I think it continued to happen. And The closest we ever got to having it be acknowledged was, I think it was Grudge Match. I think it was that season 23 episode
All right.
in Brazil.
Shall we let Jonathan have his saying on the what do you think on the I felt that it'd be a right time for Jonathan to have his
Absolutely.
his perspective. What do you think on the Big World Big Adventures movie, Jonathan? What do you like about it? I mean, what do you think about it?
What I think of Big World Big Adventures, the movie.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Absolutely.
when it was first announced, I was honestly quite excited to see the movie myself. And again, that's
No surprise, because you're wearing a Thomas avatar here.
it's no surprise.
Yeah, it's no surprise because I couldn't see any other reason why, other than the fact that I seen you had a Thomas avatar. Here. With that said, what do you think about Big World Big Adventures the movie after you've seen it? Hello,
Yeah, I find it quite decent, really.
decent. Okay. How's decent?
Sure, there were a few duds, but still.
Still,
Was there anything in particular that you liked or you didn't like? Tell us what you, like, really get into it.
we could still respect each other's thoughts on.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta respect everyone's opinions and that.
You can have your say, Jonathan. Is there anything you like about it? The Big World Big Adventures movie. Would you like to contribute to this discussion, Jonathan, or would you rather let us discuss this, if you don't mind me saying? Are you comfortable with us discussing this without asking for your thoughts?
Jonathan, are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good.
We're just
Let's
checking.
continue. Let's hear it. Take it. No rush. What's next on the agenda, Daniel? Now that we've got the movie out of the way, shall we move on to the discussions? Our next part of the discussion of the two new team members, Nia and Rebecca.
Oh boy.
In fact, Nia's first introduced in the Big World Big Adventures movie, whereas Rebecca introduced in series 22 or season 22, if those of you can call it. Oh boy. Yeah. What do you think of both engines individually? Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. What a waste of a character Nia is. And Rebecca, I mean, look, I like the fact that they've got a West Country class in the show. I do feel her color grading could have, I would have much preferred having I think it's is it gray or a sort of forest green that she has on her roof? The forest green? That color?
It's like a bluish green, I think.
If Daniel
I'm not
could
sure.
enlarge, I'm sure we could see properly if you can just enlarge the picture just a little bit more.
Green, isn't it? Well, the seaweed green that she has on her roof, I would have quite liked for that to have been coloured round her face on the smoke box area, and left the panels on the streamline casing, or is it streamline casing or is it just casing? I think it's streamline casing. Just coloured yellow. So yellow panels. Round the smoke box face area is the seaweed green to match the roof, and then colour
the top bit where her lights are, her headlights, colour that bit.
Arg!
Like
It's not church!
the same,
Oh,
uh, seaweed green or even white to match the running board of the rest of the Sodor characters, so that then it would just really add more grandeur to her to her design as a express locomotive. As for as for her personality, she did immediately when we were at the
so there's
after
no church tomorrow.
screening,
Oh,
Dan, Luke, and everyone else. And we watched, I think it was What Rebecca Does. That was it. What Rebecca Does.
No.
I remember just listening to what she, just viewing her character as a spectator, and I did feel she very much matched the
on Earth. Okay. Stan won't be there, but it's still
northern
sort of church.
northern working class girl type character, where she's just sort of cutesy and got a bit of a northern accent and from Lancashire, and it seemed to, I'm not against it because I think it's nice, but it did immediately strike to me that she was pretty much introduced to be this cutesy, innocent. I don't know what the other word is. I had it in my head anyway. We'll move on to Nia because I think I've said all I need to say about Rebecca.
Okay.
For Nia, I was watching the Unlucky Tugs video on Big World Big Adventures, and he did raise an interesting point, which I actually agree with, and that I felt was a bit of a problem in Big World Big Adventures, and that's compared to other international characters, Nia isn't really introduced very well, or she doesn't seem to have been naturally introduced. It's like she appears, because in fact that's all her introduction is in the special, is that she's introduced out of nowhere as just an engine on the in the African plains, and Thomas just notices her and then obviously agrees to be helped by her.
Okay.
But we don't
Okay,
really
Pastor.
have anything that
Good to know.
really makes us want to connect with Nia. They did try and do something with the engine shed being demolished, which Kwaku briefly mentioned, but it's a bit of a blink and you'll miss it type of moment, so it doesn't really stand out as anything important unless if you were really tuned into it. When it's brought up again at the end of the special, you think, okay, they're trying to go with the whole thing of, foreign engine, has nowhere else to go, and I guess that kind of fits with the sign of the times, because of course 2018 there was a lot of dispute in the real world about refugees and immigrants. So I guess it was trying to educate. They felt that there was somehow some responsibilities that the show needed to do in order to educate people that friends can be from anywhere, and that you should be kind to foreign, visitors or people who need a home and can't go back to their own home because it's either been destroyed or it's uninhabitable. And although that's I feel that the idea there could have had some really good potential and could have built Nia's initial appearance to be, maybe she's run down, maybe her controller isn't so caring about her appearance. So she appears very weather-beaten, paint's faded, all that sort of thing. So she's not in a well-maintained place because, of course, her engine shed's been knocked down. Perhaps her railway's gone under, and she's looking for other railways. Hence why Thomas just happens to come across her in the middle of the desert. And if she had been, if she'd been introduced that way, similar to how Hero was introduced, in the fact that Hero, Thomas just didn't come across Hero already built and restored and ready to go. Hero, Thomas had been introduced to Hero because he was broken down and vulnerable. I think that's what I would have liked to have seen more, is more vulnerability from Nia, in Nia's character. Because all that was pushed forward in the marketing side was that Nia's clever and Nia's kind and Nia is from Kenya and she's kind and she's from Kenya. Did I say that?
Yeah.
And again, you did raise some.
Ah!
It felt very one yeah, you know.
Can I have some moment? You did raise some very good points concerning Nia's appearance and characteristics of personality and stuff. I did question her quick debut in the movie.
Sorry to interrupt. Just want to wrap up what I just said very, very quickly.
Right.
I feel that if Nia had expressed this sort of vulnerability, it would have made children relate to her a lot more, and also the fact that she was pretty much replacing Edward anyway, because they needed to gender balance the STEAM team and make it more trendy with the current crowd. Then but if they're just reintroducing what is essentially a female Edward, then that doesn't really scream of much of a positive change. So it kind of backfired, really, and it's a shame because I think Nia had real potential. Anyway, back to you.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Jenny. But
Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Yeah. With that said, you did raise some real interesting points concerning how Nia came to be, albeit an abrupt quick debut appearance during her home country, Africa, where Thomas was about to be shunted with lots and lots of trucks. When we started seeing Nia out of nowhere introducing herself, and I'm like, okay, she had a short introduction. That's a little awkward. I don't know.
Nia feels very out of place in this show in general, I think.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to Nia and Rebecca, I think they're designed very poorly. I think, for one thing, I'm not really a fan of the red running boards. This is not only a problem that these two characters share, but a lot of this has been a problem since season 18, actually.
I agree.
With Duncan, it started.
Duncan, I was going to mention him.
I feel like going past their running boards with Rebecca, I get what they're going for with like the whole sunrise thing that feeds into her personality, but I feel like it makes her stand out, but not in a good way. And the same thing with Nia and like the patterns on her livery. With Rebecca, she really doesn't fit in stylistically, design-wise, with the other main characters that Tiffany sheds. Like, there was actually a really good redesign that someone made. I think it was by Half-Baked Hex. He had a really cool design for what his version of Rebecca could look like, and I don't have it on me, but like it was much more stylized from what we've come to expect from Thomas. And there's just little things about Rebecca that just kind of like from her design that don't sit well with me. Like her cab is really weird. Like it's really low down. Like if you look at the Rebecca from behind, you'll see that like the arch leading to the inside of her cab is really low, and it's like lower than her crew's heads. So they have to like duck if they want to get inside. Her tender's a bit weird, and like just little things like that. Personality-wise, I think Rebecca's great. I think she's got great attributes and good flaws too. I wish they did more with her low self-esteem, because that was only really present in like 1 or 2 episodes. But I think like her willingness to just blindly trust other characters is great. And then you have episodes like Diesel Do Right, which is perfect for Rebecca because you see good and bad qualities of her positive outlook. And I think that's really good because I really enjoyed Diesel Do Right, and I think it's one of the better episodes from this era, and it really works well for both characters. Yeah. As for Nia, it does feel kind of like in the series she's very much one note, like I'm the engine from Africa, and that is my entire personality.
Yeah,
because it feels like they really should have done more with her, because she feels too similar to Rebecca in the sense that yeah, she's nice, but like, and I guess that could look bad for Rebecca too if they're both just nice engines. Then what's the point of having them together at all? Why are they 2 characters? You know,
Right.
It was also, I understand that there's also a lot of weight on these characters, and I get why a lot of people don't like them because they are replacing Edward and Henry. You know, 2 of the core characters in Thomas, and that are just fan favorites. Everybody loves Edward and Henry, and have these 2 new characters come in. It feels, you know, wrong in a way. I think The Unlucky Tug really hit it on the head with this review, and I agree with pretty much everything he says with Nia and Rebecca. I think they definitely could have been integrated into the series a lot better. So yeah.
I'll add on to what you've just said about Rebecca. I feel I would have much rather have seen Molly be reintroduced rather, because the 2 characters are pretty similar, except one is supposedly, one is northern, and one has, you know, sort of long established character, although not by much, obviously, because they dropped her. But I feel the toys for Molly have been around for a while, and I felt they could have utilized her a bit rather than bringing in a new character, which you think, well, children are going to have to try and be reacquainted with a new character rather than a familiar face. And I feel that Molly would have had the edge because she would have been a familiar face. Kids would have already seen, even if they weren't interested in the brand, they might have just been passing the toys. They might have seen, oh, a yellow engine. And then if they see them on TV and that the team is doing something with her and that she has a prominent role in the series, I feel that would have benefited benefited the series, and also accommodated the whole gender balance ratio team thing.
Sorry. I think it's interesting that you bring up Molly, because even though she didn't have much screen time in the show beforehand, I think everyone always says, oh, Rebecca is just the new Molly. And I get where they're coming from, because it's like, they're yellow, yeah. But I mean, the way I see it is that like Rebecca has a very positive outlook on life, whereas Molly seems to be quite, you know, shy, reserved, self-conscious, also very, a bit more of a negative outlook on the worst things that could happen. I think even though they are quite different, I think it would have been interesting, because like it would have been interesting to have like, again, that balance between what fans wanted to see and what the show really wants to push. Because it's like when Molly was first introduced, it always felt like, yeah, Molly's the yellow engine and she's going to be around for a long time. And it felt like they were really trying to make her, not really, but like trying to push her as like, she could be a main character if she really wanted to. Because she had like she has really good design, like very well fits in with what we know from the series. And I think this goes for a lot of like the new series characters of like, I think given the right circumstances, given the right like material to work with, they could be really well fleshed out and really well defined. Their one appearance shouldn't define their entire character. You can really develop them into something beautiful, you know? And it would have been interesting to see that with Molly, because I think the consensus between the showrunners is that, like, well, if they didn't work in their one episode beforehand, there's no point in even trying to flesh them out now. And I don't think that's right. I think every character has potential to be good.
Well, I think Molly, what you said about Molly tending to look on the negative side and tend to be quite shy. See, I would find that more interesting as a character rather than someone who's always positive and chipper and, oh, look at me, whoopsie, and all that sort of business, what Rebecca is. And I feel in fact, I know it's not a good episode to base Rebecca's personality on, but in the episode Chucklesome Trucks from series 23, which I found incredibly boring, I feel that it's Rebecca is too overly positive, and it becomes a little bit too forced and a little bit too fake. And I just, yeah, that's all I can say really on that.
Which is fair.
Mind if I have my 2 cents on Rebecca and Nia too?
Go for it.
All right. As much as I do understand that you made some very good points there, guys. Concerning of how both characters came out to be, and as well as their flaws they have, mostly with the personalities that left them. When Jamie just brought about a minute earlier, especially with Chuckles and Trucks. With that said, I liked Rebecca more so than as much as I did like Nia in terms of both the design and personality. If it wasn't for their odd colored livery choices, in the case of Rebecca, it didn't make her like how you could put it, a big banana.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people. Sorry.
Yeah, I did like both characters. Just like Rebecca, even though yeah, I could agree that I'd very much like to see Molly come back, as well as having Rosie to take over Nia's place. So I digress. They're only there, and there was nothing else that we could do now.
Yeah, it's a bit too late for that. I mean, it would have been interesting though, because I know that fans have been wanting to see Molly back in the show for a while, and just do more with her. I think, because I feel like there's quite a bit you could do with, well, any of the characters really, but Molly especially. It's kind of like the Stanley appeal. Like, people just want to see more Molly, you know, because they were good.
Even though she didn't have much episodes, other than her debut episode, I did found liking the Molly.
I'm probably exposing my Molly bias a bit here, but growing up, even way past into secondary school, I actually carried around in my pocket a take-along Molly that I was bought, that I was given by my relative for Christmas, and I carried it around, minus the tender, because who on earth carries tender? And I just carried it around, and it was as my sort of default train. I would just play with in the air and visualize it chuffing through scenes I'd watched from certain episodes, and yeah, I just really liked Molly. So I'm probably exposing my Molly bias there, but I really hope that they would bring her back in the CGI series, but unfortunately I don't think that will ever happen. So
anyways, we'll move on.
You'll know that the model of Molly is now in the Thomas Land exhibition at Drayton Manor.
Oh,
yes, it is. Yes. And I saw it. In October on Halloween. Went with
along videos, on Thomas video.
Yeah. Can I say something about Nia and Rebecca?
Yeah. What were you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, they're quite good characters, in my opinion. Nia is like 50-50 for me. I'm not too keen on Nia. She's a good character, right, but not quite my favourite. She's a good character, but I kind of like Rebecca though because she's quite funny, you know, with her enthusiasm and her respect for Gordon. You know, when it comes to helping with the Express, especially when she said the same thing what Gordon said to Flying Scotsman. They're about the same size, and that kind of made Gordon say. But for Nia, the only thing I liked about Nia is when she supported Gordon on the episode Forever and Ever, I think it was, season 22. When Henry, when, yes, it was.
Yeah.
So when Henry.
Is going to contribute to
He's
that. Well,
not
just because it didn't happen the first time around, I'm only trying to help him out here. I think we should move on to the next topic.
Yeah.
Okay, that is fair. Let's all move on to series 22.
Yep.
Yeah.
The episodes. Well, on both sets, you know, Sodor and the World episodes. As well as which are our favorite episodes and what do we like about them, as well as what we found wrong, what went wrong with them as well, in terms mostly with the execution and writing and stuff. So yeah. So with that said, let's move on to our next subject of the discussion, which is series 22. The first thing starts. I'll start. There were from one's perspective, after having attended a Baxter place with Jamie and Luke and Elliot, tell him, yeah, that's we all went to see it during the first early days in the first couple of days of September, 1st of September 2018. Yeah, that's it. Saturday, September 1st, 2018. We all went to Baxter and see 4 episodes which were let's see, Number One Engine, Forever and Ever, What Rebecca Does, and Banjo.
Confusion with that delay was after Forever and Ever.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Those were the episodes I mentioned that were shown in Baxter. Plus, Luke,
Banjo and the Bushfire was also shown last. Yeah, which was weird, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it wasn't weird in terms of the execution, but at least it did have something for a solid message. Never start wildfires.
Oh no, I meant weird to include it in when it wasn't part of the broadcasting order.
Oh yeah, you're right. That because well pointed out, because that episode hadn't been broadcasted until several months later, during February 2019. Yeah, I did question Milkshake's delayed scheduling of series 22 episodes, 5 to 10 episodes or 15. Well, they aired the first 15 episodes in a row in September, leaving out the remainder of the 26 episodes in first 1 month. Like 4 remaining episodes for Christmas in December, like Kangaroo Christmas and Cyclops Thomas, which is for some reason not a Christmas episode. It could have been replaced with Hunt the Truck, but I digress. Thomas's Animal Arc and
Hunt the Truck?
no, that's aired in May 2019. Let's see.
I was going to say, that's like a Christmas one. But I enjoy that one.
Christmas, Thomas's Animal Arc. Oh, and Runaway Truck.
Runaway
Oh
Truck.
dear.
That is a funny one. Can I just give you just a quick opinion on Series 22?
Okay.
Okay. Right. It was okay. I enjoy the episodes when it comes to Sodor mostly, because that they do good episodes there. But once like Thomas was around the world, they are okay. But not too keen on them. That's just my honest opinion. But I prefer the episodes with Sodor because it's how it's supposed to be. If you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get
But
it.
sorry. But I just like the Sodor episodes more. And I don't think were there any specials? Steam Team to the Rescue and
Steam Team to the Rescue was series 23, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I do enjoy the Sodor episodes, but I know there was like a few Christmas ones. And I don't know if Hunt the Truck was series 22
Yes, Hunt the Truck was series
Yeah.
22.
with Bill and Ben. Yeah, that is a good Christmas episode, especially when Edward taught Bill and Ben a lesson. Because he knows how to handle those two.
Fun fact: this was the first of 2 Series 22 episodes written by none other than our good old friend Michael White, aka White.
Yes. Oh, the Engine of Many Colors.
Well, that was actually the first episode to air on TV, whilst technically Hunt the Truck was the first that Michael had ever wrote.
Yeah, well, I think the Engine of Many Colors was that one of Michael's episodes?
Yeah.
That has to be one of my top favorite episodes out of all of season 22. The way Michael White wrote it, it was great. You know, James Green. It's like sort of flashback to the fastest red engine on Sodor, because on season 21 there was a fastest red engine on Sodor and a shed for Edward. But we obviously don't know what happened to James until he got back, until it was at the end of the new shed for Edward. But when Michael White wrote The Age of Many Colors, and we finally found out the story about James with different colors, I thought that was brilliant. I loved it. And there was a special reference on that from season 1, James and the Coaches, when the Fat Controller said, if he doesn't behave, he has him painted blue. James mentioned that 21 seasons later. That was a good reference. That was.
Yeah. Even I thought An Engine of Many Colors. I was taken by surprise that it was one of the first Michael White's episodes to ever air on Milkshake, and
It was really good though.
I found a joy. I found a joy out of it for a Sodor episode of 13 Sodor episodes. Like you did say that. I did like them too. I did find a fewer episodes that I did kind of liked as well. If it wasn't for the execution. Well, the only exception, one of those I did kind of liked when it's not. I may be one of the only exceptions for I kind of having some soft spots for Thomas in the Wild, mostly because granted, it did not have much action or too much of a runaway themes and crashes and stuff. It was nonetheless a harmless and whimsical, as well as slight humorous episode. Let alone it had a highlight of a dream sequence where Thomas meets a big teddy bear who peeps on his nose. I did find it cute and a bit funny as of all a dream sequence. Granted, each dream sequence is in a couple of plenty of episodes. I did found some pretty questionable, like the #1 engine in which Thomas flies over the moon, but it has a flight controller space, as well as the one in Trusty Donkey, in which the flight controller is the elephant picking up Thomas on his trunk. But those dream sequences, yeah, they're just there. But then again,
season 21 is not season 21. Season 22 is one of the weirdest seasons of Thomas to ever exist, and there's a lot of change. Sorry if my audio is a bit echoey now. I'm in my kitchen, and I had some cereal. I was just eating cereal.
We guessed if you're eating from a bowl.
Yeah. So I want to say that, like, I think hiring Michael White was one of the best decisions they could have ever made.
Absolutely.
And his episodes are just brilliant. He's
100%
wonderful writer.
right.
He gets
Couldn't agree
Thomas,
more.
and I really appreciate that they just let him do his own thing with these episodes, and there was very little interference with that. When it comes to the rest of the season, the Soder episodes tend to be a little bit better than the international ones, but I felt like the season just felt off to me. I mean, going off from what I said to the movie, it's kind of like my thoughts in that, but in episodic form of like, oh, this is really weird. It was too much at once, I feel. And you have, I feel like there are certain episodes that really upset me, and I feel like upset is such a strong word to use, but like the episodes like Thomas in the Wild, Runaway Truck, a good chunk of the Australia episodes, like they in a way they almost made me feel like nauseated. It was like, oh god, this is like too much action at once, and it's like not too much action, but like just something about them just feels wrong, you know. And if you watch, like if you were to watch just one episode,
Frenetic.
yeah,
Frenetic is the word.
Sorry, Finland, I have to go. Okay,
Okay.
I have to go
Yeah.
because it's going to be like. But Daniel, before I go, thank you so much for letting me join in, and it's good to see you again, Jamie and Luke. It's good to see you guys again.
No worries.
Always great to talk to
You
you.
too.
You guys take care of yourselves. We'll probably see you on another stream, possibly.
Yeah, will do.
And you guys
Great
take care of
speak.
yourselves. Have a great evening.
all right.
Take care.
Take
Stay
care.
safe.
Take care,
Bye.
bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Getting back to
And then there were three.
yeah, now that we're speaking of Michael White in mind, this is his YouTube channel, by the way. I recommend subscribing to his channel because he is one of the fellow Thomas fan-based members. And, he can also be found on the social media as well as on Soder Island forums. He also made videos of
What?
model layout replica of his. Yeah, that one of these. As well as a series of Modelers Corners videos. And he has his he also has his work on DeviantArt of his fictionalized engine stories. What is it called? I forgot what it's called. Let me just find it. DeviantArt.
Is it Miniature Railway Adventures?
Yes, that's it. That is it. Yeah, that is what it's called. I recommend following Michael White and say hello to him. I mean, he seems real nice. He's real nice and a real chill, one of the chill people. Yeah.
He's a very nice guy.
There was a really great interview with Michael White that was released a month or so ago. I forget who it was by, but it was really, if you're up for a really, yes. It was a really good interview. I highly recommend watching it if you want some more insight on like how his episodes came around. Michael has he's very passionate about this, and I highly recommend you watch that. It's only about an hour long, but I think it's definitely worth a watch.
More on to Michael White. Here's a fun fact. This is one of the replica of the original wooden Thomas toy that's using the same materials and methods that made by the Reverend W. Audrey for his own Christopher. This is version 3, by the way. That he made this for me for a simple request I made them because the first time I met Michael in person in 2017, and that's when I saw him carrying one of those replicas in his hands. And I'm like, oh, I wish I had one of those. And a year later, I requested him to make if it's possible for him to make a replica for me that I very much like to treasure. And out of the blue, he said yes, and he's up to do it right away. And he showed me some working in progress pictures, and until right, this is the end result. And somehow after meeting him again in person, I got this medal at home along with the other toys like the truck and the coach, completing the whole replica set. How did you guys like the look of this particular model?
It looks really nice.
I remember I saw, I think it was the one he made for you, actually.
Yep.
It
And
was-
there was a notice.
It was so nice. It was so well put together. And actually, I remember someone had a little troublesome truck face cast, and then we put it on the replica Thomas. And there's a picture on Twitter somewhere, but it was just this replica Thomas, but with a troublesome truck face on it, like the really big laughing one. And it was such a funny image. I think I might actually have it on my phone still. But it was just, I remember captioning it with something like, "You're a really troublesome engine." I'll try and pull it up in a few minutes, but I remember just everyone thought it was so funny.
And one of
Just
those
as a joke, of course, but yeah.
That's why. For a joke, I accepted that because you exceptionally been a troublesome boy, but yet a really useful one too.
I'm going to try and find it on my, pull it up
Okay.
somewhere. Bear with me, folks.
Right. Should we get back?
Absolutely.
All right. More on that replica. I was able to find some time to show it to none other people than Veronica Chambers. That's good. That's good. You mind if I?
You like that?
That's good. I'll stop
So, yeah,
share screening.
Uh,
Mind if I see the picture again? Because I just stopped share screening.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Oh dear.
I love
This
how
on my
Billy's
Twitter.
just in the background.
Oh my
I put this on Twitter. I put this on Twitter like as it was happening. So this was back in February, I think.
Yeah.
But yes, it was very funny.
That was
That's all I wanted to
It's
talk about.
funny.
I just found the right word.
Yeah,
More on the month.
carry on.
This morning, out of the blue, Veronica got back with a nice response on the model itself. She said to me, I thought the replica made of the original logo was really very good. It seems to capture the essence of the real one. So I let Michael know on this, and he simply typed, that was kind of her.
That's really nice.
That's high praise coming from her. That's really good to hear.
I need water.
For one of the Reverend Audrey's daughters, I'm really happy to hear Veronica's thoughtful comments on what he had done. Coming from the writer of one of the 75th anniversary specials that we'll be getting to later, Thomas and the Whale Engine.
So we're still on series 22. I would like to give my thoughts on the series.
Yeah, now that there's 3 of us now, hopefully they won't be dragging it before we will be moving to series 23 and the 2 specials. Just a contained brief right now.
Got a lot of topics to cover.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I felt I felt series 22 was, and I don't know whether this is the right word, but I feel it was a very damp squib and didn't really live up to expectations and hit a bit of a dull note. The only episodes that stand out to me are the Michael White episodes. And because you just know that he just gets Thomas, like what Luke said, he just gets Thomas, and it's a bit of a shame because it shows up the other writers, and I feel that had there been more of Michael White type writers,
at least
on the team. Writing the episodes, particularly the international episodes, which I think most people agree were the weakest. And that the Sodor episodes, you could tell the writers were far more familiar with the structure of the Sodor episodes compared to those of the international ones. I mean, I can't even remember some of what happened in the China episodes. The Australia ones, a bit better, and I think that was because they had Tim Bain as the writer for most of them. I felt Banjo and the Bushfire as a particular example of the Australian episodes was particular disappointment. Didn't really execute itself very well. But the what are they called? One of the China episodes, one that was mentioned earlier was the runaway truck.
Yep.
And I thought that was a real horrible one to watch. Seeing the truck itself do flip-de-loops and spin and do all sorts of uncharacteristic things that you wouldn't find in Thomas. And Thomas racing down the mountain at like 100 miles per hour, not even derailing off the track. I was very disappointed by what I saw.
It's episodes like that, the water wheel, the
water wheel, horrible.
Excuse me, guys. Here's the thing I'll have to admit that this is one of those episodes, the water wheel, that I really did find to be real weak. Mostly with the comical efforts, especially with the wheels rolling away down the hill. That's kind of reminded me much of Steady Eddie, except real senior.
When it comes to those episodes, and at the time there was each episode, and it felt very forced because you'd have the bamboo jump scene, or the teddy bear scene, or we'll just stop the episode and we'll have Thomas pretend that he's doing that he's saving the truck, that kind of stuff. I thought that with episodes that took place in, say, China or Australia or even India, that there wasn't much landscape variety. I get that they had sets to make for all of these countries, and it's that is a lot. I get that, but it felt even though they had a lot of sets, everything felt quite samey. Most of the Australian episodes were in the outback, and you didn't see much variety. You didn't see towns or villages or cities, for instance. You didn't see the diversity, the full diversity of the land. They're different from episode to episode in the whole season, in the sense of you do get between one episode for each country. There is variety, sure, but if you were to watch all the Australian episodes in a row, it's oh, hang on, this is all quite visually similar, and I bet that a lot of people do watch the episodes that way, of okay, I'm gonna marathon through the whole season. This is Thomas's the chronological journey of sorts of okay, he goes from this country to this country, let's try and watch it in that order. and it all kind of blends together in that way. Like, it's visually distracting, I think.
Yeah, you could say that, especially with a couple of redressing of pseudo locations, for which I'll admit that I did find distracting. Yeah, especially in some international episodes, that there were some places that we basically redresses to most pseudo locations.
It'd be interesting. I think it'd be interesting if like because like they take, say, Knapford Yards and they redress it to be the Indian yards or the Chinese yards or whatever yards. It'd be interesting if they took that set and turned it into a station set, for instance. You change the context of location so it's not just a shunting yard. You can keep the track layout, but as far as like what it serves its purposes, you change that, you know.
There was a lot. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, it's fine.
Carry
I was
on.
gonna say, like, the buildings are in the exact same locations and they're all like recolored to an extent, but that still doesn't like change the fact that it's like this is the same set. This is exactly the same set with minor cosmetic differences, and it's very visually distracting.
Yeah, you've only got the same Sodor architecture. You've got the same Sodor architecture and designs of buildings and other infrastructure pieces dotted around what is supposed to be an entirely different culture and land setting, which you just know that I mean, time might have been against the animators, and you know it's obviously difficult to try and build loads of different countries in such a short time frame if you're going to be releasing a series annually. But that's where it kind of falls flat on its face, because it doesn't build up a convincing world that the audience needs to buy into the episode. And what it also comes across as, it just comes across as though the people in charge of these things didn't do their research. And there's something I'm going to bring up later in the review about this happening in Digs and Discoveries, but that will come later. But I totally agree. A child will be able to tell, oh, that's the Wellsworth station building. You know, that's Wellsworth. Yet the episode is in India, and you think, hang on, the two aren't meant to be the same. That's not supposed to happen. So, yeah, I totally agree.
I will say it is probably, as adults, it's probably easier to like pick apart these things and say, oh, that's clearly the Wellsworth set. As a child, it might not be as obvious, but it still might be there. They might still recognize it. And that's the thing. If even a child could recognize it, then like that's where you have your problems.
Yeah. When I say clarify, when I say that children will recognize, oh, that's the Wellsworth set, I only mean that on a sort of instinctive basis, because children won't have the sophistication or the capacity to tell the difference between to analyze themselves that, oh, that's the Wellsworth set, or that's, because they haven't reached that stage in their life where they're able to do that. But I feel instinctively children will know that something feels not quite right.
Absolutely.
And that's what I was trying to make in my point. So
Henry, come on, Henry.
Anyway, guys, would you like to hear some interesting fact I found out? Apparently, Michael White was not only preferred to write solo episodes, but there was another White, the writer, that I've just found out, Lee Pressman. The interview by Mario 2099 Beyond's blog interview with him, he stated, as you probably noticed, I never actually left the island during the BWBA episodes. I wasn't that keen on traveling the world. My view of Thomas is strictly Sodor based.
Right.
Was
And
that
Lee's
Lee
been
Press-
around.
Was that Lee Pressman actually saying that? Where's this interview?
Yes.
Lee's been around for a while. He wrote Gordon and Spencer. He's been writing consistently since series 17. He's quite familiar with the world and the characters, so it makes sense if he stayed on Sodor. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, good on Lee as well as Michael.
Should probably write down
Scruff's
my notes.
Makeover is a Lee Pressman episode that I quite like.
Well,
That's in series 17, so we're actually on series 22, so we'll get back to that.
Well, we'll soon be kind of wrap this one up. We're going to move on to series 23, which is Discovery. And in short, series 22 was such an interesting experiment in terms of the increased ratings in UK after its initial airing, all whilst it's ranked lower in the US. However, it was ranked at number 28 with average viewer total of 573 for 2018. That was very, very much lower than Paw Patrol, SpongeBob SquarePants, and The Loud House, that were Nickelodeon's top 3 highest ranked shows on the list.
I'm not sure what the airing schedule was like for Thomas on Nick Jr., but I know that putting it on Nick Jr. was a problem for the show because I know that it didn't really seem like there was as much interest from Nick Jr. once they put it on there. From what I heard, it got put into some very weird time slots. It really struggled there because, it was on PBS for the longest time. That this public station that anyone could access, you take that away, you have to pay to watch Thomas.
Even at this point, sorry, even at this point, nearing the end of 2018, they should have let Thomas on PBS.
But even then, PBS wasn't treating Thomas right, and there were a whole bunch of airings that just never got aired, and again, they were waiting really long periods of time before airing new episodes.
But then again, you're not wrong there, Luke. So well pointed out.
I feel the Nick Jr. situation. I feel that that was quite a reasonable gamble to take. I don't think that anyone would have anticipated that Nick Jr. would have mistreated it, because they also knew that Nick Jr. had aired Thomas on the channel before.
Yeah.
So you would have thought that they would have treated it a lot with the same treatment, I guess.
I think everyone was expecting there to be a bit more respect towards it.
That's the word, respect,
And I think, wasn't it something that the Nick Jr. started airing those Thomas episodes as soon as they got a hold of them? Because Series 23 was airing really early on in 2019, I think. I think it was 2019. But no one was anticipating it being this soon. And I think, I forget who it was, but everyone was just oh, that was unexpected. We're getting it this early on in the year. But it was a very strange time for Thomas. I feel like with season 23, they sort of got a bit more comfortable with the new format, but that doesn't mean it was better. To me, it felt like it was just more of the same, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think.
Anyways,
it was a very. Sorry.
Sorry, you were saying.
It was a very odd decision to split up the special into 3 mini specials. Tell me what you think about that.
For me.
Oh yeah.
Anyone, really. Anyone.
I'll go with Daniel. Go with Daniel.
Sorry, we'll start with Jimmy.
Okay. So I bought Digs and Discoveries on DVD. because I wanted to watch it and find out
Oh,
whether it was good or whether it was bad, whether it was an improvement. Oh, there we go. There's the poster.
Yep, there we go.
And
23 and Dixon Discoveries and Steam Team to the Rescue, which will be moving on after this one.
before I actually go on to Dixon Discoveries, I'll quickly say that it was really nice to finally see the models of the main 8 Steam Team characters be given a few little extra details on their models, which was very nice. And particularly Gordon gaining an Express head code, which gives him that authentic Express engine, you know, look that would have been experienced with his counterparts. So although the characters had gained a little bit more detail and more realism in their design, for Dixon Discoveries itself, it has got to be, and I never thought that it would ever get to this stage, but it was worth. I consider Day of the Diesels to be the worst special that was ever made. Dixon Discoveries beat that.
Mm-hmm.
I was thoroughly not just disappointed, it was worse. I was bored. I was bored watching a Thomas special, which I had not experienced that since Day of the Diesels, which suffers from similar problems. But Dixon Discoveries took it to a new low, and I just felt myself in total disbelief at what I was watching. You've got Lorenzo and Beppe, which I'm afraid I couldn't. There was nothing in the special that made me want to get to know them more, other than that they were operatic and just blasted out operatic notes at any given point with no rhyme or reason. Gina, actually, in credit, Gina was actually the only watchable character that I found. And despite me actually feeling hopeful that the pack, Jack and the Pack, when they actually got sent to Italy, I thought, oh, this is quite an interesting new thing that could well work and is something bold that the series hadn't done, but of course had the capacity to do. I felt they were treated not very well. Like, for instance, when Jack is trying to dig a hole in the ground and they're trying to show that he's obviously having fun, but instead he is just aimlessly chucking sand up in the air like a toddler in a sand pit. And I thought, look, you know, I get that they want the characters to be relatable to the target audience, but you really don't have to go that far, because it ends up making it look weird. You know, why would a front loader just be chucking sand up in the air, which is going to land straight back in the hole it just tried to dig? Why? It just made it a farce, and the whole thing. I can't even remember. I can't even remember what the main conflict was or what the plot was. I was so bored. I just forced myself to watch it, and then thank goodness that on that DVD that there were those 3 episodes from. Did Michael White pen 3 episodes?
Actually, I'm one of those. I think that's the Deep Trouble.
Yeah, well, you could when you watch those episodes that focused on from Series 23 on the pack, you could tell the utter contrast between the quality you saw in Dixon Discoveries compared with the quality seen in Series 23. Those pack episodes in particular, and the Michael White episode just trumped it. You just thought, is it me? Am I just not getting something that the target audience is seeing? But when you watch Michael White's episode, you just thought, No, the main episode of the main Dixon Discoveries feature was just awful. And
So was
I
the
think
woman
it
with
was
her
one of the
baby
worst things
killed?
ever been made, and that's just my opinion.
That's understandable because it wasn't long after I've seen the Dixon Discoveries on DVDs. Following the time I went to the VIB premiere and the Drayton Manor. That's when I started to realize something's not so right about the Big World Big Adventures era. The execution on how the stories turned out. Mostly in series 23 in this case. The pacing is not so great. The dream sequences were samey than ever, and yet a little awkwardly silly at times. For one prime example, had to be, get this, Panicky Percy. And whilst
Right.
Oh God.
I did take a liking to its message, it's just the execution. I can easily see that the execution, for one thing, that was just awful.
I think Daniel. I remember not the premiere, but I remember seeing Dixon Discoveries at Drayton Manor, and you actually asked me to write a review for your blog. I was reading that not too long ago, and I remember thinking, I feel like I was too nice on it. Of course, I did give them like critical feedback, and to an extent, I still kind of agreed with what I said. But I mean, I completely agree. It was like it's not as good as what I thought of it at the time, and I didn't even like it that much. It was just fine. But I mean, I like the way they handled Gina in the special. I thought she was quite nice.
I agree.
As for the I know this isn't like related to the specials, but the season 23 details, the additional details, it felt weird. I would have preferred if they had done something similar in like a smaller dosage, because stuff like Gordon's head code or Percy's railings or Emily's headrail, those would have been nice additions. Small, tiny cosmetic changes that wouldn't have messed with the overall designs. But then you have things like the rivets, which a lot of people think are too big, they're too visually distracting, and they came out of nowhere as well. It feels wrong. Again, I said that before during the stream, but like it feels like too much at once. Small, tiny changes like that, like the head codes or the railings, it's like that would have been fine. But no, we have like go all out, put those in, and I get why they did that, because like you have new characters like Rebecca or Nia who are a bit more detailed and they have the rivets on them already. Contrast that with like the Nitrogen Thomas model, which is quite fairly accurate to the model. It's quite clean, it's quite basic. But then you have like the new characters that are a bit more detailed, and I get why they did it, but they didn't need to do it, and they especially didn't need to do it like the way they did. I think.
Yeah,
that's my take on that.
Fair enough.
No details to the Thomas, Percy, Gordon, James, and Emily were not bad, but at the same time, some bits of additional details I did find are, like you said, a little bit visually distracting as well.
One other thing, it looks especially weird when you have Thomas and the current Steam team members against characters like Edward and Henry, who are still in those like old, they didn't receive any updates, so it's very strange when you have like this, like the riveted Gordon and alongside the rivetless Henry,
Yeah,
the Nitrogen version.
Yes, the jam-filled updates versus the original Nitrogen models, And I would have preferred, honestly, what I would have preferred is if they just completely redid the models. And I know that they might not have had the budget to redo all of the models, But I think if like a change I would have liked to have seen is if like they fixed the coupling rods, because you'll notice the way the coupling rods work is that like the engines move like this in the CGI series, whereas they should move like this. You know?
Oh yes.
That,
yes.
Like what they should, the coupling rods should look like bicycle pedals. You know, you push one down
Yeah.
and the other comes
That's a
up.
good analogy. Yeah.
I would have preferred if they had done that, if they had updated the engines with that instead of adding these rivets. You know, because you have shots low down to the tracks where you can see the undercarriage of an engine, and it's like, oh wait, they're moving like this instead of like.
Another thing I had forgotten that when I noticed when it comes to flaws from the overly exaggerated movement of the engines, especially with the Dixon Discoveries. I mean, take a look in Gina. Her movements did seem a little awkward, especially that's shown near the end of Minds of Mystery when she's telling Thomas to stop talking.
Yeah, it feels like what everyone was saying of like, please stop doing this or like tone it down a notch. It felt like the team was like, okay, right, we're going to double down on this. We're going to do it even more.
Yeah.
And you have again like the scene of Grudge Match where they're playing ball, you know. Yeah.
And those controversial moves. I think that, I mean, even Simon pointed it out to that, and he was something like that. No, this is not right. Engines don't play football or something like that, unless I'd be mistaken.
They were playing catch, I think, but either way, it was still like going against like the core fundamentals of the series.
Yeah, but the TV series, here's the thing. It is a fictionalized children's show based on real-life events, and we have steam engines in football. You see, there is a difference between cartoons and real-life elements. You see, in real-life world, we don't see steam engines playing football, whereas in cartoons, in this case of Thomas and Friends, with the exception of this Messenia ones like Looney Tunes or Animaniacs or Tiny Toon and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, the anthropomorphic characters do play human stuff, whereas the real life non-anthropomorphic stuff don't.
It's the thing of like, well, what's the point of them being engines, trains, if they're just going to do things that people do, you know?
Yeah.
It defeats the purpose. It entirely defeats the purpose of what they are.
And what sets them apart from the rest of the noise.
Yes, exactly. It's like they have this unique selling point of it's like, these are like steam engines, these are trains, like they get up to very specific train related things. And they don't take advantage of that, and it's very apparent with this era of the show. They're not using the main appeal of their show. They're not using that they are steam engines.
Yeah, exactly. It does feel like Mattel wants them to be anything but trains.
Yeah.
Trains,
which is very disappointing and very disheartening.
Absolutely.
Even for the children's show, yeah. With that said, in retrospect, both Series 23 and Diggs Discoveries, right before we will be moving to Diggs Steam Team to the Rescue in Series 24 shortly, both of which were pretty much a bit more senior and overly exaggerated from what I'm seeing in terms of the movements and the writing of the stories, the visuals of animation, as well as the metal execution in terms of creative executives, the decision stuff. It's not bad like Series 22, but it's more. I felt the Series 23 was rather more or less of a mixed bag. It's not bad as Series 15 or 16 in a way, but it's just a mixed bag too.
Yeah.
Think of Series 23 and its Discoveries.
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Dixon Discoveries is hell. I'm sorry, but it is just terribly written. You can tell by the complete lack of research into Italy, how far away the Leaning Tower of Pisa is to railways and just the whole geographical set of Italy. In the script, it just didn't feel like it had been properly researched and written, which was completely disappointing. There was only one moment which I quite liked, but that was mainly down to the delivery of it, the voice delivery, and that was when Alfie, when they're inside Stefano, he goes, "Oh, I feel sick," and it was just the way he said that just, I don't know, just made me laugh. As for Stefano, God, it was really the, what's it called? Not the epitome, the blooming, yeah, it was just the epitome of knowing that, yeah, they're just trying to invent wild toys so that then they can just sell it as merchandise without thinking, well, does this look believable, and is this something that you could see out in the ocean? Because, yeah, you know, not everything has to be realistic. You know, you can have a bit of creative license to do things. I just felt Stefano was a real big creative license step too far, and I just didn't appreciate his inclusion in the special. Gina is the only thing that I remember and quite liked in her personality and her persona. As for Series 23, I liked Heart of Gold. Of course, it goes without saying that the Michael White episodes are the only things that I tend to remember from Series 23. As for the rest of it, it was very bland. And I would say blander than Series 22. I found the whole series very disappointing, particularly with Chucklesome Trucks, which was written by Davey Moore, but it just felt nothing really happened in that episode. Rebecca has a goods train to deliver to Vickerstown. She does it and comes back home, and that's all that happens. And I felt, oh dear, like, what went on there? Anything else that I can think of? As I said, I quite liked Brenda. I thought Brenda was a really nice addition to the pack, and I definitely think that Miss Jenny was handled very well, and it was really great to see her back in the series.
Yeah, even in that written by Becky Overton and Michael White, Miss Jenny was very good.
I think when it comes to Brenda, I think her role could have easily have gone to Byron. Like, write the character in the same way, but I mean, like, it would have been nice if, like, aspects of Brenda's design had been funneled into Darcy and they just brought Byron back. Because, like, there's not much point in having two bulldozers in the pack. So that was basically a death sentence for Byron. And I feel like they could have put Byron in as, like, squeeze in one returnee. Because you'll notice from around this time, or not this time, I'd say probably season 22, the only returnees they have are human returnees. Cyril, Miss Jenny, they're not really like, they're all right, nice inclusions, but what people are really after are the machines, the characters, the engines. That's what people were really hoping for. And considering how minor Cyril and Miss Jenny were, how little of a role they had, it's kind of a shame that, like, we didn't get any proper returnees, if you know what I mean. I think they could have, like, made some exchanges for, like, when it comes to returnees and new characters, I always think they should have, like, treated returnees as new characters. Like, that's always the biggest problem. They always kind of, like, treat them as, like, oh yeah, this is a character that you probably have seen from another season or era of the show. But it's like, for most of the kids, they might not even know of their existence. So just like treating them as if like and reintroducing.
Not long after the redevelopment of Vickerstown, the newly formed Sudrian Council was sworn in and set to work. One of the first projects it put forward was the construction of an airport at Elsbridge. This proposal was not without objections. Local residents were worried about noise pollution, Drysdale Airfield on the Farquhar branch was terrified of a loss of business, and we weren't too happy at the idea of extra competition. It took many months of compromises and redrafting before the proposal was finally accepted. And after 3 years of construction, the airport was opened. And truth be told, not much changed. If anything, its addition only benefited the island. People were now able to reach Sodor faster and from further afield than the mainland. And I'll admit, whenever we passed by, we would glance over and marvel at whatever type of aircraft was on the runway. You see, throughout the 50s, air travel was really taking off, pun partially intended. Flights were becoming more affordable to the general public, so the companies behind them were constantly innovating and bringing out new designs. Planes weren't the only type of vehicle to arrive at Elsbridge, and Percy would be the first to meet its newest addition. Hello there, I'm Harold. Who are you? I'm Percy. Don't recall seeing you before. I only arrived today. Welcome to Sodor then. What have they got you doing? Whatever needs doing. Charter flights, search and rescue, commuter and cargo services. I can do it all and much better than anything found on land. Better? Cool. You're rather puffed up in those whirly arms of yours. Don't disparage the arms. They're very nice. I can hover like a bird. Don't you wish you could hover? No, I like my rails, thank you very much. Can't see why. I think railways are slow. They're not much use and quite out of date. Hey, we're not past it, and we never will be. We're just as important as you, if you say so. But I like being able to soar high above the clouds. Up there is where true freedom lies. I almost feel sorry for vehicles that can't, especially chaps like you. And why is that? Because you're slaves to your rails. Cars, buses, and lorries can move about with relative ease. Even ships have the vast expanse of the world's oceans to traverse, but you engines can literally only go where the tracks take you. Doesn't that bother you? I am, sorry, got a dash. Had to see a coach about a train. All right, but think about what I've said. And remember, wings work wonders, you know, always. Something on your mind, Percy? Yes, Clyde. That stuck-up whirlybird Harold thinks railways are slow, out of date, and not very useful. Sounds like a right royal prat. But come on, Percy. We've been taking that sort of rubbish from the roads for years. I can handle that because they're literally at my level. Harold seems to think he's above that just because he can fly. Up there is where true freedom lies, he said. He then had the gall to say we're slaves to our rails. He's right. What? He's right, Percy. We are. Think about it. Blimey, it's true. I can't believe I never realized this before. Most engines don't. It's usually an outside force that makes us confront it. Did that happen to you? Yep, back when we were extending the main line to Tidmouth. One of the workmen asked, is it frustrating not being able to go wherever you want? It took me days to come up with an answer. What was it? No, it doesn't. These rails make me unique. They allow me to do what other vehicles can't, like move fast and carry heavier loads. But they do limit our versatility. Every method of transport has strengths and weaknesses. That's why so many exist, to complement the other. We're all links in a chain that keeps the world running. You're right. Still, I'd love to show that bird brain helicopter. Just promise you won't do anything stupid. Now, on to more pleasant matters. Who's your pick for the regatta? I'm going with Little Dixie. You? Thunderstruck. A name like that tells me she's got power to match. We still going for the same wager as last time? Yep, so be prepared. For your thunderstruck face when I win, no worries. I'll be off with you, you young whippersnapper. Hello, Percy. Hello, Harold. You need something? No, just give me a client to ride along your branch. A quaint little line, I must say. I'll be returning to the airport soon. See you down there. I reckon I could get there first. Don't even think about it. You couldn't beat me even if you were running light. Thanks for the words of encouragement. I'm sorry, Percy, but it's true. That's what I hate about it. Aha! Who's slowing out a date now? Pardon? I got down here before you did, and I thought you might. What? I said see you down there. I didn't mean right away. I hope you didn't think we were racing. Moreover, I hope you didn't speed. As a registered search and rescue aircraft, I would be obligated to report this to the police. I didn't, I swear. Good. The regatta should be the only force racing around here. Ah, my clients are back. Sorry, Percy, now it's my turn to dash. Be sure to stick to the speed limit while I'm gone. I hate chasing after runaway trains. Ta-ta! Well done, Percy, you really showed him. Shut up. He didn't actually speed, did he? He said no, and I believe him. But he was riled up good and proper, let me tell you. I was glad to get out of the shed. I'm sure James was equally pleased when I left tonight. Why's that? First off, what's this regatta that everyone keeps talking about? It's this big yacht race they hold every year. The competitors set up from Napa and sail right around the island. We take bets on the winners. With what? Bragging rights. Whoever wins gets to boast about anything they want for an entire week, and everyone else has to listen. It's great fun, especially since I've won 3 years in a row. Now I really feel bad. What happened? The lads were talking about their picks, and James quipped mine should be old-timer. I went off on him. He snapped back at me, and it turned into a full-fledged argument. I take it you don't like others making jokes about your age. No, it's my biggest flaw. Then you need to hear this. During my trials, Toby was the one who showed me the ropes. I thought he was an old fusspot and made several cracks about his age. One day, he stared me dead in the eye and in a low voice said, "At least I got this far." That was enough to shut me up. Really? Maybe I'll try that out. And I'll make sure to apologize to James next time I see him. It might take a while for him to accept. He's the kind of bloke that holds grudges. Anyway, how's it going with the post train? Is this your first time taking it? On Sodor, yes. But I used to take them all the time back on the Great Northern Railway. Me and Percy were the same back in the days of the Big Four. Because we used to sleep during the day and work at night, the others would call us the Vampire Twins. Then I'll make sure to bring a clove of garlic next time I see you. Good night, Thomas. Night, Emily. Good evening, Emily. Evening, Sir Topham. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Or that, whatever it is. It has a name, you oversized kettle. Oh, real original, mate. That will do, Emily. This is Theodore. He's a prototype class 40 and will be joining us if he passes his trials. Due respect, sir. You mean when I pass my trials? I like your confidence, but not your attitude. Make sure you work on that if you expect to last in my region. Now, Emily, why are you so late coming in? I'm sorry, sir. I had trouble maintaining steam installed on Gordon's Hill. Aw, did the kettle spring a leak? Another remark like that, Theodore, and your air intake will become very well acquainted with my hat. Understood? Yes, sir. Continue. That's really it, sir. I was stranded and had to wait for a banker. I tried making up for lost time, but it was difficult as I continued having problems along the way. You said the shortened distance of Sodor's main line nullified your steaming problems. I'm hoping you didn't lie to me. I didn't, sir. I swear. And the workmen found no real issues when they inspected me after I joined. Perhaps they didn't look closely enough. I'll be speaking with them tomorrow. I hardly think passing the buck is going to impress them. Them, sir? Those men over there. They represent BR and Royal Mail. They're here as part of a nationwide evaluation of the post trains. Any region found to be underperforming will be subject to rigorous streamlining, meaning they'll cut it entirely or severely reduce the service in some way. Your late arrival will not make a good impression on them. I'm sorry, sir. However, I'm hoping your attempt to make up for lost time will impress them in some way. We'll have to wait and see. Don't feel too bad, love. It can't be easy running such an important train at your age. At least I got this far. Yes, you did. So Topham was able to convince the delegation to keep the post train for the Northwestern region, which was a relief to us as the service holds great sentimental value. One of the oldest in the island's history, we've always taken great pride in helping deliver letters and parcels to and from Sodor. Though we held on to it, it was still streamlined. The branch line trains were cut entirely, and all mail was delivered to and picked up from stations along the main line. Also, Theodore was placed on this run. As much as I would like to say he was poorly suited for the job, he wasn't. He was efficient and punctual, but his superiority complex rubbed all of us the wrong way. Thankfully, his overbearing smugness came to an end when he broke down at Elsbridge after his cooling system failed. Percy had been in the yard at the time and was able to take the train on to Knapford. This was no easy task as the trucks were surprisingly heavy. Nonetheless, he made it to the station where Henry took them the rest of the way. By the time the run was completed, it was very late, or early as the case may be. And believe it or not, the higher-ups were very upset by this. Can you repeat that? Head office and the postmaster have complained to the Fat Controller about the delays last night. But that wasn't my fault. I know. And so is the Fat Controller. But those prats wouldn't listen. Where does that leave the post train? In limbo. I take it then you two haven't heard the news flying about. Over what? The post trains, of course. They're going to scrap them and use me instead. Rubbish. You couldn't carry even a fraction of the mail our vans can hold. Well, if not me, airmail in general. No surprise, really. The object of the service is to deliver post fast, and considering how slow you chaps move with it, you should give everyone their stamps back. Post haste. I really hate you. Oh, thank goodness you're both still here. All right there, mate? You two are needed on the main line. Has that spam can broken down again? No, the turntable at Knapford has. None of the mainline engines can leave the shed, so you'll have to deliver the mail tonight. Engines from the other branches are being called in to help. The Fat Controller said this will be a make or break moment for the post trains. Looks like we'll have to work extra hard tonight. Just like old times. You wait, Harold. We're not licked yet. I'll believe that when I see it. All the same, good luck. But remember, wings work wonders, you know. Always. Hello, Harold. No flying today. The wind's too strong. I've been grounded. You need rails. They work wonders, you know. Always. Evidently, yes. I believe I owe you an apology. For many reasons, but one in particular. For dismissing your proficiency with the post train. I heard how well you and the others handled it last night. The word is your performance has inspired Royal Mail to keep the service running. How do you know? The postmaster had a word with the air traffic controller. The trial mail flight I was to perform tonight has been suspended indefinitely. That's not the same as cancelled. In flying circles, it is. So, will you accept my apology for being so rude? Well, I never like holding grudges, so I suppose... Oh, nice. No, radio. Oh, no. There's an emergency with the regatta. Several yachts have capsized. There are people in the water. I have to fly out and save them. But what about these winds? What about the rain? I'll have to risk it. Lives depend on it. Good luck, then. Thank you, Percy. I'll need it. Oh, I don't mind saying that was nerve-wracking. Was anyone hurt? Nothing more serious than a twisted ankle. Everyone else was sopping wet. The worst they'll likely suffer is a cold. The Regatta was lucky you came to the island. This was the first year I can remember it's ever been hit by a storm. No one else would have been able to help as quickly as you. Those arms of yours saved the day. Well, it's like I've been saying. Wings work wonders, you know. Oh, you don't have wings. Oh, no. No, I really don't. I can't believe I never realized this before. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Thomas. And thank you, Percy, for your kind words and accepting my apology. Technically, I didn't. I never finished my sentence. Would you like to finish it now? That depends. Are you willing to listen to me boast for the next week? Wait, what? You didn't. No, that's not fair. Little Dixie crossed the line long before the storm hit. Gordon told me this morning. Okay. You won. Well done. Yes, it was well done, wasn't it? Aren't I the clever one? Percy rightly enjoyed his winnings for the next week, despite a few challenges from others. Of course, he did accept Harold's apology, and the pair went on to become firm friends. Indeed, the helicopter became a friend to everyone and was a constant sight in the skies of Sodor. An invaluable asset, his involvement during an emergency was often the difference between life and death. Speaking of invaluable assets, the post train remained. The mainline component, that is. The branch line services were never reactivated, but that was a small price to pay in light of the added efficiency. As for Theodore, he was repaired and then reassigned. He said goodbye to no one, but did leave behind two things, a rather nasty smell, and strangely enough, a battered top hat.
Writing Steam Team to the rescue and watching it and feeling, God, is this all that could be come up with to please the bosses at Mattel? I've got, I don't get it. Also something that really frustrated me was when, because I think Thomas had some sort of reasonable excuse why, or some reason why he couldn't help Percy at the docks, or why he was being delayed or something for helping him at the docks. Have I got that right?
Yeah.
There was something which, anyway, and later, after they rescue Percy and they put him back on the tracks, and Thomas goes, "Oh, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to help you like you promised." And then Percy goes, "That's okay, Thomas. I forgive you." And I think he did nothing wrong. Why is he apologizing? And also, Percy, I don't know whether I've got that right, whether I imagined it, but I remember thinking at the time, what?
Right.
You haven't got anything to apologize for.
I think here's the thing. Thomas made a promise to Percy to ever come and help him at Brandon Docks, but back in Trolland had him doing other things like Miles, and he had other engines to take care of the rest of problems of their own as well. It can be wrong, but still, why don't you let Thomas help Percy, sir?
It was a very strange special. I think that, like, the idea is cool. I think the idea is fine. But I think just, gosh, the presentation, it felt like it needed maybe like another 10 minutes. And
I still enjoyed it in spite of the plenty of flaws here and there. And like you guys did made some very good points there, especially with how much the fire is spreading through the afternoon to the well into the evening, which chances are it's maybe maybe a pretty gabbing time, like Luke's observed. I'm like, yeah, that's a very good point, actually. Well, in the end, well, I still liked the story, but that didn't mean that I'm not saying that it's not really flawed. When really, no, not everything about Steam Team to the Rescue is necessarily perfect. It's just nonetheless one of those flawed Thomas stories as well.
Right.
You can see what I mean.
Yeah. Should we move on to season 24?
Yeah,
Yep.
let's do that.
Yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done. Ah!
It's been 2 hours and a half minutes long.
Yeah, 2.5 hours. I thought this stream was gonna be like maybe an hour long, but
Yeah.
there was a lot to cover with this.
Yeah,
A lot of stops and starts.
Yeah. So I hope this has been entertaining for the audience in the live chat.
I do as well. In the meantime,
Because I know that this whole era is very controversial. So please bear with us while we try and get through this.
back. Oh, so hello.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that. Wife's up to bed, so I just thought, I thought I'd come back on and join in because I saw you guys talking about Steam Team to the Rescue just now.
Yeah. We're just about to move on to season 24, actually.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, that's fine. That's okay. I know I missed a lot, but it's fine.
Anyway, here is series 24. Shall we keep it brief for the bit in case yeah, we don't want to drag it on for too long like the past series and specials before it. Series 24, I think found it personally. I found it to be some vast improvement of the past two series of the Big Avengers era. For one major thing, more solo episodes and less international episodes.
Yeah.
Yep. The ones I did like so far are let's see, the Great Railway Show, Emily's Best Friend, Emily to the Rescue, and what else? Ace's
James the Super Engine.
James the Super Engine. I also had some. I did take some liking to that one, and
I actually like that one.
Ace's Brave Jump, which is I found it to be all right. It was slightly fun. So far, I thought Series 24 was a fast improvement from seeing the initial broadcast on Milkshake. What do you guys think? Shall we start with Scott?
What was the question again?
What do you think of Series 24 so far?
Yeah, I think it was okay. It wasn't too bad at all. The episodes were quite good. I liked James the Super Engine. I thought that was quite a funny one.
Right.
And I enjoyed the two specials as well, which is probably coming up after this. But all I know is that what they've done on season 24 so far is really, in my opinion, I think it's doing quite well on that bit. And I know we've got 2 episodes coming possibly next week on Milkshake, isn't it? 2 Christmas ones or winter ones?
Anyway, Brendan Productions said, hello, Jamie. Oh, hi, Harry. Hi, you're right. There you go, Harry. Right, getting back to Scott. For the bit.
Yeah, so I think season 24 isn't too bad actually.
Yep.
Quite enjoyed the episodes. I liked Emily to the Rescue as well because we think it was about time. I don't know if it's the right one. I can't remember. If she had a number, didn't she?
Yes.
Number she did.
Well, that is the episode, Emily to the Rescue, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the episode.
Yeah, I think that's quite a good episode because she was really good at being patient, following the rules of the emergency drill, if that's what they're doing. and she saved the day. And as a reward, the Fat Control thinks that Emily finally deserves a number, which is 12. And in my honest opinion, it's about time Emily had a number because I think there was like, she was supposed to be entry number 12 when she first appeared in the model series on series 7. But in my opinion, I think the number was well deserved.
Getting back to Harry, who said, I'm good. How are you? Anyways, we're all doing fine. Yep, all doing well. Yep, there you go, Harry. Glad you could make it. Yep, likewise. So are we good with moving to the next person, Scott?
Yep, good.
Okay, shall we move on to Jamie? Okay, right, so I wrote some notes on this. Yeah, I think Series 24, it is an improvement. You can definitely tell it's an improvement. Yeah. But again, it's only a minor improvement, and it doesn't quite sway my, doesn't quite grab my attention as I would have liked it to. That's fair. And with, I really appreciated where there was improvements, such as the removal of the fantasy sequence. I thought that was a really welcome move. And to be honest, they should have done it in Series 23, but again, you know, I digress. I thought in essence it gave the episode gave the story more time to actually develop itself. That's something I felt really hindered the Series 22 and 23 episodes, was the fantasy sequence just ate up valuable time. Yeah. For the story couldn't properly develop. There was a number of episodes which really could have done with extra time. With an already reduced running time as it is, because they've got to accommodate the Thomas repeating what you've just seen, you know, again, the outro. And but with Series 24, I like James the Super Engine, although I did think that they could have used the they could have had the story play out so that when James gets covered in the oil and he goes off being a superhero, I did feel that it would have been nice to have had a moment where the oil gets heated up, because of course the oil's on his boiler, which gets hot. And if the oil becomes heated, I think it becomes a lot more slippery and thinner anyway. So when it becomes thinner, it ends up dripping down into his eyes, and so of course he then can't see. So when he's traveling along, it's sort of the whole superhero costume. Let me know is the word. Oh God, there's a word for it, and I can't think. Hey, Jamie, sorry to interrupt, but about a few minutes ago, Aaron just said, "Hello, Jamie, Drum Engine Studios."
All right, hi, Aaron. Hi, you're right. Yeah, no, the word that I'm trying to think of is, you know, his whole appearance as a superhero. You know, the whole glamour. That's it, the glamour. The whole glamour of being a superhero, which James, of course, is quite vain on. It suddenly backfires on him because he doesn't realize that when oil isn't cleaned off an engine in a short period of time, if it isn't cleaned off quickly, then it's just gonna cause trouble. And I feel they could have really used a point where, say, after he'd done the kite business, he'd saved the kite for the children. After he travelled, instead of having that moment where he had a load of goats crossing the level crossing, which I felt was a little bit silly, that James would hear a bell and think, a goat's bell, and think, oh, is that somebody calling for help? I did feel that was a little bit poor. They could have had the oil dripping into his eyes, making him, you know, blind a little bit, similar to Sticky Toffee Thomas from Series 10, and he ends up getting in, you know, crashing off the rails, or ends up just making a complete fool of himself, which doesn't make him look like the superhero he always wanted. And so Edward then comes to the rescue, or Edward brings the rescue train along. And as James is put back onto the rails, Edward then gives him a little pep talk about, oh, you don't have to, you don't have to be a superhero to win the day. You just have to be yourself. And so James takes this on board. And of course, he looks up to Edward because, of course, Edward has done heroic things. So Edward can relate that experience across and say, oh, well, people say I'm a hero, but, I'm just myself, which I think is, the best you can be, which I feel would have been a much better moral for kids to take from. And then later, you can then have the business with Percy crashing and Rebecca almost getting crushed by a coal hopper, I think it was, wasn't it? But apart from that, I did find it entertaining, except again, the physics side of it and the animation where you just see the trucks being pushed out the way like they're blooming Skittles on a bowling alley. And I think that, these are heavy things. They aren't like Skittles, and it just turns them into toys. And I think that's not it ruins the believability of the world, I feel. But I will finish. I know I've rambled on a lot here.
No, that's all right.
It's okay.
Marvelous. I will say, Marvelous Machinery. Oh God, I've only watched A New Rival. I have yet to watch the second part, but so far I am totally unimpressed. And I just think, what is the point? What's the point of doing this with Thomas? Like flying cars? What? It says it all.
It's the kind of thing you could never really get away with doing like 5 years ago. Like 5 years ago, everyone would have just said no. Like,
I'm fine with the story. Way too Xenia, the team to rescue, and Dixon discoveries together here.
Even what's been sorry.
Way too Xenia, and it's way too weird, especially for a children's show about talking steam trains. I'm like, what the heck is going on? I can you want to excite the children with whistles and wooses with the technology and science stuff, like flying cars and Japanese bullet trains and two villains stealing the inventor's plans and the giant dancing robots. Yeah, I get. I did get it. It is something that you wanted to excite the children. That things that trying to get the children excited. But then again, I did question the execution, mostly on the story and how it's how it was finalized in the end. While it was fun, it's not. It's just way too samey. Yeah.
There's a word that I want to use here. Sorry for interrupting. There's a word that I want to use here, and it's anachronistic, which basically means you're using elements from a period that does not match the setting that it's being used in. It totally juxtapositions itself from the rest of its environment. And this is exactly, case in point, what Marvelous Machinery is. You've got flying cars and robots, and also, more importantly, what happened to Hugo?
It feels.
I haven't seen him at all in the first part. I think all that hype they gave him in the Extraordinary Engines DVD, he just doesn't appear again, and you think, what was the point in that? But things just seem to get imposed, with no rhyme or reason, and the engines just become nothing like engines, and just they're trying to be morphed into something that they're not. And Marvelous
Machinery is kind of embarrassing especially
Yeah.
considering this.
That's one word for it.
And I think like I get that it is supposed to be like this crazy out there idea, and I'm fine with Thomas being a bit crazy sometimes, but it's like even from like a story perspective, I feel like it just completely falls flat. Like this, like, oh, we're being replaced, like that's nothing new, and we get that like every other year, and it's like, okay, what else haven't we seen from this? What new thing can you bring to this?
Yeah.
It's nothing new, and it's like every moment I watch this, it's like I'm reminded of something better, from Thomas.
Yeah.
And like it, you see moments like the part where Thomas is being blasted along the track. I think of like, oh, Thomas and the Jet Engine did this much better, and it doesn't even feel like it's a consistent story. It feels like a series of events that happen to be under the umbrella of the story. I will say I liked Baz and Bernie. I liked the music. I liked Sunny. I really liked those elements of it. And Kenji was all right, but it's like I feel like they needed to tile it down a bit. I feel like
trying to say that while I did find the each story is fun, as I was saying, a way to say you see the writers that Paul Osler, Laura Beaumont, they did definitely needed to tone a few things down a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, like they are familiar with Paul and Laura are familiar with Thomas. They've been writing since like season. Paul's been writing since season 6, actually.
Yeah.
Laura's been since season 17, and it's very strange to me how like even they've collaborated a lot. So I was very disappointed with it. My expectations weren't very high anyway, but it was just I was hoping they'd treat it with a bit more respect, a little bit more dignity for the 75th. I hate to compare it to like the 70th, but like I think of the event what we got in 2015, The Adventure Begins, Solar's Legend, Lost Treasure, and season 19, all really good. And then we have this year's equivalent of that, and only one of those things really stands out, and that's Thomas and the Royal Engine. To which it does have flaws, but it's still I'd rather take more of that than more of this, if you know what I mean.
Big time.
Yeah, Aaron, I absolutely agree with you. Thomas and the Royal Engine should have been 40 minutes. It should have been flipped.
Where's the chat? I can't. Oh, it's because I went full screen.
Yeah.
Where's the chat? Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
It definitely should have been the other way around. The Royal Engine should have been the longer.
Well, the Royal Engine, that is a great episode, a great special. That has to be my favourite. The two specials between the Royal Engine and Marvelous Machinery. Marvelous Machinery is okay, but I prefer the Royal Engine because that was a good way to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the franchise.
Yeah, the only exception I did like out of the special are two new engines, Kenji and Sonny, who were both very well developed and whose personalities are also interesting.
I wish I think Kenji was just okay, but Sonny was really interesting, and I actually liked this episode, Sonny's Second Chance.
Even Russia got some headlines a few weeks, not long before the TV broadcast of Marvelous Machinery episodes. So this is kind of interesting, I guess.
I can't answer for what my opinion is on Sonny because I've only watched the first part of Marvelous Machinery, but from what I've heard from others is that he is quite a good character. So I'm hoping I'll like him once I've come to fully watch the special.
He's definitely a good character because he had an episode to himself called Sonny with a Chance or something.
Sonny's Second Chance. Sonny with a Chance in the show.
Sonny with a Chance of Meatballs.
That's funny.
Cloudy with a chance of crazy dancing robots.
I will say about like season 24. Michael White's episode is really good. But I also really liked, as I said earlier, again, Sonny's Second Chance and Young Bound the Tiger stood out to me as being like a bit better than you know what we've come to expect from this era. I will say though, the Marvelous Machinery centric episodes fell flat for me, like really hard. Like the Inventor Spectacular Bridge, especially. I don't know what it is about that episode, but I think if you've seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about.
I've seen the
Just, like,
clip, and it looked horrible.
Not good. Considering, because I don't know who's seen it here and who hasn't, but it's been out for like, you know, most of the year. So it's considering it's like this is supposed to be the place from Toby Had a Little Lamb, like, you know, that bridge, and how it is like a ravine at like a really specific angle. And we're supposed to see this bridge walking along through this now flat landscape. It's so weird of just like, why, what is the point of this bridge? Surely an actual bridge would be like more not only realistic, but it would just be like it would also be easier to build, cheaper to build. And there's so many like logic loopholes here. That's like, what is the point of this bridge?
It's trying to reinvent the wheel. You think why?
I forget who it was, but one of my friends had a really cool reimagining for that episode where Ruth's plan for a walking bridge goes through and they build it, but like on a test run it fails and it like falls over or like something happens. I forget. I feel really bad for just like saying this because it's not my idea. But like the walking bridge fails and they just decide to build a regular bridge because sometimes new things don't always work out the way you'd like them to. And I feel like that would be a much stronger episode because the episode is just a bridge fell down, Ruth builds a new one. That's not like a story. That's not a story. That's like that is just Ruth building something.
That's like
So,
that. I thought the Inventor's Spectacular Bridge was okay-ish if it wasn't for some gimmick of a walking bridge that's pretty much just there, just to promoting the toys at the end.
Exactly, yeah. And I think that's also why it rubbed me the wrong way too. It's just like they had to change so many aspects of that area too to force in, you know, the bridge toy. And I hate that it's like this is just a part of the island now. Because you could probably look past the Marvelous Machinery stuff as like this is a one-time thing. It's not going to be a consistent part of Sodor, but this is now.
Yeah, a blip in the ointment, a fly in the ointment.
Yeah. I will say though, the Inventors, Thomas and the Inventors Workshop was interesting because it felt like Ruth's New Workshop, was that supposed to be the original windmill? Like from season 1? Like the title windmill?
I haven't seen the episode, but I've only seen an image of that windmill, and I don't.
And I thought
I know.
It feels like they're trying to imply this is the original windmill because, like, they said, "Oh, the crossing gate." That feels like if you look on the map, the official Sodor map, the windmill is near Crow's Farm, and that's like I was assuming there would be a gate there. It feels very strange to me how like, oh, there's just another windmill there. Either it's an entirely new windmill that's just already run down, or this is the original windmill, and it's never made clear. I wish it was made clear if it was or not, but they never do because there's not. I feel like there's when it comes to people interacting with like the show, people in the fan base, the community. I feel like there is a serious gap. There's a serious disconnect with like the general public and the people that make the show. Of course, like there are a select few that have these connections, but it always feels like the majority aren't heard, and it's like this like there isn't clear communication a lot of the time, and it's like when it comes to not only feedback but just explaining little things like that too. If you know what I mean. What
do you mean by the most people? Do you mean the?
I probably could have worded that a bit better, but I mean like when you think about most people in the fandom, they don't have connections to people that work at entertainment or Mattel, and I'm not blaming anyone that does. like, I'm not saying that, oh, you should feel bad for having connections with these people. What I'm saying is that, like, when it comes to explaining nuances with the story or like nuances with the episodes, which is how the world works, it would be nice if there was more fan interaction with the showrunners. That way we could hear it from their perspective. We can understand, oh, that's why they did that. Not to like spoil episodes or anything, but just to like have a better understanding, a mutual understanding and agreement between like what we can expect from the show, what they want to hear from us. And there was something like that there was a Facebook page called Talk Thomas, and it was run by Sam Wilkinson.
Yeah.
And that was shut down mysteriously for no reason, and it was never explained publicly why.
Yeah.
That was great because fans could say, hey, I don't think this works. And we could also, Sam would explain, oh, like, no, this is just how this works. And like,
Yeah.
Sam location.
Yeah.
It was good for clearing up those things as well.
Yeah.
I really wish there was more of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, people just kept asking the wrong question. Well, I say that probably sounds a bit pompous, but I mean questions as it. Well, they weren't really questions. It was just. It would be people who would just
back Boko,
bring back Boko and bring back and other people who would upload images of fan-made art of characters that had the CGI aesthetic and trying to pass them off as real. Like one guy I very much remember trying to pass off saying, oh, this is the CGI Stepney promo, thought you might like take a look. And someone had just made a crudely drawn Stepney train just, you know, on the on paint. And Sam was just like, I remember the comment just said, oh, sorry, that's a fake. It was just some fake photoshopped image. You know? And he just said, sorry, that's a fake photoshopped image. And then the guy was trying to be all clever, trying to say, no, it's real, it's real. I just thought, stop abusing the page, please.
Regardless of how those individuals handled it, I feel like had that continued, we might have had stronger episodes. We might have had stronger moments from the series. I feel like there was a distinct lack of feedback from the majority of the community and the fandom, and from the majority, I feel like some people did. Most people did not, though.
I feel there has been feedback given with those who have the connections, but of course, Mattel probably don't have the wide variety of different opinions from fans.
I'm not saying
it's a bit of a poison chalice to, you know, to have, you know, with fans having some sort of creative influence over what happens in the show. You know, there's got to be a balance between.
No, absolutely, of course. But that's why I thought that page worked well. Or at least I felt it worked well. I was like 14 or 15 when it was like running, so I don't know if like my judgment there still holds up today. But I very much remember thinking like, this is pretty cool. I wish they would keep doing this. And
but I wish they could have done it.
My point is, the point I was trying to make from the beginning of that was like, it's not clear if that's the original classic series windmill or not. And it's never explained.
Yeah. Excuse me, guys. Sorry to interrupt, but now that we come to finish discussing the Marvelous Machinery and Series 24, are we ready to move on to?
Can I just make a point about Series 24? So yeah, I feel it was a minor improvement on what had come from Series 23 and Series 22, but not by much. And I feel they really could have done more to really draw upon feedback that was given with Series 22, Series 23. On the Soda Island forums, there was some excellent reviews of the Series 22 episodes that were made in, I think it was either late 2018 or early 2019 that I feel had they really considered that feedback, we would have been able to have seen those changes implemented a lot quickly rather than in the series later. Yongbao and the Tiger was a particular example where I felt if only that was introduced, if only that episode had been introduced in series 22 rather than series 24, because that's the sort of type of international episode that the quality that we needed back then, for people to be convinced that this reboot, or not reboot, that this new era was worth going through, that we're actually going to get some good stories. And I feel Yongbao and the Tiger was a particular example which I felt so worked and that I wish we'd had more of when it came to the international episodes, and proved that the international aspect of the series was a good idea, and it could have worked well, but it obviously had just been handled so badly because of lack of research, poor writing, and just you get the feeling that they didn't really understand what it was that they were doing, which I felt hindered it. And I want to make one final point to close with regards to Marvelous Machinery. I felt the dialogue between those those two dealers, what were their names?
Baz and Bernie.
Baz and Bernie.
Baz and Bernie.
Oh, right.
Darn!
I think he's the dumb one, isn't he? I felt he was written a little bit too dumb, a little bit too stupid for my liking. Like it didn't really strike the balance between comedy and characterization. I felt that it could have worked on his dialogue a bit more. And the last final point I want to make is Marvelous Machinery. Ruth, I'm sorry, but I don't know what it is that makes me really annoyed with her. I find her so annoying, and I know I don't know whether people agree or whether this sounds like I'm treading on eggshells. But I feel that she's more the product of a political decision, which I think, can't we just have a good character introduced, like an inventor who's like, I'm sure, it's great that they were trying to make a difference and trying to make her a good role model, but I felt her character's been handled so poorly. It's just like, well, why did you introduce her? And you think, is it because of political reasons, or is it just like with Nia, or is it just, I don't get it. I felt very disappointed.
I think that I don't want to linger on this too long because I know we should get to like the next special, but I think the whole era in general is just totally charged. That's all I want to say.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Let's move on to the next and the final topic. Tom's the Royal Engine.
Well, actually,
I think
one of the last two here, the Royal Engine. I'll start.
I lost that one.
There we go.
I had
Lost is on here.
it came into attention in the news lines with Prince Harry making a special appearance at the beginning on a broadcast. It was a joyful thing to see. If it's like I said before, that if it were the other way round, like making the Marvelous Machinery a 22-minute double anchor episode compared to this could have been a 14-minute episode. The results could have been much better. But Thompson the Royal Engine, it was a fun and joyful yet a bittersweet way to end the classic series, classic Thomas that we all know and love, and that we don't know of.
Yeah. That is quite a special. I have to admit, that is a great special. That has to be one of my top favourites.
Yeah, and you got to love all the references from the earlier Marvel seasons that they put in.
And the Magic Railroad, of course. which is good.
I first found out that the Michael Rhodes episode was not actually from IMDb, but from some private phone call I had with Elliot early February, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, he found it. He found out first. I think it was through Michael himself.
I can't remember when, because Elliot told me that I think Michael was writing the special, and I can't remember when it was he told me, but I remember being gobsmacked and thinking, oh my goodness, like, bring it on.
Yeah, he told me this too back in, I think, early February this year. I was gobsmacked too. Well, I was really happy for Michael to have ever gone to write a very special anniversary episode. I felt that it's something that he ought to be proud of, really. I mean, especially having to include Duchess, who's played by none other than the voice actress of Lady Penelope, Mosman Hyde, I think.
Yeah.
He did have it. I said that she did it. She was a joy to listen to, and the character of Duchess was very, very nicely done in terms of the design and the delivery and everything, especially with the crown thing on her front. I mean, it's so nice, real nice, and perfect too. The ending was bittersweet too. I liked it. I mean, no, scratch that. I loved it.
Absolutely.
It was like, yeah.
You go, Josh.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's just one. There was one thing at the start of the story that I saw thought was handled a bit unfair. You know where Thomas leaves Vickerstown Station? Surely there should have been a large group of engines to see Thomas off instead of a small party, because then you could have had, because all there was Edward, Henry, Gordon, Percy, and Rebecca. Surely other characters like Toby, Duck, Donald, Douglas, Oliver, Emily, Molly, even Rosie, who was working at Vickerstown. Surely a large group of engines could have waited to see Thomas off instead of a small party need to see Thomas off. I mean, it was a big thing for Thomas, and not many of it. Just looked like only a few engines cared that Thomas was going to London, and nobody else just seemed to be bothered to be there to see him off. Does anyone get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I understand.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a good point. And that's actually a good point what Ross is trying to say, because there wasn't that many there. There could have been a lot more to see Thomas go off to London. But it's just like some of the steam team, Edward and Henry, and there could have been more, like Ross said. Even Annie and Clarabelle should have said goodbye too.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good point. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. I mean, that was a real good point there, Russ. That's understandably there.
I think Thomas and the Royal Engine is written beautifully. I think it's really well. I think its story is really nice.
Absolutely.
There were some visual elements that didn't quite stick with me. I thought the way they reused the Journey Beyond solar sets was really well done. I liked how they brought back the viaduct and that big field as well from JBS. I will say though, I think Duchess's design could have been a bit better. Like, yeah, again, like the same problems that I had with me and Rebecca earlier, they again seem to work them into Duchess. Like her lettering's a bit weird, and also like the way, again, her running board is red and also black too. That didn't sit well with me. I think her face is nice, but yeah, like there were also some things that were, a bit weird to me, like how Beresford just randomly shows up. I think it's fine to have the Journey Beyond Solar characters in this, but I think Michael basically confirmed that like Beresford asked to put Beresford in this, and I know a lot of people aren't crazy about Beresford because he's just kind of like a bit too zany for Thomas. He's like, again, picking up Thomas, throwing him all over the place. But aside from those little nitpicks and just Oh yeah, and the London sets too. I know people aren't crazy about that because of the reuse of assets and like the way how they do that. I think aside from those nitpicks, I thought it was, it was nice. It was enjoyable. I think it could have been longer, and I'm really glad that Michael was able to have this opportunity because again, in that interview, he mentioned how this was like a huge deal. He's writing the 75th anniversary special. That is a crazy amount of pressure to put on one person, and I have so much respect for him for really, truly caring about this. And yeah, well done to Michael. Really.
Absolutely. I think we should give him a hand for that.
Yeah.
All round of applause.
Sorry,
You
Scott.
first.
No,
No, you first. Go ahead.
well, I read somewhere, wasn't it true that there was a rumor that the Steelworks engines was going to make an appearance? I read there was a rumor about that.
I don't recall hearing that. Sorry.
Well, we know
I can't see what
when-
role that they would have had in the special, if I'm honest.
Well, we know Beresford the Crane was
Yeah,
bad.
I-
Jelly on soda.
Because the other thing, while we're on the subject of the Duchess, there was a lot of talk about people saying that maybe the Duchess of Hamilton was going to be making an appearance, but instead of bringing a real actual Duchess engine in real life, they decided to just make a new one.
I think that was the reason. I think, if I recall correctly, the reason for that is so I think there's some sort of legal issue with using real life engines in TV shows and films because
From
you
what-
have to get permission from the owners to use their identity and likeness in a media production that you're essentially earning money from. And now this wasn't the case for Flying Scotsman because he had already been approved in 1991 when Britt Allcroft was in charge. So they were fine with bringing him back in CGI. But for engines like, I remember an example in the TCC, Thomas Crater's Collective, when they used Mallard in one of the videos, there was a bit of a dispute that I heard that they got into a little bit of trouble with the actual owners of Mallard. I think it's the National Railway Museum, isn't it? Don't think it's privately owned anymore. But yeah, the National Railway Museum got a little bit irked with the fact that they were using Mallard. They're using Mallard as a character in the show without their approval. So the case would be the same if they were to use Duchess of Hamilton. They would have to contact the necessary legal owners of Duchess and ask if they could use her likeness and her identity in the show. And I think for Mattel, that would just be a lot of headache, a lot of work, because you've got to pay people to sort these things out. And you've also probably got to negotiate royalties as well, so that they get some.
This is what you love it to me. 8 means to melt you, 7 swans to swim, 6 means to make. I golden ring. 4 calling birds, 3 red hens, 2 and a partridge in a pear tree.
Honey!
Hello.
There's no Tobias in this call!
Love you, babe.
Now you act like my boyfriend, you.
Well, I'm sorry if I was acting all crazy.
You're acting like butter crazy, you.
But here's the thing. Look. There's a saying called bread and butter. Like, without Michael White, no Heart of Gold. Without Sharon Miller, no Royal Engine. Without Hugh Bonneville, there's no Merlin.
Honey, that makes no bloody sense!
Without Blender, no Richard. No Richard means no stories about Richard. No stories about Richard means no Carson. No Carson means no sort of workshops. It's a
Honey, this is not Second Life moment. I'm going to go get pudding. You're in charge of my stream. Do not run away, or Danny's going to get your butt later.
And I will get the butter.
Honey, no. I'm going to get pudding. You're in charge of my stream. Do not run away.
Stream. Wait, is there a lot of stream going on?
Yeah, you're in my live stream. Hello.
I'm going
to go get pudding. Stop that.
I'm so sorry about that. There's so many things. I'm backstage, by the way. That's true. Coronavirus has not been eliminated, but we must eliminate coronavirus. Coronavirus is essential. It's not really. Coronavirus, to defeat coronavirus, you must get vaccinated. Stay 2 feet apart, or I mean, 2 meters apart, 6 feet apart. Then wash your hands for 30 seconds. Then wear the mask. Then nipple. Then oh yes, that runs. And let's right at the body. Yay! Over here. There we go. Now, as I check it with the listener, I'll throw my butter. Butter is essential, as butter is always essential. Without butter, we can't do anything. We can't do anything. We can't do. Golden. Yeah. Now this will be a pornography channel. We'll talk about pornography. Yeah.
Good, you didn't leave. I got my poutine.
We were talking about pornography on this.
I got my poutine.
That's good. We were just talking about pornography. Oh yeah. By the way, yes, I'm also backstage in the show.
Okay, sexy.
Okay.
That's okay. There. My name. Hello. Period here. The
Seriously,
period control. What do you mean seriously? I'm just saying.
Stop talking about butter.
But butter is.
You're gonna think you're crazy.
Butter is. But butter. The butter is essential. Without the butter would not be in butter. You see, butter is like butter, and like butter is like hooray butter, and yay butter.
Oh fudge, Nichols.
Butter.
Stop talking about butter.
But butter is essential.
No, it's not.
Butter is.
Nope.
Yes, it is.
Nope.
If you don't lie about it.
Nope.
Butter's essential. Now we speak to. Nope.
You're the one who had a creepy pasta.
I'm sorry. What?
The big fan creepy pasta.
That was requested.
What are you doing? Oh, for Pete's sake!
Look. The guy who narrated is not in connection with any of the other people. So he doesn't even know what's going on. Anyway. Oh, that's you. Now it's time to do another live stream on my channel.
Nope.
Yes, it is.
Nope.
Live stream. We're going
Nope.
to do it. We have to sing and dance.
Honey,
What?
calm down.
I am calm. Like I'm happy that Donald Trump is accepting defeat. Like because
Why are you talking about politics?
We were talking about how Donald Trump admires butter.
Honey,
What? What's the issue?
No, I'm going better pages.
Look. Butter is awesome. Like, oh boy. Like, it's just like, lol. It's acceptable. Like, so now that we've finally come to terms, it is now time to do yet again another live stream on our channel. It was so much fun. Come on.
I said no. I win.
But it's time. I win.
Honey, no. I win. Na 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 na.
But you must understand.
I win.
I do not think so. Time to do a live stream.
Honey, I win. No live stream for you.
It's now time to do another live stream.
No.
Yes.
No.
It's time.
Nope.
Live stream.
No.
Yes, it is.
Not with that. I win.
Oh, for God's sakes.
You know I win, you. Mwah, mwah.
It is now time.
Mwah, mwah, mwah,
As I said,
mwah, mwah.
it's time to do the live stream on my channel.
I win.
It's now time to do
Who loves
live
you?
stream. All right. Oh, you do. Damn it.
I said who loves you.
You do.
Mwah. I'm sexy.
Oh, yes. It is time.
No, honey. It is not time.
It's time. Horatio is here.
No!
Yes. Horatio is here to celebrate the occasion once again.
I said no. I know it's your cupcake.
Yes. Horatio is here to save
I
the
said
day.
no, cupcake.
I said yes.
I said no, cupcake. I said no. There's a no. There's a no-nos.
Who's Cupcake? Because I'm Horatio.
You're cupcake, you.
What?
Honey, I know it's you. Kevin knows it's you too.
Hello, my name is Sir Topham Hatt, and I'm the Pet Controller. We are two different people, not the same person. It's been said time after time again.
No, you're the same person. You're the same person.
The Fat Controller is right. I am different from him.
Honey, now you're confusing Kevin.
Sir Topham Hatt is quite right. We are different people, not the same.
Nope.
As I said, the Fat Controller.
Nope.
Do you understand that I'm coming from on this? Oh. No.
Honey, I know it's you.
Is this no change? Do you not delay?
You can't.
Is this no change? Do you not delay stream?
Yep.
We're going to celebrate into the stars. We're going
No!
Is this no change? Do
No!
Is this no change?
No! No.
The Fat Controller and the Topham Hatt are different people at the end.
Nope.
but the Fat Controller makes a vital point.
Honey, no!
What the hell?
I win.
Now then,
No.
where was I? I, Sir Topham Hatt, am different from the Fat Controller. Even though we look identical, we're not the same person.
You're the same person in the show, sir.
But that does not make sense. Concluded.
Watch the UK dub and watch the US dub. It's the same person. You're not different people. The end. Honey, I know it's you.
It's illegal.
Honey, do you only have to make gas session tonight?
Oh, not necessary?
Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah. Feel better now?
Okay.
Feel better now?
Okay. Okay. Well, it's finally happened. We're in a stream together. Just us.
Mm-hmm.
And now, the first in the history of it all. It is time.
I'm very not gonna demonetize for this.
Oh, damn.
No, you can show your face, honey.
Oh, well, I was... Almost did it.
Honey, put your camera back on.
This is my face.
Now that's your icon, sweetie.
Oh, there we go.
Now keep it on.
I will.
Shining in the east, beyond and far, and to the earth it gave great light, and so it continued both day and night. Noel, 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 Lord is the King of Israel.
On the video chat, time to find nuts through the stars and through the sun, through the moon and through the stars. Ha ha ha.
I win.
I feel really bad for it's the whole Sharon Miller complex of like Sharon Miller was also forced to do a lot of things she might not have wanted to do, and a lot of blame fell on her. It's the same thing with Ian too. He didn't make every single decision. He was a big part in that, but I reckon he also, remember, you got to remember with Ian, he also helped develop the Brenner era. He is one of the best things to come from modern Thomas, and I think people really need to remember that.
Yeah,
I think the lows were lows, and when there were highs, they were high. All right, but most of it was like quite low. You know.
Sometimes
Yeah.
there were a few good stuff that could overweigh the bad, but not a whole lot per se.
It was, all in all, it was quite disappointing. I think they have this incredible concept of taking Thomas around the world, and I feel like they floundered completely. I wish I could say better luck next time, but I think we all know where this is going. Abandon ship, get out, get out.
Plus the inclusion of Nia
Yeah.
and Rebecca, that was all right. I could have preferred Rebecca over Nia, although I do think they're both interesting characters if it wasn't for their flaws per se.
I think if like it was made in the style of seasons 19 and 20 or The Great Race, if they had just kept going in the same style, then I think this could have been, you know, just all right, just okay.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best thing to come from Thomas, but I think it could have been an interesting case study. But I think the format change is what really killed this whole era. That's all I got to say about that.
I agree. I agree with you.
On to Jamie.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, as a whole, Big World Big Adventures has been just a complete damp squid and a failure. So, like you say, like you have, there were a couple of gems, you know, particularly the Michael White episodes were just gems, you know, and you think, oh my God, had the era not involved him at all in the writing department, I feel it would have been totally worse.
Absolutely.
And so it was really a nice high point to actually know that a fan, well, I know that Andrew Brenner is a fan and, you know, Ian McHugh is a fan, otherwise they probably wouldn't be doing what they'd be doing. But to actually have a fan who grew up with Thomas religiously and in depth.
And to be involved in the community too.
Yeah, be involved in the community and actually have a creative influence on the show, I thought was a really nice positive thing to have seen. I only wish we could have had him I only wish he could have been involved earlier in series 19 or series 20 and let him go to town with scripts. Now, going back to Big World Big Adventures though, I think the movie came out, the special, it summed up what was to be expected, and it wasn't filling me with much hope. And then of course series 22, series 23 rolled in, and it was just, you thought, what has this show become? And then series 24 came in, and with Marvelous Machinery, involving such, I'm going to use the word again, anachronistic elements, stuff that doesn't belong in the period, that completely juxtapositions its environment. I felt, is this what the show is now? Like, how can nobody see, that maybe we shouldn't be bringing flying cars into Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends? What's going? What is going on? Who are these people making these executive decisions? And where is there evidence for this change? That's what really got me. It's like it did get, like you said, Luke. It just came out of nowhere, and you think, where is it? Because we got word, hearsay from those probably closely associated with the team, saying that the current format wasn't bringing in the ratings and it wasn't bringing in. But I don't think it's as simple as, oh, they found the show was boring. I mean, I'd like to look into that in detail, because I don't think the Brenner era was perfect at all, and I felt that there was things that they should have done that they didn't do. But to summarize what I'm saying is, I feel like Mattel felt they need that.
What, Dom's burping again?
To be the remedy that was to combat Paw Patrol, and instead it was the wrong sort of remedy, because it just made it was trying to copy what was already popular with kids out there, instead of trying to introduce something that kids didn't know they needed, which is part of understanding your audience. You need to look for something which they didn't know they needed, or that they could do with having, and working on that and incorporating it, within reason, into your product to give it a unique edge in the competition, to make it stand out from all the noise. You imagine it's like a motorway with traffic lanes, clogged up. There's a lot of noise, but what's going to make your car, your vehicle, stand out from the rest and disrupt the traffic? It's going to make people take notice. And I felt Big World Big Ventures, with all the best intentions, and not a bad idea introducing the international elements. And I felt had the research been done into it properly, had they taken the time to properly research and plan out what they were going to do, it would have not been as bad, and I think it would have worked. But as it stands, as they tried to keep the ball rolling every year with producing a new special and a new series every year, it didn't work. I felt they took on too much of a big challenge, and it backfired. And
Much,
that's all I can come up with.
really good analysis there, Gary.
Oh, thank you.
I completely agree.
Oh, cheers, man. Thank you. What does Ross have to say?
Well, I don't know what anyone else might think, but I actually liked Big World Big Adventures. Okay, I wasn't quite sure what to think about it when we first heard that Edward and Henry were actually leaving. Of course, we all, if you remember at the end of series 21, we understood why Edward was leaving, but there was just something that said when we finally got to see Forever and Ever, and it said Henry was leaving, it didn't say why he was leaving. There's just so much stuff that just wasn't explained properly. And I think, and the idea with as long as the episodes weren't always 100% perfect, there were some good stuff in it. But I think with the international episodes, I think the idea of Thomas being in China was a good idea, because it is said that Thomas was very, very popular over in China. But I think there were some bits in some of the episodes that just wasn't handled properly. Like, I think for me, what seemed to be handled properly in series 22, which didn't seem to handle well then series 23 or 24, was the number of characters, because there were so many characters that were used in series 22, but when it came back series 23, we saw like less of the background characters. like with series 22, we saw Rosie speak again after goodness knows, after 5 seasons of not saying anything. Or was it 4 seasons? I think it's 4 seasons. We see her speak again in series 22, but series 23, no. And then when it came to series 24, she only gets like 2 lines, and that was only in the special. It just feels like it just felt like they were just focusing on the engines. Thomas, Percy, Emily, James, Gordon, Nia, and Rebecca, when they could have tried any of the. I was thinking more about the 7 main engines that Tidmus said. They could have focused on any of the other characters in the background, like Stanley, Whiff, Charlie, Doc, Oliver, Donald, Douglas, Toad. They could have tried looking at the other characters and tried stories on them instead of just focusing on the 7 main engines. I mean, what's the point in just writing episodes about the same engine when you've got like a whole cast of characters that you can do stories for? It's called character development. You can like try and write a good story about a character and try and build up their character and try and make story work around them instead of just putting on the same character over and over again.
I think it's really interesting that you bring up that the Steam team are overused, because I feel like it's more Thomas's is being overused in this season. He's in every international episode, and he's also in pretty much every Sodor episode. And I think that there's less emphasis on even the new Steam team. And like, it would have been nice if, I agree, if they had worked in more secondary characters.
Yeah, especially that you mentioned.
Yeah. And with the international episodes, Thomas with Yon Bao, that works. Thomas with Ashima and Rajiv, that works in a way, because Ashima was very popular in the Great Race. And Thomas and Shay, yeah. But I just think why bring Thomas to Brazil? Surely they could have tried one of the other international engines that weren't quite explored in the Great Race properly. Like, they could have put Thomas with Frida of Germany. They could have put Thomas in Germany for some time. Sorry, Luke, what were you going to say?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I didn't mean to interrupt you, first of all, but I think that the reason they chose Brazil was because they already had quite a few sets from the movie as well, so they could work them into season 23.
Yeah.
I am shocked they didn't use Japan at all. It's what Jamie was saying earlier, because Thomas is very popular in Japan and America, and Hero is like this perfect vehicle to use for what they were trying to do, and he hasn't been seen since Journey Beyond Sodor. So a lot of people naturally came to the conclusion that he had just gone back to Japan again because he hadn't been seen, and people thought, oh well, Thomas is going to see him in Japan on his way around the world, but he doesn't, because it just doesn't work out that way. They just gloss over it.
And
and America too.
In America,
because we all know, because Vinny from the Great Race, he came from America. Thomas could have been in America. He could have spoken. He could have spoken to Vinny. We could have seen what he was like with Bo. That's it. We could have seen him with Bo again, and we also could have seen Thomas with Sam. I mean, Sam was brought in the same way as Logan was, but why? And if Thomas is big in America, why did they put him in the wrong part of America? Why not put him in North America? Because Thomas was much bigger in North America than he is in South America. I'm sure. I think that's true.
Yeah.
Because they already had a lot of sets and assets for American engines and locomotives and just the sets as well. So it was just an odd decision, I think.
Yeah. I hardly remember. Was it Gabriella? Gabriella hardly did anything with her. She just appears, and they got a voice actor for her, and then she just fades away, and it's just what's the point?
Gabriella was just there.
and the same with Thomas going to Italy. I mean, Gina, she's a good character. I haven't got a problem with her, and I like her voice. But I think the characters that just didn't appear, that just didn't stand out for me, was Lorenzo and Beppe. I mean, what is the deal with them? What they're opera singer characters, but is there because we've got like an opera singer, and that's Alicia Botta, who we have seen since series 6. We don't. Why on earth would you want an engine in singing opera? I mean, if Lorenzo sings highly like that, what kind of an effect will it have on his steam pipes, his pistons, or any part of him? That might blow his fire out.
I did feel the failure to use Alicia Botti was a big missed opportunity.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, come on. You're writing for the show. Just
We want Alicia Botti
anyway.
back. We want Alicia Botti back.
That's the CGI model that Nitrogen made.
Yeah, this is
They
the
actually
thing.
could have done it.
Yeah, they have the model. Why didn't
What a messed up.
Lorenzo and Beppe I didn't gel with at all. I have explained it earlier in the stream, so I don't need to go on about it. But
I was at work. I was at work when this was on, and I didn't finish till 10.
Russ, sorry for keeping you waiting too.
That's all right. I didn't even know it was on until after I got back.
No, it's okay.
If you may have seen, you probably wouldn't be interested, but I actually wrote my own Thomas Big World Big Adventures episodes, and some of my episodes I did was where I wrote Thomas in Germany with Frida, and I introduced some of my own made up characters. You might have seen them.
I have seen them on your channel. I've been meaning to check some of them out.
Yeah,
I will do in time.
Yeah, because what I did was the first story I did was Thomas says sorry, and basically that's when Thomas sees Frida again for the first time. And do you remember how Thomas mistook Frida for Gordon because of the streamlining? What I did was, the idea behind that was Frida is still upset with Thomas because of Thomas mistaking her for Gordon. And Thomas feels bad because
Hello everyone,
Frida's
Victor Tanzik here, and welcome to the Stories of Sodor Questions and Answers Part 2. I hope you all enjoyed the first one. Is this going to be the last questions and answers video? Who's to say? Depends on how long this runs for. Okay, so I'll keep the introduction short so we can get stuck right into it. Besides Thomas and Tugs, what other shows do you like? My absolute favorite would probably be Game of Thrones. It's just so terrific. It's really, really great. I am sad that it's going to be ending with season 8, but I am dying to see how it will end. And I really, really do hope they do a good job of it. But given the show's history up to now, they can't not do a good job of it. I also do like Daria, as I mentioned in a previous video. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, yes, I also do love House of Cards as well. It's just so chilling. Like that Kevin Spacey, man, can he act. What setup do you use to capture and record the trains footage? I have a custom-made PC that I use for practically everything. Custom-made in that I picked the parts and I had it professionally tested and assembled. If you want the full specifications, you can just have a look down in the description. What would you recommend to anyone new looking to establish their first train series? Just do it. Just have a go at it. Don't worry about it. Don't think about the potential negatives. Just make your episodes and put them out there and see what happens. If they're successful, great. If they're not, don't be disheartened. Just take pride in knowing that you went to all this effort to make your episode, to produce it, to voice it, to write it, whatever, and just be very, very proud of that. As for the filming of the episodes itself, the best advice I can give is find a way that works for you. Find a style, a method, or whatever that you're most comfortable with. And if it takes you months to produce an episode, well, who cares? Work at your own pace. Just try not to let yourself get bogged down too much in it. Like, try not to let it consume you too much. Otherwise, you might run the risk of burning out like I almost did. Why did you choose Train Sims to film your series with? Because it's got the best variety of Thomas and Friends models and objects, so really there was no contest. What was your reaction to finding out that you got 1,000 subscribers? Disbelief. I think I went back and checked about half a dozen times to make sure that the count was accurate, that I was actually reading it right. So, yeah, I was absolutely blown away. Like I've said, I didn't expect to get so many subscribers. So thank you all very much again. And I'm just blown away by how many subscribers I've had since. At the time I was making this video, the count was at 1,412. So it'll be interesting to see how it grows from, say, this time next week, or even at the time I upload this video. Model or CGI? Neither, in that I don't...
A sad attempt at a reboot. Honestly, this is pathetic. This is the worst thing they could have done, and they're doing it. Wow, I cannot believe we are at this point now.
Yeah.
What a terrible way to ruin the legacy of one of the most iconic children's characters of all time.
Yeah.
Thomas the Tank Engine, and you turn it into this. How pathetic.
I 100% agree with you there. 100%. And can I just, I'll repeat what I wrote on the Solar Island forums. This is a vapid, bastardized disgrace of a legacy. And I'm so saddened. I'm absolutely just heartbroken.
Excuse the language.
No, the word bastardized is actually a word that's not. It sounds like a swear word. I get it, but it has been used in the Complete Book of Thunderbirds by Chris Brentley, and it is a word that means basically ruined and vulgarized. So I just used that word for effect. Because it described what I was meaning.
Regardless of how the show is going to act going forwards, I don't even consider the season 25. This is like its own thing. This is a complete reboot.
I think if I ever did describe one thing, Thomas is in name only.
Yeah.
Yes. It's only sharing the name. The show is completely different. This is a complete reboot. This is its own thing with no ties to the original show aside from the same name of Thomas.
Yeah. But wasn't Big World Big Adventures a sort of a reboot thing?
Well, it was like a
Big World
reboot.
Yeah, Big World was a soft reboot, and again, like Ian, like the whole team that worked on the Brenner era Big World, all gone. This is an entirely new team, and it's an American team too, I think, and that has me very worried because this is not even close to anything Thomas. And I gotta say, even if this new show is like the worst thing in the world, which it probably will be, just remember this is an excellent opportunity for fan content to really come through and really shine. Keep raising the bar for fan content because I know you guys are incredibly talented. Now prove it to us. Prove to us that
Motivation.
you can make something better than this.
What's even more to this than through a conference call last week, Ryan and SI had on what to expect.
I'm amazed.
If you want to be, if you're easily upset, don't read this. It's not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth the time.
I felt so saddened and upset by that. Like, I actually didn't know I could be so upset over a show when I read this, and that really hit me.
I'm seeing some people saying that like this should be non-canon, and don't worry, guys. This is an entirely separate thing. This is non-canon to the original Thomas. This is a complete reboot, but it still shouldn't exist. This is like Wrong.
I thought there was something that someone said to me, like back when Series 22 started. If Big World, Big Adventures wasn't as successful as they hoped it would be, it would go back to the way it was from Series 17 to Series 21. Because I thought that was the idea.
Well, that was one outcome they could have run with, but they obviously didn't. They decided to put the series on hiatus and couldn't even do a hiatus right. They just decided, well, we'll just reboot the whole thing. And
I think Ian, this was what Ian was trying to prevent. This is like the worst thing that could have happened, and I think he was trying to prevent this by like prolonging normal Thomas with the big world stuff. Also, it's not even like remotely British anymore. They're going to have an all-American cast now. It's going to be like very vague in where it's located, which is terrible because I'll tell you what, there is no cultural identity. Part of Thomas's charm was that it's very British. That fed into, the appeal of it, and you're taking that away, and it's like, what is the identity of the show now? It is just this bland pulp that doesn't mean anything because it has no unique voice of its own. How many shows do you know are set in like this quaint British Isle? I can't. Thomas is the only one, and that gives it such a unique, like, flair to it. It's not going to be. This is not good. So the next 2 seasons of this are non-canon to the original and a complete reboot, and everything about what we love from Thomas is just gone. And be very afraid of this.
From my understanding, at least they kind of did the same thing with Bob Builder, except that Bob Builder moved them from classic stop motion to 3D computer animation. This was years ago. And now we came to this. Thomas moved from computers and one. And as much as I do understand that Coles Entertainment and Havana Studios that had a stable reputation for a Canadian animation studio that provided some well-established TV series and films, most notably Rock and Rule, and two of their faithful TV series adaptations of Baba the Elephant and Rupert Bear. This was not one of these things I had in mind for a quote-unquote reboot. And like the majority of you guys here, I'm still at the moment I'm still not well prepared for what's to come at the moment. But at the same time, I may be a little rather cautiously careful just to see how it goes out, just to see 1 or 2 episodes, and if it's not goes down to my liking, then I'm afraid that would be over, and I'll have to pass on to the today's generation of audience, which would be children.
I'm going to watch this because it's Thomas, but not because I support this. I'm going to dip my head in for probably a couple episodes, as you were saying, Daniel, but I don't I can't actually picture myself genuinely supporting this. I will not be giving my money to the big wigs at Mattel that think this is just an okay thing to do.
Yeah.
Oh. Where would they get the idea for this? What kind of a test audience? What kind of a test audience would want to look at that and think that is Thomas? I mean, when this airs on TV and a kid looks at that and thinks, "Mum, who is that? Mummy or Daddy, who is that?" and the parents are going to think they're not going to be able to recognise it because the parents know who Thomas the Tank Engine looks like, and they're going to look at him and say, "That is not Thomas." Whereas the real Thomas doesn't look anything like that.
Or they'll just look at the picture and think, "Oh, is that Thomas? Oh,
it's
shame."
But except it's in a cartoon.
The great, how the mighty have fallen, and that really hurts.
A lot of people reacted negatively to the Bob the Builder reboot, and fair enough to the Bob the Builder reboot. It's got some redeeming qualities. Might not be as good as the original, but it's still, from what I've seen, all right. If people got upset over the Bob the Builder reboot because they made him look a little bit more realistic, people are gonna flip their lid when they see this, because this is like sin. This is Thomas sin.
Yeah.
Because I spoke to one of my colleagues at work, my boss's wife. I spoke to my boss's wife about this, and when I showed her this picture, Thomas, she was shocked, and she said to me, "You know why they've done that, don't you? The reason is they're trying to keep up with everybody else. They're trying to keep up with what all the other shows have done. But how is that going to keep up? What I said to her, she said to me was, what made the show exciting and wonderful was the realism, how realistic it was, and how much true nature Thomas the Tank Engine was to its railway self. There was so much railway realism to Thomas. But if you look, what you can see from that picture, there's nothing railway realistic about that. There's nothing at all real, because what this picture is missing is the heart. Where's the heart in that? Where's the heart? Where's the passion? Where's the thing that says I love? Where's the thing that says I love? That makes the viewers want to say I love you, Thomas. You're gonna look at that and thinking, right, you're right. When it gets next year, you're gonna be well and totally fudged. That's your career fudged up.
That's a really interesting point. That like, where's the heart?
Yeah, it's soulless.
It's just a soulless corporate like pulp of like gray mush. There's nothing substantive to this.
You know what strikes me out of all of this, and I've written this again on the Solar Island forums, is it's a blatant copy of what is already popular out there.
For the engine,
not going to work. And because you read in the description, it says, "Oh, the Island of Sodor is becoming a massive playground, and all the trains are like children, running about in this new playground." And the back control, Sir Topham Hatt, he's this, he's the flustered adult. And I thought, thing is, I know exactly what this show is, and it already exists. It existed years ago, and it's called Paw Patrol because you've got Adventure Bay, you've got the cutesy like pups who resemble kids saving the day, and then you've got Mr. Captain Turbo, yeah, that's his name, Captain Turbo, who is the pratfalling adult who basically has to get the pup like the children to bail him out of trouble because he's just so incompetent. And that's what they're doing with the Thomas series. Is that they've looked at the Paw Patrol character dynamics and the structure, and they've just gone, right, but with Thomas characters now, and Thomas is going to be this. And I just thought, give me a break. And these executives are being paid like £50,000 a year. You think, are you stupid? Like, just haven't you got a clue? Have you even read a book of Thomas? Have you even watched an episode?
Have they
do you know what you have?
Have they done the research properly? Have they looked into the history? Have they looked at how the Reverend Wilbur Awdry and Christopher wrote the story? And how they thought about how did the Reverend Wilbur Awdry make his characters? What did he put into his characters? How did he make them loved and special and attractive to the viewers?
I've heard some things about like more specific details that go beyond the blog or what is publicly known, and I won't get into what has been said or what's been told to me, but like it's honestly the worst thing that could have happened. This is the worst thing that has ever happened to Thomas ever. This is not ideal.
Those were pretty much a pretty good analysis. Come to that matched up my understanding and my feelings as to what to come. But whereas I did share it as well, because I did admit that I did say before I'm still not prepared for what was to come in the future. But then again, there was nothing else we could do to undo this, because this was already been made. Mattel's already gotten feedback from the test audiences earlier in Volvo, so and that's that they had to adapt with the current times for the audiences and such. I would love to see what this evidence is, because I have absolutely no empathy. Well, not I don't know the word empathy. No, not sympathy. I can't comprehend that audiences would be okay with this. Well, they might find it okay, and then they'll watch it, and then they'll just tune to something else and just like go and play with their Paw Patrol Dino set or whatever.
Wouldn't
And
you
you're
just
like,
give
what? Like, this isn't fit for the longevity of the brand. This is just it's just following and being subservient to flash in the pan trends and focus and the pie charts of focus groups. I think just I don't want to be one of those people who are constantly saying wait and see. It's just that my 2 cents on it. Just that who knows for sure once it's out, and as well as to see if any children of any kinds are going to like or not. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be a flop, but I could be wrong though.
But if they say Thomas has been in competition with Paw Patrol for ages, and if this is going to be a massive failure, then they should just pick up a white flag and just wave it straight away and say we surrender. But they're not. The problem with Mattel is they're not thinking about the brands properly. They're not looking at what they really should be doing. They're not looking at what makes the show special. They're just taking out the stuff what makes it good, and they're putting in stuff in that just doesn't connect, doesn't make any sense, and just doesn't really work.
I see the name. Sorry,
it's all right.
What was I actually wrote what my thoughts on this new reboot on SIF. It was quite a long post, and I shared it, and I did share it with a few of my friends. I'm not sure if you've seen it yet, Jamie. But I actually quoted some of the stuff that was written there, and I thought, and I was thinking, and one of the things they say, there's not going to be any humans in it. They're just going to keep the Fat Controller in. But the humans and the characters are one of the things that has to keep the railway looking realistic, like drivers, firemen, workmen, and there were other characters like the Vicar, Jem Cole, Mrs. Kindly, the Mayor, Jeremiah Joblin, Station Masters, Guards, Shunters, Old Bailey, Silver Fog, and the list goes on. If they're taking out the bits that could actually keep the show looking busy and realistic and loved and make it a lot more sense, then that would be something good. But if you take out everything and if you take Thomas out of that and put him somewhere that he's unfamiliar with, then he's going to be in an area that he doesn't know. He's going to go into unwanted territory, and that's where he's going to be in this new reboot. He's not going to have any idea where he is. He's going to be like James. He's going to be like James May from Top Gear. He doesn't know where he's going. He's going to get himself lost.
I think before we end, I want to say this one last thing that I mentioned earlier, but I think it's still important to reiterate here. Thomas is a tank engine, right? He is a steam locomotive. He is an engine. That is his main appeal. He is a steam train. That is his main appeal. If he's going to be doing things that aren't possible for a steam engine to be doing, then what is the point of him being a train at all? If he's just going to be doing things that people do or that kids do, he's an engine. Use that.
Like us call steam engines steam locomotives, and kids can still get to call these locomotives as trains or steamies, as they were watching Thomas and Friends episodes and stuff.
Yeah,
that's a very good point there, Luke.
it makes me wonder what they're going to do, what Mattel's going to do with the rest of the activities that the brand have pies in, fingers in pies, such as the Days Out with Thomas events. Are they still going to be running? Is Thomas Land still going to be running with the current aesthetic? Is is the blooming whatever, all these other live events and other things that exist across the world, are they going to be retooled as well? When's are there any news about that? Because I
am terrified. I am terrified.
It might take 2 or 3 years or so, like much it did with the AI update.
So Chris, the other thing is, we've heard that what's Britt Allcroft going to say when she sees that? What's Christopher Audrey and the rest of the Audrey family going to say? What are people from the past who worked on the show going to say? Right.
No, yeah.
Mike. So Michael, I'm not sure if I'm going to be told I was saying it, but in a way, I think Michael Angelis wouldn't really want to see that picture of the reboot. He wouldn't want to see that.
Spoiler alert: he died.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just thinking.
Bring the mood down, Daniel.
Sorry.
I'm just thinking if Michael was still, if Michael Angelis was still here and he saw that, I don't think he'd be impressed. I don't think he would have liked that. I don't think Ringo's going to like it. Alec Baldwin, Michael Brandon, Mark Morgan, everyone who's been involved with Thomas or who have grown up with Thomas, they're not going to like that. And I think
anyone in their reasonable mind is not going to like this.
Anyone that's not working for them is going to see common sense and they're going to realize, oh, this isn't very good. But because these are people that are like working on the show that are like, yes, this is very good. Yes, men, essentially, just people that are like agreeing with like whatever's thrown at the wall.
Yes,
it's not very good. They'll just say yes and just keep their heads nodding to like keep it going, even if it's not good,
Yeah, the problem with Mattel is they're not listening to us. They're not taking any feedback. They're not taking any criticism. They're not listening to what we're saying. Where they're getting their evidence, where they're getting their feedback and evidence from that says this is a good idea. Why aren't they looking? Why during this hiatus? Why didn't they look back at the work they did for Big World Big Adventures season 22, 3 and 4? And why didn't they just look into that and try and see if they could improve that or make it better? Why didn't they think to ask us, the fans, what we thought of it? Okay, there are younger, us older fans, we're not the target audience anymore, but it would have been nice if they just asked for our opinion and then we could have told them what they could have done, and maybe Big World Big Adventures could have gone up, could have continued, and they could have tried making it even better with ideas and thoughts and opinions and suggestions from us. I mean, we're the viewers. We have to watch the show. I'm sure we get a much bigger say in what we think they could do to make it better. If you want to improve on something, get advice from other people from the outside. Maybe take in some criticism, take in some ideas and thoughts from other people, and try and see if you can work with that. Don't ignore us. Take notice of us and just listen to what we say and understand how we feel.
Or better, it's something that isn't broke.
Don't fix it.
The thing is,
sorry.
No, I was just going to add to Ross's point is that
no, go for it.
I mean, the thing is Mattel should take on board some concerns that the older fans have, but they'll much rather, and understandably, they'll much rather listen to parents and children, because that's what the show is aimed for, whether we like it or not. It's not aimed at us. We're just here to sort of soak up what goodies come our way. But they don't have to do everything that we tell them. We can only give our opinion, and it's up to Mattel to decide whether they take it or not. It's as simple as that.
Right. Now we're nearly at 4 hours, and
Should we start wrapping it up?
Yeah, please, Dad.
Wrap it up in a few minutes.
Yeah.
It's for 4 hours.
Oh.
so-
Let's start with Russ, since he joined in later for our farewells.
Yeah. Well, I'm just glad I could get what I could say off my chest up to all of you. Sorry to be late in the chat. Thanks for letting me come in, and thank you for letting me get my voice of opinions and out on what's been said about Big World Big Adventures and this new reboots.
Yeah,
That's all right.
that's all right. Yeah, it's a good thing I did let you in the end. Thanks for joining us, Russ.
It's all right. Thanks for having me on board.
Those were good points you've made earlier on, actually. Very good.
Well then, should we
Yeah.
finish it here then?
Yeah.
Let's start with
Good discussion, guys.
Yeah,
I've enjoyed this.
a good 4 hour long discussion. I thought
Yeah.
this was going to be an
Bloody
hour
hell.
long. I didn't.
Bloody burning the midnight oil.
One last thing. Thank you to everyone in chat for sticking around for so long.
Yes.
Through all
Yeah.
4.5 hours of
Yeah.
this very long stream.
Yeah. I apologize if I didn't answer any questions that people had asked in the chat. I actually have been ignoring the chat because I just had the actual live stream taking up the whole of my laptop screen, so I couldn't see what you all were writing. But I appreciate it if you wrote comments to for me to say or whatever. So thanks, guys.
No problem, Jenny. And I too am sorry for a couple of the sections that may have been dragging things on during our retrospectives on the whole era. But then again, this is the experiment thing for our first ever Thomas related discussions live stream for YouTube.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well then, thank you very much for watching. Should we sign off here then?
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Lovely,
Thank
Dan.
you.
Ross,
Yeah.
Ian, Luke, signing off and give it a jibble, toot, farewell and goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.
See ya.
Actually have a favorite. Like, okay, I will always have a keen fondness and love for the classic series, the model-based series, because how can you not be in awe of the quality of the modeling they did back then? But also the CGI, well, that's the present day, that's the future, so to speak, and you can definitely do more with CGI than you ever could with models. What would you do if the show ever ends? If you're talking about my show, I'd find something else to do, I'm sure of it. If you're talking about the Thomas the Tank Engine show, I'd be like, whoa, really? I mean, like, I would have thought, like, the property would have just been too big for anyone to end, because I could just imagine the anarchy that would come as a result. But I guess really, well, nothing lasts forever. Like, all good things must come to an end. I'd be maybe a little bit sad, but I imagine I'd get over it because I'd figure, well, the property's going to live on one way or another, i.e. the merchandise. Thoughts on Season 20 and Journey Beyond Sodor? Well, I've actually included this question to make a sort of a blanket statement about something. I haven't actually watched a full season of Thomas the Tank Engine since I think about Season 6. The reason for that is, well, as I've mentioned previously, I was kind of growing out of Thomas by that point, but I still did occasionally watch a few episodes that popped up on the television, and I've since watched scattered episodes about the series since, like throughout the closing years of the model era, during the brief period when they were transplanting CGI faces onto the models, right up into the current CGI era of Thomas the Tank Engine. Like I said, I've only watched a few scattered episodes, and they've varied in quality as far as I'm concerned. But I am extremely impressed with the CGI ones. Like I said, you can definitely do more with the CGI era than you ever could with the models. So in that spirit, I haven't actually watched any of the Thomas the Tank Engine movies, and I'm not like to. I mean, like, never heard a single good thing said about Thomas and the Magic Railroad, and all the other movies since have also gotten mixed reviews. So, yeah, like I said, I'm not likely to watch any of them.
What is your favorite color?
Green, which answers the question of why Henry is my favorite character. He was the first engine I ever saw that was green, and, well, that was enough for me. What's the program you use to record trains? I use Fraps. Which SI 3D models do you like most? 2006, 2009, 2010, or 2012 models? My favorite would be the 2010. I guess I should probably expand on a question that was posed earlier, like why do I use the older trains content? The reason I use the 2010 models is because they remind me most of the old model series for some reason. They remind me of the classic Thomas models more. I don't know why. I mean, keep in mind, I'm not bad-mouthing SI3D for their newer models, far from it. I mean, they are exceptional. I will admit, I do kind of wish that when they did the 2012 models of the narrow gauge engines, that they kind of released them in the 2006 size or the 2006 scale. But hey, whatever. They're the creators. They can do whatever they want with them. How long have you been using trains in general? I'd say at most 5 years. Have you seen Star Wars? And if so, which episode is your favorite? I have seen Star Wars. I'm a big fan. I would have to say episode 7, The Force Awakens. Although at the time of this video, the rest of the series hasn't been released yet. Although I do have to admit, actually no, it's probably a tie between episode 7 and Rogue One. They're both just really good. I'd also like to take this opportunity to express my own opinion about something that's been done to death, I'm sure, but hey, whatever. I actually liked the Star Wars prequels. I'll admit they're not perfect, but I certainly don't think they deserve all the hate that's directed their way. Could it have been better? Well, obviously, I mean, I'm sure any movie could. I think also the prequels could have and would have worked better. Maybe if Jar Jar Binks wasn't such a blithering idiot, like maybe if he had been on the same level as sort of like K2 from Rogue One, you know, just like that witty, sarcastic sidekick. But hey, whatever, just one man's opinion. Who is your favorite tank engine? That would be Duck. If you had to choose another engine to narrate, who would it be? I'd probably pick Toby, because there was always something about him that struck me as him being very wise, even if that didn't necessarily come across all the time in the TV series. I mean, come on, how could he not know what a special attraction was? Why are you motivated to stay in the fandom as an adult? Because it's allowed me to be creative. It's allowed me to establish this channel and express myself in ways that I've never been able to up to this point. Will you indirectly extend the Tug series using the engines to represent it? I think I kind of already have. Well, the episode count of my series is definitely going to exceed the episode count of Tugs, that's for sure. So will the engines represent it? I guess they would. Would you mind if people use the same concept as you have in the making of this series? Of course not. I mean, like I've said previously, I can't be the only one who's ever thought of combining Tugs and Thomas the Tank Engine in such a way. So, by all means, go for it. If you could or had to live in another country, where would it be? Well, if I had a choice, I wouldn't live anywhere else. simply because I love living here in Australia. I love my house. I love the location I'm at. Yeah, it's just ideal for me. If I had to, maybe I'd probably go to England because, well, I haven't traveled a lot. Actually, I've traveled hardly anywhere, but I have traveled to England and I did like it there a lot. Or I would probably maybe go to Fiji. That's also another place I've been to, and it was absolutely beautiful. Favorite era or type of music? I don't really have a favorite. If I like it, I'll listen to it. That's pretty much it. Although I do love Nickelback, they are my favorite band, and their song, Gotta Be Somebody, is my absolute favorite. When Toby was speaking Spanish in Mainline, did someone help you with the translations, or did you do it yourself? Does Google Translate count? Yeah, that was the resource I used. I don't speak Spanish. I don't speak any other language. I've barely mastered English as it is. But yeah, just on that note, I did have a couple of native Spanish speakers write comments in that video, and they weren't scathing or anything. A lot of them were actually pretty understanding, but I'm sure it was obvious to maybe even non-Spanish speakers that I did kind of struggle with it a bit. So I don't hold my translations up to be 100% accurate, and certainly not my pronunciation. So if there are any Spanish speakers listening, sorry if you were put off by my butchering your language. No offense was intended. What would you be doing today if you didn't decide to do YouTube? Probably getting myself a Netflix account and binge watching every show on there. If Tugs made a season 2, what kind of stories do you think they would have done? My guess is probably more of the same. The Star Tugs doing good work, the Z-Stacks trying to undermine them, the Star Tugs coming out on top, the Z-Stacks being thoroughly humiliated. Yeah, I think that would have been it. To be honest with you, I think the only thing that might have saved the show if it had kept going would have been the dialogue, because I always did think the dialogue in Tugs was extremely good, even if the plots were incredibly divisive and, well, kind of cliche. Will you use the Tugs Danger theme? I tell you what, I'd love to, but I've never been able to find a good quality one of it anywhere. Tell you what, if anyone does know, please sound off in the comments below. What episode of Thomas the Tank Engine is your least favorite? That would be Stepney Gets Lost. Yeah, I never really liked that episode because, well, okay, Stepney somehow ends up in a scrapyard. He gets nabbed by 2 diesels who seem hell-bent on killing him. The giant claw comes down, and then at a last possible moment, he's saved by none other than the Fat Controller, who, by all logic, shouldn't even be there. But then, what am I saying? I'm trying to introduce logic to a show about anthropomorphic
All right.
trains. So, yeah, that was like really kind of predictable. Like, I mean, there was no way they were going to let an engine get scrapped, much less Stepney. And also that last bit at the end where Stepney is leaving the scrapyard and he shouts out, "Bluebells forever." That just always seemed weird to me. What creative challenges have you faced when making and developing your videos? Are there any techniques you have picked up or learnt as your series has progressed over time? Probably the greatest creative challenge I've faced is my constant stammering and stuttering whenever I go to do the voices and the narration. That's probably the biggest impediment I've faced. Filming and everything else, that's the easy part, really. Although that's also the most time-consuming as well, because, like, I think for every maybe 3 hours of filming I do, I might get maybe 4 or 5 minutes worth of usable footage out of it. And as for the techniques I picked up, well, I've learned to plan ahead a lot more, and I've also learned like to be a little bit more patient as well, like to try not to get not get as frustrated, although that doesn't always work. How many custom locations do you have on your railway? A lot. Yeah, I know that's not very specific, but that's the best I can answer because with a few exceptions, I actually filmed my series on one gigantic route. You see, over the course of several weeks when I was first starting out this series, I actually made a custom route combining multiple routes from other users, and then I slotted them together like an enormous jigsaw puzzle, and in between the routes or where necessary, I made alterations. All the route creators are credited in my series, so I haven't left anyone out. So yeah, I really can't say how many custom locations I have. Why did you remake your old videos? Because the voice work was shocking, and there were also a few other problems with it as well. So I decided to make alterations to make them better, and I think that I have. Do you like Tugs or Thomas more? Well, I like them both equally. Really, I can't pick one over the other. I have a fan theory for your series. Can I make a video about it, please? Of course. Are you going to release a deleted footage video? No, because I use most of the footage that I film, and anything I don't use, I get rid of it. But there is one thing I will show you guys. What you're about to see is the original intro I had planned for my series. Yeah, vastly inferior to the one that I'm currently using, I think anyway. And what's really strange is until 3 days before I was going to start up my channel, I was dead set on using the intro you just saw. And then all of a sudden, on that day, I was struck by this absolute amazing bout of creativity, this epiphany, as it were, about synthesizing the Tugs opening theme into my series. And the intro that I'm currently using, the one that you guys have all seen up to this point, I whipped that up in about 3 hours, and it was incredible, really. And then I went back and I added it to every single video that I'd already made up to that point. I redid them and everything. So isn't it funny how creativity can just strike you like a lightning bolt? Would you consider working for the Thomas Creator Collective? I'd certainly be honored, but I'm not arrogant enough to think that my work is up to their standards, so I'd wait for an invitation from such a distinguished group. I certainly wouldn't approach them. Will you do a face reveal? Yes, I will. Why have you put Lily, Adam, Colin, Dawn and Douglas as rivals for the LNER and not the Diesels? Because Steamies versus Diesels, it's been done to death. And also, the time period at which I'm starting my series, there weren't a whole lot of diesel engines around then. And yes, I know I'm completely stretching historical truth and accuracy by including diesel in my series, but, well, I couldn't not. And besides, I would find it very hard to believe that all steam engines got along amicably before the advent of diesels. Like, okay, maybe when diesel engines came along, steamies would have found camaraderie with one another, like they were essentially a dying breed, so to speak. But yeah, like I said, there had to have been rivalries among steam engines before then. So that's kind of what I'm exploring with my series. Am I going over the top and exaggerating it a bit? Most certainly, but I think it provides for an entertaining story nonetheless. Do you like cats? I prefer dogs. Like, if I had to pick a pet, I would certainly choose a dog. If you could pick a real-life locomotive to be an original, Thomas, or Stories of Sodor character, what would you choose? What characteristics would he or she have? Hands down, I would pick the 3801. I'll save you lot the Google search. The 3801 is this fine specimen here. It's an NSW
Yeah.
38 class
Yeah.
2 tender engine. Was in service
Victory.
from 1943 to 1976. It's pretty much the Flying Scotsman of Australia in that it's pretty much an engine that everyone
Okay.
knows about, or at least anyone
Ah!
who lives near
Bad.
railway tracks will know about it. And I picked this one also for a personal reason, in that I actually saw this engine in action when I was a kid. I think I may have been about 5 or 6, and it was doing a tour, and it stopped at a station not so far from where I was living at the time. And I just remember thousands, there must have been thousands of people flocking to the station to see it in action, just the hissing steam and whatnot. And yes, I am aware that it's green. That was also another major appeal for me. And also my parents took a photo of the 3801, and then they enlarged it and framed it. And we had that photo for years and years and years. I might even still have it somewhere.
Garfield bingo.
I couldn't help but not smile every single time I looked at it. And, you know, now that I think about it, I'm wondering if that might have actually been the catalyst for my love of trains. Although I am told that I did have something of a keen fascination for it when I was younger than that, maybe about 2. But this had to have been
Oh, here we go.
a key component towards stoking my love of trains, specifically steam trains. I don't know whether this would qualify as sexist, but I could only think of the 3801 being male. What characteristics would he have? I would probably imagine he'd be like Gordon, in that he'd take great pride in being a very fast, very stylish steam engine. But I imagine he wouldn't be so much of a snob about it. Of course, snobbishness is not really well looked upon here in Australia or anywhere else in the world. But here in Australia, if you're a snob, you won't get far. Also, I don't know why, but I'd imagine him being named Bruce. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I certainly wouldn't, if I had to pick, I certainly wouldn't go by a number. I'd call him Bruce. What do you call a train that carries apples and bananas? Tutti Frutti.
G60.
I swear, that wasn't my joke. It was a legitimate question that was posted in my Millennium video, and I just thought it was too good / bad to not include. So kudos to the user who posted it. You know who you are. Okay, on that extremely lame joke, I think I'll leave it for today. There are only a few more questions, but too many to tackle on this video, I feel. So the next Q&A video, which will be uploaded tomorrow, will be the last one. So I hope you enjoyed watching this one. I hope you enjoy the next one. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good one.
I-25, N39, N31, G57, 071, B6, I-18, B1.
Yeah. I'm getting up your bingo.
Hello everyone, Victor Tanzik here, and welcome to the third and final part of the Stories of Sodor questions and answers. First off, I just want to take this moment to correct a couple of mistakes I made in my first Q&A video. The first one was when I was listing my top 10 favorite Thomas characters, I accidentally mentioned Mavis twice. I'm kind of embarrassed that I didn't realize that at the time. So the first time I mentioned Mavis's name, just substitute Stephanie. And also the second correction I want to make is when I was saying that I'd never read the Railway series books. I've since been told that apparently I did read a couple as a little kid, or at the very least I had them read to me ad nauseum. So yeah, I don't know why I don't remember them, although I'm told I was like 3 or 4 at the time. So I guess yeah, I have read the Railway series books, or have had them read to me. And finally, I also want to mention when I was describing the list of things that can kill you in Australia, I forgot to mention the crocodiles. Okay, so with all that out of the way, I hope I didn't make any mistakes in my second video, because at the time I'm doing this video, I haven't actually uploaded the second one. So let's get underway and let's get this done. What is your favorite film of all time, and what genre of film do you enjoy the most? I don't really have a favorite film or genre. I guess in the same way I answered my favorite music question, if it's good, I'll watch it. I know in my music question I said that Nickelback and Gotta Be Somebody were my favorite band and song respectively, but yeah, with film I enjoy quite a few actually, so that's really all I can say. Actually no, I would like to take this moment to say something. I do think that The Godfather is incredibly overrated. It's not a terrible movie by all means, I just think it's really well. Maybe I just don't understand the subtleties behind it, but yeah, I think it's incredibly overrated as a film, and I don't understand its appeal to either audiences or critics. But hey, what is your favorite trains model? That would be Wild Nor'Wester's Peter model and Sodor Workshop's Flying Scotsman model. If you could live on Sodor, where would it be? Probably Farquhar, because, well, I can remember the opening sequence to the classic series very, very well, which had Thomas traveling along the Farquhar branch before stopping at the end station, and for the longest time I thought, that must be where Thomas lives. So if I could live there, I would, because I'd probably get a kick out of seeing Thomas pull up with Annie and Clarabelle. And also I'd probably rush to the window to watch trainloads of stone rattle by from the nearby quarry, because, hey, like I've said, I like watching goods trains. What is your favorite piece of rolling stock? If you're talking real world, I don't have one, because I don't know anything about real world rolling stock. If you're talking Thomas rolling stock, I'd have to pick Scruffy, because to my knowledge he's the first and only truck to ever get a name, even if it was technically the name of the company he belonged to. And also that song he sang teasing Oliver, that's one of my favorites. What is your favorite voice to play? It's a toss-up between Henry and Mr. Zorro. What is your favorite crash in Thomas? Definitely the crash scene in Trust Thomas, where Thomas gets bumped by some trucks and he goes flying into a conveniently placed barge. He shoots across the water and he starts to sink. And then the camera cuts to this very, very, I think, cute image of a toad idling nearby. And then, of course, also at the end, where the toad is perched on Thomas's puffer beam, that always made me laugh. What inspired you to make a fire engine? Well, I didn't actually make it. The model itself is called Edward the Furness Railway Engine, and it can be found at Northwestern Railways.com. And really, all I did was just change the face. I substituted the Edward face that came with the model for
I'll do one more
faces
level.
from the Sodor on Mainland.
Go to Bingo Bliss.
I can't remember whose face it was. I think it might have been Clive's. And the reason I did that was because, well, the client base had a lot more variety in terms of expression, and it just seemed to line up so well with the nature of the character, like his grizzled, hard as nails, by the book Fire Chief. And that's one of the reasons why I decided to overall include a Fire Chief in my series, because I needed that kind of grounded, level-headed character who adheres to regulations pretty strictly. What was your biggest regret about your series? Definitely when I used some music I wasn't supposed to and had to remove the episodes that included it and remove that music and then re-upload them. So if you want more details, you can check out my video titled Books. I'll put a link in the description, or you can click on the screen. What are your pet peeves? Terrorism, intolerance, reality TV, Wingers, the Kardashians, and Ryan Bloody Reynolds.
468. I-18.
What's your favorite Thomas song? Well, like I just mentioned, the song that Scruffy sang, teasing Oliver, I think it might have actually been called Pop Goes Old Ollie. That's definitely a favorite. Although my absolute favorite would probably be Pop Goes the Diesel. That's just so catchy. In terms of what my favorite Thomas music is, that would definitely be the Skarloey Railway theme, because I've always found that piece just so uplifting and so heartwarming.
G59, B7, I-26, G57, 070, B5, I-30, I-24, B13, I-28, 072, I-25, N-36, B9, N-42, 067.
Who is your favorite female engine? Well, as it's probably obvious given that I mentioned her name twice in my top 10 favorite characters, it's Mavis. Because in much the same way that Daisy was my least favorite engine because she was always trying to get out of work or she was fobbing her responsibilities off on others, Mavis was the exact opposite. I don't know whether that was by design on the creator's behalf or not, but yeah, Mavis was a real worker, and as I said in my first video, hard work was strongly emphasized in my house, so I could not relate to her. Exactly how long does it take to write up a script? I don't know whether this will anger anyone or not, but I don't write scripts. The reason why is because I always find them too confining, like too restrictive, and usually whenever you hear about creators revising the script, that's usually code for I can't do this, this is not going to go anywhere, so I don't want to get to that point. So how do I essentially write for my series? Basically, I set out with a vague idea for an overall story, and I sort of fill it in as I go along. Like when I say fill it in, I mean like everything, like the camera angles, the locations, the dialogue, everything else as well. I think I've done a good job of it up to this point. I mean, a lot of people have said that my episodes have been very well written. Thank you very much for that. Although I don't know whether that's technically true, considering I don't write anything. Well, actually, no, I do write stuff. I mean, obviously I don't improvise the dialogue and the narration as I'm going. That would just be stupid, especially given my ridiculous stammering and stuttering. So I'll go into that more detail about that another time. Where did you get the idea of the Lady Steam Engine, Kate, and why? You mean, why did I decide to rename her from Lady to Kate? Well, just the name just always seemed weird to me. I mean, like, she's a female engine, and they named her Lady. To be honest with you, I'm surprised that didn't invoke all manner of political correctness outrage.
All right. See the rest for tomorrow's stream.
Yeah, I just decided to choose.
Okay, let's get me into Amnesty.
I don't really know. Kate was just the first name that popped to mind. So, yeah, like I said, I've never seen Thomas and the Magic Railway, so I don't know whether this is doing an injustice to her character. But again, like I said, given what I've heard about that movie, it seems the movie itself was an injustice to the franchise. So, yes, that's it, folks. That's all the questions answered, at least most anyway. So, again, I do apologize to those whose questions I didn't answer or skipped. Like I said in my first video, the reason is some of them were inquiring like as to where the series is going, and I don't want to give away spoilers. So, again, I hope you're not too put off by it. And also, as for other questions that I skipped, well, there's also a chance that I just simply missed them. And I hope that you won't be offended by that. So, like, don't presume that it's because I hate your questions, because none of them were bad. I didn't dislike any of them. They were all exceptionally good, and thank you all so much for taking the time to ask them. And furthermore, thank you all so much for making this channel the tremendous success that it has been. Like, I still can't believe how well it's gone and how well it's going, and I hope that it can continue this way for a very, very long time. And I hope I can continue putting out videos to the quality that you guys are used to and that you guys most definitely deserve. So once more, thank you all so much. And you know, I just had a look at the runtime for this video, and it certainly didn't run as long as I thought it was going to be. So I could have almost crammed these 3 videos into 2. But hey, there's only I can only ramble on for so much in a day. So I hope you guys all enjoyed these videos. I hope that my answers were informative. And on one final note, some of the questions that I did skip over were inquiring specifically as to how I do my filming, like the methods I use and whatnot. Well, in my last video, I did mention, or was it part 1? I can't remember. In one of my Q&A videos, I mentioned that I might do a behind-the-scenes video. Well, I've since decided that I will do that. It won't come out until after season 1 has ended, though, because I don't want my behind-the-scenes video to interfere with making the final episode. I hope you guys understand. So all those questions, like those questions about how I go about filming, voicing, editing, and whatnot, they will be answered in that video. So that's something you guys can look forward to. So I guess that's all I can say for now. So thank you all so much. I look forward to seeing where the future goes. Thanks very much for watching, and have a good one.
Deal! Alright! Cool. And that is the end of the scene.